Chapter 521. Each meeting today is scheduled out to allow a 30 to 60-minute window, so you can take your time with each client. Even though these were trial orders, most are still a large amount. I assume the leaders of each of the 3 settlements we visit will be present. For the morning shift, we can visit Sector 3 or 4. Which would you like to go to first? I reply, and the stealth armor I'm wearing changes my voice to a non-recognizable static tone. It's identical to the Dark Guards and even the old Sector 2 craftsman himself. Let's go to Sector 4 first. I'd like to see how Chester is doing anyway. Lith nods. Good choice, this should be quick. Although, Sector 4 is the only trade route we have on the list that doesn't have a direct teleportation platform to their residence. Chester is the leader of the Sector 4 black market. It isn't as well connected and established as the rest of Solara. I'm still working on getting a trade deal in motion for their main government, but they haven't sent back any formal response yet. He puts 4 of the 5 crystals into a new item box, then tosses the one labeled Sector 4 over to me. I assume you'd like to do the honors. I place a hand on both his and Ember's shoulders, then crush the crystal and the room flashes white with teleportation magic. We're all transported to a public building in Solara. The morning sun is still coming through the large glass windows, and the white floor is so glossy I can almost see my reflection in it. There are about a dozen random businessmen and hunters near the sides of the room, but no one looks disturbed by our sudden arrival. There are only 2 men in suits that walk up to us, recognizing Lith and motion for us to follow. Without exchanging any words, we follow them through the streets of Solara and down underground into the black market area that brings back many memories of the first time we were kidnapped by the Sector 4 leader. There are multiple long, narrow circular hallways underground, and it looks almost identical to the time I visited here last. Many people trade E and D grade gear and items with each other, and we approach a section of the market that is sectioned off and guarded by multiple level 300 to 400 security guards. Beyond this point, there are no black market vendors or random buyers. There are just empty hallways and more guards. We're escorted through and approach a mana-shielded door, right in the place where the old Sector 4 leader's office was previously. I vividly remember destroying it with demonic energy and acquiring the hush skill from the woman that was guarding it. However, as the door opens this time around, the smiling familiar face of the old man who gave us a place to stay after we rescued him from being kidnapped greets me. Thanks to Ari, a while back, he's been power leveled from below 100 to over level 400, and now wears a full set of high C grade and some B grade gear. He still has a basic grade appraisal skill. I'm still in a suit of armor, so he doesn't recognize me, but I sure recognize him as he welcomes us inside his office. The short man motions for his hired guards to leave us be, and the door shuts to leave us alone in the room. Chester sits behind his desk and lets us take a seat on the chairs and couches in the room. The walls are already starting to fill with unique gear and even some old items I recognize from his home back when I stayed in it while we were recovering and plotting to save Lydia months ago. I speak through the static suit of armor's voice changer and pull out the item boxes full of items and place them on the table. Everything is here. At the same time, I take off the jet black helmet and show Chester my face as he accepts the orders. His eyes widen once they meet mine, and to my surprise, I feel a new link of loyalty form through my rising Emperor's domain instantaneously. He jumps up from his desk. You came back. I never had the chance to thank you, and it seems all your ambitions in the Dark Continent have come to fruition. Well, I wouldn't be talking to you here if they didn't. He laughs to himself as I respond. It looks that way. Everything is definitely on an upward trend. It's good to see you're doing well too. We shake hands over the item boxes full of loot, and he doesn't even bother to look through the fulfilled orders. The 2 of us catch up, updating each other on the progression both of us have made. Chester tells me he thought he would be retired forever, but this new opportunity has gotten him back into the auction hunting and rare artifact trading business. Most of his old contacts have gotten back in touch with him, and he's excited to get back in the game. He pays me out the remaining 75% of the amount owed, then gives a new list of order crafts he'd like. Before he pays, I give him a special offer for items that aren't possible for a mere legendary grade craftsman to create. I plan on having my double make special request orders and limit them to 3 units per buyer, per order. These are orders that consist of items with 5 total buff stats over 100% each, or special skills and attributes imbued that can't be normally imbued into items like elements. To make things clearer, I outline a simple list of attributes I'm able to imbue like stealth, conceal, mythic grade body hardening, hush, and other rare magic skills that don't naturally spawn in loot drops. Stolen content warning. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. These are all extremely rare and useful skills that, if imbued into the right item, could create priceless pieces. I pull out a few high B-grade items from my item box that I've done tests on, showing what's possible and replicable from items I've farmed from the top floors of the Vice City Labyrinth. For these special items, Bree won't be involved. It will be one-on-one with the clients. I plan on having my body doubles personally fulfill these orders and offer them as premium offers to each buyer, but severely limit the quantity they can buy no matter how much extra money they offer. Each custom item will cost 333 gold no matter what the craft is, and it must be paid up front. So, 999 gold is the max a person can spend on these custom orders. The plan is not to have these special items created to make money, but to increase my reputation with rumors that the new Sector 2 craftsman is capable of great things. I'm sure powerful people will spread rumors once they get their hands on items that shouldn't exist. I use telepathy to message Lith during this meeting as I can tell he's visually interested, and tell him to submit an order like this one too if he'd like. There will be no discounts on custom items like these, and he accepts in an instant, brainstorming what kind of special gear he wants based on my explanations to Chester. After another 20 minutes of discussion, Chester decides on what his 3 custom orders will be. He wants a maxed-out amulet of protection with plus 100% or higher buffs on every stat, a blood-bonded chest plate with an unbreakable body-hardening attribute, and for the 3rd item he decides to leave it up to me to decide. He says, "Surprise me, I know you will." I smile and accept his gold for the custom items, along with a new basic order that is just over double the size of his last and the 25% down payment. Lith and Chester have a brief conversation too, but Ember stays quiet throughout most of the talk, just relaxing and enjoying his time in the outside world after a full year of recovering in isolation. As we finish up and stand to leave, Chester speaks. "Very good to see you again, Jay. I hope to see you next month. Come by any time, and be careful out there in the other cities. They may not have fared as well as Solara did after that surge. There were a record number of breaks here in the city last night. Luckily, there were enough hunters present to handle them." I nod, activating my Rising Emperor's domain and sharing my all-seeing eye with him for a moment. "Thanks for the warning. I hope you accept my parting gift. Take a look at your skill and your status. It's in need of an upgrade, don't you think?" Chester's eyes widen and he smiles as he presses upgrade 2 times, and it changes from basic grade to legendary grade. "I guess it did." He's visibly amazed, confused, and excited at this new development. Then, Lith pulls out the next transport crystal and tosses it to me, labeled Sector 3. I place the black helmet back on my head and put a hand on Lith's shoulder while Ember places one on mine, and I nod Chester goodbye. "We're off to the next stop, see you soon." There's a flash of white light, and the next thing I see around me is the bright blue sky overhead. I take a breath of air and it feels thick and full of pollen. A cool breeze moves by and the rows of cornfields and other various crops all around us go on for further than I can see. There are dozens of kilometers of farmland and crops all around us. We're standing on a small white circle in the middle of a dirt road with a large red building less than 100 meters to our left, and a small town of fewer than 100 people to our right down in a shallow valley next to a river. Out in the fields, there are about 100 people hard at work too. There are only 2 people that greet us, walking toward us slowly down the dirt road from the red barn. One is a very old man, and the other is a middle-aged man with the same dark features. He carries 2 suitcases, and when I appraise both of the men, there isn't a single status notification that comes back. They're both completely unawakened. Now that I see this, I even scan the town nearby and find that over 80% of them are unawakened. The ones that are hardly breach level 10. However, almost all of the 100 men hard at work in the fields picking and tending to the crops are awakened, and they're all between level 50 to 150, stacked with strength and speed-enhancing gear. They have many HP and MP potions on their waists too. This place reminds me of the people I met at the Unity Supply Company in the outskirts of the Vice region. This farm is also a business older than dungeons themselves. Still profiting despite their goods not being magical in nature, however, they've also adapted to the newer times nicely. Most of the gear they ordered is very similar to the kinds that I'm sensing on the workers in these fields. The fact that I can't even sense the end of these crop fields means they probably go on much further and create work for hundreds if not thousands of other people. That would explain the large order I received from them, but it's none of my business how they use the gear I sell to them. We wait patiently as the two men approach, and once we do, the younger-looking man puts one of the suitcases down on the ground. There is the remaining 75%. Let us see the gear we've been promised, and it is all yours. I nod and step forward, summoning the item boxes full of their orders out from thin air in a neater pile next to the suitcase in front of them. The older man just nods and grunts, not saying a word, and the taller younger one places 2 fingers in his mouth to whistle. Count M. An even younger kid, not older than 15, comes running out from the barn with a happy look on his face and follows the wishes of who I can only assume is his father and scoops up all the item boxes. The boy holds a paper in one hand and goes sifting through each of the item boxes and moving his eyes down the list quickly. He isn't awakened either, so he's only going off of sight, feel, and quantity of items. About 2 minutes pass before he nods and replies. Everything's here, Pops. The middle-aged man smiles. Very good. Bring 'em all back inside. The kid grabs up all the item boxes, and at the same time, the oldest man grunts again and turns to leave. They both make their way back to the barn, and the only one left is the middle-aged figure that's done all the talking so far. My assumption is these aren't the types to spend an extravagant amount on extra items, so I'm hesitant to even give them an offer about the special items like I did Chester. None of them even bothered to introduce themselves or even asked for any of our names. It looks like they really just want to be left alone here and keep to a routine. Even Lith said the order they made was the exact same one that they would make from the old Sector 2 craftsman. The middle-aged man speaks up again while putting the other suitcase on the ground and looking at the small slit in my black suit of armor's helmet. There is the 25% down payment for next month's order. We want the same potions and basic gear. Nothing more, nothing less. The name's Carson, by the way. It's nice to see some new faces around here. His gaze turns to Ember and back to me as I nod and use telekinesis to bring both of the suitcases toward me, opening them up in front of my vision and counting the coins just to be sure. This is someone I've never met before. It would be naive of me not to make sure it's all there. Once I confirm the amount is correct, I let both fall into item storage portals. The moment they disappear, the middle-aged man looks behind him, and looks relieved when he doesn't see the old man and kid within earshot when he opens his mouth next. This may not be polite to ask, but I'm not quite sure who else to turn to. Is it possible I could hire you for a job? We don't have enough extra capital to hire hunters from Solara, and I'm afraid it will be too late if we wait for the association's workers to come by. There's been a terrible dungeon break on our property, and no one in the surrounding villages is capable of handling it. I'd be happy to pay you in crops once this season's harvest is over, but I have nothing else to offer. There's a moment of silence between us, and I smile beneath my black helmet before I reply in a static voice. This is a surprise, but I accept. I'd be happy to handle any break you have. Free of any monetary charge, of course. There is just one favor I want in return. Chapter 522. I'll take care of any breaks you have, and in return you give me a better deal on bulk ordering fresh produce than any of your current clients. I'll collapse any break you have in the future too, and in return, I want to make a trade route connecting my settlement in Sector 2 to your land here in Sector 3. The middle-aged man named Carson thinks for a moment but makes a decision rather quickly and nods, pointing to another shed on the property behind the large red barn that the kid and old man went into earlier in our meeting. Deal. I'll sell you crops at our break-even price for a lifetime if you can provide quick and stable protection to our land. We've wanted to cut ties with the association for decades, but no one else is capable of making it this far out into the Dark Continent because of the control over their transportation crystals. He begins to walk over to the shed behind the barn and motions for us to follow. The trade route you speak of would raise some political issues with many of the villages and towns in this area. We live a simple life here, and we do not want to get mixed up in world politics. We would rather live off the land and never have had the dungeons form here in the first place. However, if these breaks aren't taken care of soon, there won't be much farm left for us to negotiate over. I listen to his words as the entrance to the shed comes into view. A small blue and white plane with a tarp over the back half of it and a dirty propeller on the front comes into my vision as he speaks again. If we fly now, it will only take 3 or 4 hours to make it down the river and to the breaks. All nearby villages have evacuated already. I turn to Lith and he shakes his head. We don't have time for this. Maybe 30 minutes at most considering the time we spent in Sector 4 and here already. The Bedrock region is our next stop, and they're not a party you want to upset. Being punctual in their territory is necessary. Right under the Vice and Apex region, they have the potential to be one of your biggest clients. First impressions are important. Trust me. I can see Carson's expression drop to one of sadness, as I'm sure he knows exactly where this is going. Based on what he's already told us about the association and Solara, money has always gotten in the way of helping others in his line of work. I let out a sigh and turn to him with my arms crossed. Where's the break? Point to it and give me an approximate distance. He lifts his head with a confused look but still points off into the rolling cornfields and long winding river and speaks. About 200 kilometers that way. If we follow the river and maybe catch some air currents, we could get there in under 3 hours. I turn to Ember and nod. Watch these two for me real quick. I'll be back in 30. He grins and doesn't respond because I've already started flying through the air toward the direction the man pointed. I close my eyes and fly high enough in the air that I can use my full extreme speed, wind magic, telekinesis on myself, and even soul energy to power my footsteps through the air and not affect the landscape below me. I use enemy detection and my all-seeing eye the whole time, flying over small towns and hundreds of fields with kilometers of farmland and thousands of workers in the fields. There are small E and D-grade dungeons scattered throughout the landscape, but I don't stop to check them out. I just keep following the river faster than the speed of sound. Loud cracks echo through the sky down on the workers below, but the speck that disappears from their view is gone before they can examine what it might be. Soon enough, I sense something in the edges of my vision that is quite a bit stronger than an E-grade dungeon. I feel a high C-grade break happening in the center of a field that has decimated crops for nearly 10 kilometers in every direction. I sense a nearby town with some magical goods in it nearby, but the entire population has been evacuated and no one is working in nearby fields. A bright red dungeon portal hovers in the middle of the field, and over 3 dozen massive 5-meter-long caterpillar creatures are digging up the earth and destroying the crops. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. They all have advanced-grade earth magic and sit between level 450 and 475. These are some serious monsters. No normal amateur hunter could ever handle one of these. It may even be difficult for hired help from Solara to take these monsters out. High-level association elites would need to be deployed to take out a threat like this. Even then, it would be quite the struggle. This reminds me of the breaks I was sent out to take care of in Sector 4 by my team on my first Dark Continent mission for the Association. If they're sending more squads like this out, Carson is right. It may take days or possibly even over a week to get men out here if they're already dealing with other regions. Well, time to handle this myself. I dive down, activating most of my skills and buffs so I don't harm the farmland while touching down onto the soft soil in front of the red break. Then jump through. Once inside, the dungeon itself is just massive dirt mounds with occasional trees every couple of 100 meters with trunks larger than any tree I've ever seen. The trees are covered in the same green caterpillars, and the soil is infested with them too. High in the sky, there are 3 mutants clearly higher level than the rest, each of them over level 500, with an additional skill, buff, and new ranked-up forms with colorful wings and slimmer bodies. 2 of them have wind magic, and another has a skill I recognize very well from a gang leader I killed back in Sector 2. Poison Mist, special grade. My version of the skill is already legendary grade, but it's worth wasting a few seconds and taking a detour to kill this mutant. So, I change my flight path to arc upward and slice the colorful ranked-up butterfly creature in half on my way to the boss room, upgrading this skill to mythic grade on the spot. My flight path arcs downward again, and I ignore all of the other mobs in here until I see even more mutants near the boss room. They're over level 502, but still in the form of caterpillars. There are 4 of them guarding the dark black boss room portal. 3 of them have legendary body hardening along with advanced earth magic, but one of them has another skill. I slice it to pieces on my way through the boss room and acquire a brand new skill, instantly upgrading it to mythic grade due to my absorption perks. Cocoon mythic grade. While killing another ranked-up butterfly mutant in the boss room, I look at the details of this skill, and it looks like it's an advanced form of body hardening. While I assume with these monsters, activating it works to morph them into a different form during their rank up or something, the skill has adapted to my biology and created an ultimate defensive skill. It may create a greater shell than body hardening does, but the downside is that the caster cannot move their body out of this cocoon while activating it. A neat addition to my status, but not one I'll likely be using much in the future. I stand over the final boss's corpse and watch it dissolve away with the dungeon, and I'm transported back to the open field. The dungeon disappears, and I activate my all-seeing eye to attempt catching any luminite fragments or special drops that might occur after clearing a dungeon like this, but nothing happens. I was expecting for something to happen, and am slightly confused when nothing does. I can't figure out where the luminite that was powering this dungeon's transport magic has even gone, but decide not to dwell on the idea for too long. The excess mana just evaporates into the air, and the 5-meter-long insects that were terrorizing the land fade away with the dungeon, ceasing to exist. I jump into the sky and begin my return trip, but given that I have a few minutes to spare on the way back, I stop by a few E and D-grade dungeons near villages and set dungeon walker points just in case I want to return back here in the future without having to fly across an entire continent. Once the red barn comes within range, I drift down with a smile on my face beneath the black helmet. Then, once my feet hit the ground, I speak to the surprised man with my static disguised voice. The break is cleared. You have nothing to worry about anymore. I assure you, I will have men sent here to survey the area whenever there are any more surges and have breaks cleared before you even know they've happened. I look forward to doing business with you in the future. I turn to Lith next. Now, we have business to attend to in the Bedrock region, don't we? He chuckles to himself and pulls the labeled transport crystal from his item box. Indeed we do. As I crush the crystal, Carson waves goodbye with a puzzled but very relieved and happy look on his face. Thanks. See you next month. Mr. Sector 2 Leader, sir. Once the bright flash of transport magic fades, the 3 of us are left in a dark dome-shaped room. The center of the floor is a white transport platform, but outside it, it's all made of gray stone. A light turns on at the back of the room, and a large man in plus 100 to 200% defensive armor stacked head to toe filling all 12 item slots on his status walks forward with 3 guards on both sides of him also wearing the same caliber of gear, and they're all between level 400 and 600. The man in the center of them is level 902, standing over 2 meters tall, with enough muscle mass to double or possibly even triple my own. Despite his large stature, my eyes stay locked on his 5 skills that appear when I use appraisal. Body hardening, legendary grade. Extreme strength, legendary grade. Extreme speed, special grade. Swordsmanship, special grade. Appraisal, special grade. I've seen a status like this before. Brutus, the leader of the Vice region, had very common skills artificially stacked on his status, and the gear matches his too. His mana control is pretty strong as well, nearly matching a level 700 to 800 monster in the labyrinth, so this man is not power leveled. This power was earned. He is just very reliant on his gear and skills while most likely being a very smart and tactical fighter. I would even assume that this is just one of the top elites in this region coming to pick up the ordered goods. But the glowing golden ring on his finger that slowly leaks soul energy that matches the sun gods makes me positive that this is the regional director I'm looking at right now. His strong and demanding voice echoes through the dimly lit dome-shaped room. It is wonderful to see some new faces in the bulk item trade industry. Let me see the quality of goods you've promised. Then I'll decide if they're worth the prices I'm about to pay. I, Regional Director Malak, welcome you three to the Bedrock region. Chapter 523. The large man stops, moving forward once. He is less than 5 meters away from the teleport platform in the center of the room. His 6 guards halt as well, and all of them cross their arms and stare forward as the 3 of us walk off the platform. I don't waste any time and pull out a single item box from beneath my armor, then pull out the multiple item boxes from within it that have the Bedrock region's orders sorted and labeled. 2 of the guards step forward and pull long wooden tables out from their item boxes and motion for me to set the goods down on them. Once I do, they begin pulling out the gear, potions, and various crafted items while the regional director looks over everything with his appraisal skill activated. Over 10 minutes go by as the clinking of metal and miscellaneous magic items fills the room before all of the gear is put back into the item boxes they came from. Another guard moves forward and places a single item box onto the table, and the director speaks up as he steps back into line. These goods are of presentable quality. I accept. Here are your remaining funds. I stare forward, and I feel his appraisal skill attempting to permeate my black armor. But the waves of mana don't even make it past the outer layer. I use telekinesis to bring the item box toward me and look inside. The amount I count far surpasses what is owed, and there are long lists of items inside as well. His appraisal skill stops probing once he sees my telekinesis activate, and he speaks up again. Inside I've included the down payment for next month's order as well. His gaze shifts to Lith, then back to me. In my previous communications with Lith, he told me there is no limit on the amount of items I can buy, so I've upped my order by about 5 times. If this is the quality you continue to produce at this price, our operations out here will be greatly improved. I smile beneath my helmet and place the money and new order back into my item storage behind my back while pulling out a few high B-grade items, like the ones I showed Chester when I made him his special offer. I place them on the table before us and explain what I can offer. The large man's eyes widen once. His appraisal skill reads the rare imbuements and plus 100 to 200% stat boosting on 5 total stats. Every item on the counter outclasses anything that he currently wears. He takes over 5 minutes examining the items, then sends one of his guards off to bring more funds. There is a small rectangular door at the back of the dark-colored dome, and once it opens I see that we're on top of a mountain made of dark gray stone as well. I see other mountains in the distance and not much greenery at all. There are many houses and patches of city within the mountain range, and I sense dozens, if not hundreds, of dungeons that stretch through the lands. However, the most prominent thing that I perceive are the winding tunnels through the mountains that lead deep underground. There are workers in them even now as we speak, and they're busy mining and pulling ore from the mountain ranges. Far off in the distance, I even see clouds of smog coming from factories that must be processing plants of some kind. I conclude that this is a mining and factory-filled region, but the door closes before I can see much of anything else. The walls are mana-shielded, but they're easy to sense through. I can sense that there are thousands of people living in the cities around us with a similar population and hunter strength level of those in Solara, or possibly a bit larger, around 1/3 the population of Vice City. There are some strong independent hunters, but the strongest fighters within my entire perception are definitely standing right here in the room with us. The story has been illicitly taken. Should you find it on Amazon, report the infringement. I don't mention it, and let the regional leader think to himself for a while before the guard comes back with another item box. He asks a few questions about what the limits of this item creation can be, and I give him a solid idea of what's possible with high B-grade items and my craftsman team's capabilities. In reality, I'm just telling him what I'm willing to make him with high-grade labyrinth material. I'm looking to sell him unique goods, but nothing above A grade that rivals my own personal gear. That material is for myself and my teammates only. After another 10 minutes of discussion, he hands over an item box with the requested 999 gold, and gives me very specific instructions for strength and defense-boosting gear. I plan to imbue extreme strength and body hardening into the armor set, sword, and amulet he requests, along with over 100% stat boosts on everything. I promise that they will far surpass any of his current gear, or a full refund will be processed without question. We shake on it with his guards as witnesses. He's very happy with this and speaks in a loud and demanding voice just like when we arrived. Very well. I think I like you, new craftsman from the Dark Continent. Continue to impress me. I believe we'll do far more business together soon. He nods and stares forward with his arms crossed. I want to ask him if I can look around his city in the mountains, but it's clear he wants us to leave, and this is quite the happy note to end on here. It would have been nice to make a dungeon walker point here to have access back to the city, but I'll be back here in 2 days for the pickup point of the B-class exams, so I still have another chance to do it then instead. Lith pulls another white crystal from his item storage with Talton region labeled on its front, and I see the Bedrock region's leader smile once he eyes it. As I place a hand on Lith's shoulder and Ember puts a hand on mine, Director Malak lets out a final word while we disappear in a flash of white light. I wouldn't expect that stubborn woman to do business with outsiders, especially men. It looks like she's turned a new leaf. Good luck in the Talton region, you'll need it. He laughs as we're teleported across the 8 regions into a lush jungle. Beneath our feet, there's another white platform, but it's overgrown with vines and tree roots. 5 women in lightweight silver and leather armor greet us. 2 orange-haired women use bows and they appear to be identical twins. Another is far darker skinned with knives, daggers, and magic items strapped all over her waist and chest. All the way to their right is a tan-skinned woman with striated muscles almost a head taller than all the others, and she grips a long spear. These 4 women all sit between level 500 and 600, while their leader walks out from in between them at level 772. She has a single skill, Extreme Earth Summoning, and holds a massive silver hammer on her shoulder imbued with a strong earth element stone. There are daggers on her waist as well, and her blonde hair is tied back in tight braids. She stares forward at me with bright green eyes and lets off a strong aura. I can feel her mana control is much higher than the leader of the Bedrock region. It's close to that of a natural level 900 monster, but her gear isn't up to par. She only has 8 of her 12 item slots filled, and some of the equipped items aren't even over 100% stat boosters. However, one item does stand out to me. It is the same golden ring with the sun god's soul energy seeping out from it. I do a wide sweeping scan of our surroundings with my all-seeing eye and enemy detection to find that there is dense forest in every direction for as far as I can sense. There are settlements of a few hundred people very close together, and just within a 20 kilometers radius, I already sense over 10 C-grade dungeons. There aren't many awakened people that catch my gaze that aren't over level 250. The average resident in this region is extremely strong. The green-eyed woman speaks up with a strong voice and deadly serious gaze. Welcome to the jungle of Talton. We haven't had visitors outside of the association in quite a while. Ember, Lith, and I walk forward off of the old transport platform, and I reply while pulling the item boxes full of their order from my item storage. Well, then I'm honored that we're your guests. The instant I pull the item boxes out, the green-eyed woman swings her hammer off of her shoulder and lets it strike the ground. On impact, a long stone table erupts from the earth and she motions for me to place the item boxes down onto it. I do so, then step back not saying a word while the spear and dagger wielders begin sifting through the gear. The director steps back and leans against her hammer, while the 2 archer women stand at the ready behind her with wind-imbued arrows and bows drawn. I don't move from my place, and Ember watches with amusement. Lith, on the other hand, I can tell he's slightly nervous at the events that are unfolding, and open up a telepathy link to ask why. His reply is interesting, and matches up similarly to the word of warning the Bedrock director gave me. It shouldn't be an issue. I've never personally been here myself, but the Talton region is the black sheep of the 8 regions. They don't usually participate in countrywide events. I'd be surprised if anyone here even had hunter's licenses. The only reason they're a part of the mainland is because of their geographical location and dungeon resources. The association still wants control over this land, so it appears they've brokered some secret deal. He pauses, but keeps speaking through the link a moment later. I was surprised I even got a response from them when I was querying for potential buyers. I never thought they would respond, but it seems they're interested and willing to pay. He shrugs, and I thank him for the explanation through the link just as the two women finish sifting through the gear. Their leader pulls out an item box of her own from her waist and tosses it to me from over 10 meters away once her guards give her confirmation that everything is accounted for. She speaks up. "That is the remainder of what I owe you. Take off your helmet and show me what you really look like. This alone will dictate whether or not I want to place another order for next month." Chapter 524. I think about her proposal for a few seconds, remembering all of the unique remarks I've heard from Lith, the Bedrock director's warning, and the tone of her words. Even when doing an enemy detection scan of the surrounding settlements, the special perk of my mythic-grade enemy detection gives me a very clear video-like view of everyone within my mana control range. There isn't a single man in this jungle, I only sense women. Showing her my real face, or even an altered version, doesn't seem like the correct thing to do if I want to further this trade relationship. There needs to be a hint of truth in what I show her, but I can't just flat-out lie to her face. I come up with an idea, activating concealment and changing my appearance while taking off my black helmet. Ember smirks, and Litha's eyes widen with surprise as the replicated face of Bree is revealed beneath my helmet. I change a few structural features to make sure it's not an exact match, however. She's the last woman I met face-to-face with and have her appearance fresh in my mind. If one were to compare myself right now side by side with Bree, there are clear differences, but one could mistake us for being related. I do this to give a reasonable alibi in case Bree doesn't want to show her face to any partnered regions in the future. It's like she was never here, and it's all a coincidence. However, if she does, it would be easy to pretend it was her all along. Human memory is very malleable. Anyone can be tricked into believing anything as long as the conditions are set up to align with their preconceived notions. My darker-toned skin contrasts with the jungle, and long black silky hair wavers in the air. I make eye contact with their leader for a full 3 seconds before turning the corner of my lip up and placing the helmet back on my head, deactivating the concealment perk. The tall warrior with the spear lets out a laugh, and the two women with bows drawn power down their wind magic arrows while the serious expression on their leader's face turns to a relieved smirk. She pulls another item box off of her waist and sets it on the table. "I had a feeling I'd like you. No wonder I accepted this trade. My instincts were right." She motions for me to look through the pouch while explaining the difference in the order she wants for next month. It's over twice the size of the last, and all details and down payments are inside. While I sift through the spatial magic item to make sure everything she says is present, I get a telepathy message from Ember. "Quick thinking. I believe that's exactly what she wanted to see, but do you really think that was a good idea in the long run?" I reply through our link. Technically, her team did craft all of this gear. It's not like I'm lying about that. I'll fill Bree in when we get back to make sure she is okay with this. However, I doubt she will pass on making a new connection in a far-off region and would be happy to handle further business here if I make the offer. It's up to her. Ember nods but asks another question. "How about the association? This is a regional director we're dealing with. They surely have Bree's picture on file somewhere. Even if you made her appearance look slightly different, high-level craftsmanship skills aren't easy to come by. It's not out of the realm of possibilities they connect the link. Trading under a secret identity isn't against association policy. They themselves are the largest customers buying from someone they don't even know. I doubt Bree would even be in trouble if anyone found out, but Ember has a point. I think about what he said, but given Litha's information that this is a region that doesn't always play well with the association, I feel that they will keep my secret safe if I prove myself trustworthy. Just to make sure, once I accept the item box, I follow up with another reply to consolidate our deal. I haven't showed my face to many people, so I want to make it clear that this is between only us. In return, let me upgrade all of your main weapons for you. It will be a token of my appreciation and an agreement of peace between us. Unauthorized tail usage. If you spot this story on Amazon, report the violation. At first, they're confused by my offer, but the green-eyed leader is the first to accept it. Very well. This will be a pact for secrecy and goodwill between all of us. We don't do business with many outsiders, so I hope you do not disappoint us like the association has over the years. Even if I'm technically a regional director, I don't morally align with their main organization's practices and would like to start making non-associated connections. Let's see what you can do. She places her earth stone-imbued hammer on the stone table in front of me, and I get to work. I ask for a large amount of her blood, over twice as much as normally needed in a craft. She's confused as the weapon is already blood-bonded. But when I pull 3 high B-grade earth stones farmed from the worm monsters on the 38th floor of the labyrinth, her eyes widen at the power radiating off of them. I give her a mythic-grade potion of regeneration to restore her lost blood and imbue all of the stones along with about 100 KMP worth of mana crystals to use as a boost to the reaction. To top it off, I imbue my own extreme grade earth magic into the hammer and add over plus 200% stat buffs on all 5 of the stat bars, making the weapon many times stronger than it was minutes ago. When I let go, and the flashes of white light stop, the result left behind hums with power. The regional leader can't believe what she's holding in her hands as the energy from it courses through her veins. I do exactly the same thing with the 2 bow users, using high B-grade wind element stones to imbue into their bows and large amounts of their blood to make sure the bond is strong enough and they don't lose control. Over plus 150% buffs are added to all 5 stat bars. Plus I imbue my mythic-grade enemy detection to the bows to give them a special attribute that expands to reach their mana control aura and allows the caster to locate enemies' exact location as long as they're still holding the bow. I give the spear user a mythic-grade extreme strength imbuement that brings her weapon over plus 300% strength while every other stat is close to plus 150%. In addition to this, I imbue her chest plate with mythic-grade body hardening and raise its defense stat to plus 275%, while the other 4 rest around plus 150%. Both become blood-bonded and will grow in strength as she levels up. She's become an unstoppable tank. The last imbuement I do is for the woman with knives all over her body. I imbue half of the knives with mythic-grade stealth and the other half with mythic-grade dagger arts, raising them all to plus 175% on every stat but giving her a versatile range of weapons to choose from. Once I'm done, I step back, and the 5 women are blown away by the items I've managed to create before their eyes. It is all one-of-a-kind gear. Priceless, not even available at top regional auctions. I explain that this is a one-time deal, and if they want unique pieces like this again in the future, the 3 per buyer offer stands for them at the same price as everyone else. 333 gold per item, and 999 max per month to spend on monthly special order buys. They keep staring at their new gear and even do some test swings, but the conversation turns quickly to what they want crafted next time I come by. I think to myself while opening a telepathy link with Lith and Ember. Well, I think that was a success. Peace has been brokered in the Talton region. Then, I turn to their leader and speak aloud a final request. There is one last thing I'd like before we move on to our next stop on our trade route. She lifts her gaze to meet my helmet. What's that? I turn to my right side. I make it customary to enter at least 1 dungeon in every region I visit. Do you think I could take a step inside? There's one less than half a kilometer that way, isn't there? Lith looks into his item box to check the time and pull out the white gem that's our ride, confirming that we need to head off soon, and the green-eyed woman swings her hammer over her shoulder and nods. Sure, I don't see why not. I assume you're all planning on using that transport crystal to get to your next location, so we might as well see you off from there. I smile underneath my helmet as we trek all the way through the jungle and hop through a slow-spinning C-grade dungeon, completely unguarded in the middle of the jungle. We hop through, and I now have a dungeon walker point set in the Talton region. The 4 guards venture off into the dungeon to start testing out their new gear as I shake their leader's hand and we both say our thank yous and goodbyes. I look her in the eyes while crushing the last crystal that leads to the Vice region. See you next month. Pleasure doing business. There's a flash of light and the 3 of us land in a small mana-shielded room. The instant the transport magic clears and I let my perception skills seep out to find where I am, I recognize the layout of this underground fortress very clearly. We're all stood inside the humming mana shielding for a few minutes before the rhythmic footsteps of 3 men approach. 2 of them are over level 500, both with a water element awakened, while the man in between them is level 308 with a very recognizable unique skill on his status. Artificer, legendary grade. The doors at the back of the shielded room open, and a silver-haired man in a purple cloak with all kinds of metal gadgets and magic items strapped to his arms and legs steps out with a smile on his face. Welcome to the Vice Region, visitors from the Dark Continent. My name is Leo. I will be brokering the trade deal today and inspecting the delivered goods. He steps aside to show the opening in the door that leads to long, dim underground hallways. We are right beneath the main association's headquarters in the capital. Please, right this way, let me show you to the trade room. To my understanding, this is your last stop on your route, so I hope you don't mind if I take up a bit more time than your other clients. I'll make it worth your while. Chapter 525. I nod, and Leo leads us down the hall past over half a dozen identical doors until he turns into another mana-shielded room just like the one we left. Instead of being wide open like the last one, this room is split into two halves with the same high B-grade mana shielding dividing it in the center. There's a long bench and table on both sides of the wall and a clear section so both sides can see each other, with two silver metal cubes built into the wall on both sides of the glass-like material. They look like they have mechanisms to open and close on both sides of the wall. Leo and his two water-wielding guards go on one side, and Ember, Lith, and I go on the other. Leo is the first to speak up, pointing to the silver cubes. Press the control panel when you are ready to begin. There is a small silver tablet built into the table in front of us that we sit on, and I press it at the same time Leo does. I hear a click on his end and mine. The cube to my right opens up next to me, and the cube to my left opens up on his side of the table. At the same time, the door we walked through to get in here shuts abruptly and the center of the room seals itself to make the room split evenly in half. I watch him place an item box in his cube and press the tablet. Clicks closed, so I do the same, taking the item boxes full of gear and potions out from my storage and placing them into the cube open in front of me. Then, press the tablet to initiate the trade. Clicks shut, and immediately two more clicks echo through the room and the left cube opens. I pull it out and look inside to start counting out the money inside and confirm it's the exact amount. Leo begins sifting through the item boxes I sent him and takes about 10 full minutes to go through his papers and tally everything he has. Then, he nods and presses the tablet again to have the cube on his end close. I do the same, seeing that I've got everything I need from this deal. The moment I do, the silver box shuts and the door sealing the room opens up. The open hallway is visible to both of us. It's a very cool mechanism, and now I want to build one myself back in the Crimson City to conduct similar deals. If either party isn't happy with their trade, they can withhold both parties from leaving the sealed rooms until the proper deal is done. Leo looks through the clear section in the center of the shielding and speaks up again. These are good items. Who makes them? And where do you source the raw materials from? Is there truly no limit to how much we can order per month? He turns to Lith. Your middleman here told me you could handle 10 times this order if needed. Is that really true? He turns his head back to me curiously, and the room falls silent for a few seconds. Then, I respond in a static voice through the appraisal blocking armor. I have some dungeons I farm from in the Dark Continent, and a small team of skilled craftsmen that is capable of fulfilling orders no matter the size. He thinks to himself before responding. What about that armor? Who makes it? And can we purchase items of that quality in a future order? I nod slowly. Armor like this is not for sale, but I can provide some high B-grade gear at a premium. The only catch is I need to limit the quantity. Leo smiles and leans in. Of course, the high price of goods would be meaningless if there was no longer any scarcity or demand for it. What do you have to offer? I run him through the usual spiel that I have all of the other regions and sectors about my offer for special items, and his eyes widen more and more the longer I talk. I know his skill is similar to that of a craftsmanship one, so it's clear he realizes that this is either a unique version of the skill like his, or above just legendary grade. However, he doesn't say it straight to my face. He just looks at both of the guards behind him, then to me. I'll pay the full 999 gold right now, but I want 2 orders done here in front of me to see it work with my own eyes. I pause, looking at him for unusually long beneath my armor, because I never said I was the one with the craftsmanship skill. However, I'm confident in my concealment. Even if he used some unique appraisal gadget to make it through my black armor, I'm sure it's impossible to read my actual status in the state I'm currently in. Thanks to the divine item Ember applied to my status this morning, not even I know how to break through it if I wanted to. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. Even so, I reply, fine, what is it you'd like? We discuss what's possible for a few more minutes. Then land on the fact that the 2 guards standing behind him need upgrades to their gear because they're going to be attending the B-class exams in a few days. Having high-powered, water-imbued gear will surely give them an edge. The next round of trades using the cubes consists of the guards handing over a longsword and a chest plate along with large containers full of their blood for me to activate the bond. On my end, I give them both mythic-grade regeneration potions to restore their lost blood. Leo's eyes widen with surprise again once he touches one of the potions, and I tell him just one of those would be considered a special item too. I'm only giving it to them because I know they'll drink it on the spot. Leo's curiosity grows more and more as I pull out 2 extreme-grade water stones to begin the crafts. I increase the longsword's basic stats all up over plus 175% on all 5 slots. Imbue swordsmanship into the item to give the wielder better instincts and accuracy while holding it, and add 3 additional water stones to increase the intensity of elemental magic. The chest plate is imbued with body hardening and 3 water stones as well, bringing its defense stat up to plus 250% and the others all above plus 150%. The hardening attribute mixed with the water stones creates a natural dark blue layer of shielding that expands over the entire body of the hunter using it. It can be controlled in density just like mana shielding. Basically, it's created a stronger layer of full-body defense that seeps out of the dark blue chest plate. Once I trade the completed items back, the water wielders and the artificer are in shock at the one-of-a-kind priceless items they're holding in their hands. These are basically A-grade items. I've never even seen something like this in a public auction. What how? I count off the 999 gold. He's sent over with a smile on my face beneath my helmet and place it into my item storage before replying. The how isn't for you to worry about. I'm glad to do business with you for many months, or even years to come. There's another pause as they equip the gear and still stand in awe at its power. So, how about that final item? What would you like me to make for you? And is there another basic order of E to C-grade goods you would like to have crafted for next month? Leo turns back to me while pulling another pouch out from beneath the table and nods. Yes, I believe I would like to make another order. Well, 2 orders actually. He places the bag into the silver cube, and we repeat the trade process, but I don't give him anything in return this time. As I look through the pile of gold and platinum inside the item box he just handed me, he speaks up. That's a new order for the Vice region. You said you could handle 10 times the output, so I'm giving it to you. There's another small order of items from the Apex region that we'll accept for them. The regional leader up there isn't too friendly with outsiders. I hope this is acceptable. I nod and place the item box into my storage. Of course, I'll get it done. No problem. How about that final special item, any preferences? Or would you like to think on it? Leo smiles. I'm going to have to ask the director once he's back from the B-class exams candidate selection in the dungeons. I believe the trials and extended training sessions will be going on for another full day. I hope there's no rush. No rush at all, take your time. As you can see, it doesn't take me long to complete a high-quality craft. I turn to Lith. Just contact him through the usual channels. I can create anything the regional director desires, within reason. Leo responds. Very well. Then, both of us start to come to the conclusion that the meeting is over. Lith even pulls out a transport crystal that would bring us back to Sector 1, but I speak up out of curiosity on a point Leo just made. If you don't mind answering, what do you mean by the director picking candidates for the B-class exams? Is there more than just being above level 500 to attend that event? Leo looks at me curiously. Well, each region allows up to 12 top applicants to apply. It's the yearly test to see how strong each region has become. This is about showing the progress of the regional directors, not just for the hunters themselves. I nod slowly, and turn to eye the white gem in Lith's hand, but Leo keeps speaking. We lost a good amount of this year's candidates in a labyrinth collapse out in Sector 4, So the director is personally making sure we fill in those slots and training them up in one of the B-grade dungeons. Half the city knew this. We held an event for level 400 and above hunters to apply all month. I reply, that makes sense. I don't exactly spend time in the Vice region. I was just curious. I pause a moment longer, then ask another question. Why don't they just use the labyrinth to train up recruits? Wouldn't that be faster and more efficient than B-grade dungeons? Leo's eyes tighten. Sometimes curiosity is best left as just a question. I wouldn't go asking things you don't want to know the answers to. I let out a sigh and take the transport crystal from Lith and hold it up in front of me while Ember and Lith put their hands on my shoulder. I didn't mean to pry. I'm just a new businessman from the Dark Continent trying to get to know the mainland. Leo smirks. Right? Well, I'll just leave it at this. The Vice region doesn't exactly own the labyrinth. It just happens to be here. We only do what is within our authorization. I nod and crush the crystal in my hand. Understood. Nothing more for me to know. I look forward to crafting that item for the director. See you next month with the goods you've ordered. He gives me a nod back before the room fills with transport magic and we find ourselves back in the Galeheart Tower. I pull off my helmet and let the rest of the armor fall into my item storage to leave a wide smile across my face. Turning to both of them. Jackpot! From all the regions so far, that's 310 platinum in revenue today. 30 of it is from special orders. Lith interjects. Well, soon 40. I'll get you your 10 platinum today with a list of items I want. I nod, doing some math in my head. That means 280 platinum is this month's 25% worth of down payments. After splitting that up between payouts for the Guildhall and paying Breeze Craftsman team, the payout of pure profit from the remaining 75% will be 840 platinum, plus the 40 from special orders, 880. I'll probably make a few platinum overall from sales in the Guildhall too. But that'll be burned through when I give weekly aid packages at the rate new citizens are entering the town. Still, nearly a 1k platinum month. This is good. Lith hops on the elevator to go to his vault and grab money to pay me while Ember and I are standing in the middle of the lobby. Ember speaks up. That was a very interesting trip. You're making some fascinating allies and even playing nice with your enemies without them even knowing. Humans are very tricky creatures to figure out sometimes. I reply, I plan to build this trade route far larger than it is now and expand my city much further. But I need to know exactly who I'm dealing with without anyone getting too suspicious. Let's go to the dungeons back in the Crimson City. I need to learn how to control this concealment item as soon as possible. There isn't much time left until the B-class exams. Chapter 526. I crush a teleport crystal to bring Ember and myself back to the Crimson City. It's good to see the double that was working general surveillance is now farming the labyrinth for more fire containment stones and high B-grade items now that the soul energy barrier is up. The second double watches over the dungeons inside the barrier and keeps an eye on the population trading in the outer city, housing some non-citizens outside the barrier too. I delegate the third body double, the one in charge of the Guildhall, to use half of the platinum earned from the 25% down payment on new postings for quotas that need to be farmed this month. After these are posted and the word is spread throughout the hunters that farm in the dungeons, I delegate this double to see Bree with the other half of orders and the list of goods that need to be made this month. I plan on seeing her in my main body before the B-class exams. She is my ride to the Bedrock region, after all, but my time right now needs to be focused on a single task. Ember, we have less than 48 hours to get this done. Let's go train. Ember nods as we fly over to the Canyon of Dungeons, but once we go inside, he asks to go and train far out in the desert with no one else around. So, I dungeon walk us over to a high D-grade dungeon in the desert over 100 kilometers away from any settlements or the trade route. We jump out and get a few kilometers away from the glowing blue portal in the open sand and I get into a fighting stance. I speak up as I feel Ember's perceived mana control drop down to levels that are hardly noticeable. So, how do we start? How do I tap into this divine energy? What's the trick? Ember smirks and gets into a fighting stance as well. Oh, there's no trick, we just have to practice. Come at me, try to only use enough mana in your attacks to match the control that you feel coming off of mine. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean there's no tricks? He motions for me to step closer. You can't just master divine energy overnight. Most likely not even in a full year. I doubt you'd even be able to smell a scent of it even if we trained in the Titan's domain for 10 years straight at your current perception of the world around you. Ember steps forward and continues, egging me on to spar with him more. The divine limiter you have equipped is temporary, and the only way you're going to be able to manipulate it without the knowledge I have is through pure instinct. I ponder his words and step forward while nodding. Fine. I'll follow what you say exactly if you think it's possible. Ember grins. I know it is. I was the one that created this item after all. I know how it works. I can already sense the barrier bonding with you over the last few hours. You should be a natural once you get a feel for things. I run forward and try to use the minimum amount of magic physically possible, matching the mana control he's producing that barely reaches the heights of a level 100 hunter. The first punch Ember blocks sends ripples of mana through the desert, and I see his head shaking. Still need to tone that down by about 10 times to match me. I try again, using even less mana, and a smaller ripple comes out. Better, but let's go even lower. Over and over, I try to naturally suppress my mana control with lighter and lighter hits until I finally reach the mana control level he wants me at. To me, it feels as if I'm back inside Monk's monastery for the first time without any chi. The amount of mana I'm using is so minuscule, the speed my punches are moving at, and the power behind each blow feels like I'm playing and acting out a fighting scene in slow motion. Ember makes me hold this incredibly slow and grueling pace for over an hour before he speaks up again. All right, let's move it up to the average level 200 hunter next. The mana control that radiates from him increases drastically, and his speed and power do too, but there's hardly any change when I match him. It always feels exactly the same to me as the level 100 comparison was, but I catch on quick. Now 300. 400. First rank up. Let's do 500. I begin to feel the increments between the levels increase, and the first large change is when Ember replicates the mana control, speed, and power of a normal ranked-up hunter. Now it's starting to feel like we're actually moving a little and not just standing in place. 600. 700. 800. 900. 1,000. Finally, we even reach the second rank-up stage, and Ember replicates the average strength of a monster this strong. We're getting somewhere, but it still just feels like we're walking in place, hardly even jogging around the battlefield compared to the intense fights I've been in lately. This tale has been pilfered from Royal Road. If found on Amazon, kindly file a report. 1,500. 1,600. 2,000. 2,100. 2,500. 2,600. 3,000. It isn't until we reach the average mana control of a level 3,000 monster that I have to begin going all out. We conclude that this is about the limit of our natural power. Ember could go a bit higher, and I could use my greater form to push myself too, but we come to the reasonable conclusion that if I have to practice any concealment up to this level of power at any point, I might as well be blowing my cover and showing my full unconcealed mana control anyway. After the first 8 hours of training, we've established the levels I need to instinctually practice in 100 level increments between level 100 and 3000. However, most importantly, mastering the level 500-1000 range. But in order to master that, I need to have a feel for the entire spectrum. Over the next 8 hours until the sun rises, we spar in the open desert. Ember calls out a random level, and I have to adjust my output of firepower to combat this exact level of threat. My perceived mana control is still non-existent, but for now, this is practice to make sure the energy coming off me correlates with the average output of the hunter I'm trying to emulate. At first, even with the tutorial running through all the levels with Ember, it's still rather tough to get the exact power and speed right. When Ember switches from fighting at level 2000 mana control straight back to level 300, for example, sometimes it's hard to gauge my actual strength. Level 700 to 800 feels like it's 200 to 300 when I'm used to sending off attacks that blow 1 kilometer large craters into the ground seconds prior. Despite this, after thousands of attempts and trials, by the time the sun comes up, I'm capable of matching Ember's exact strength within a 100 to 200 level mana control range of speed and pure power within a quarter of a second. We stop for a break to watch the sunrise, and Ember compliments my progress. Pretty good start to this session. You've basically mastered your real output control, so if you have to fight any of your fellow B-class hunters in this exam, now you won't accidentally kill them with a handshake. I roll my eyes. Hey, it's not like I was that out of control before. Ember chuckles. Yeah, you had 2 settings before, off and on. Now you can fly under anyone's radar and fit in. He nods a few times. Also, I don't know if you can sense it or not, but your barrier has been adapting to the changes in power all this time during training. You're almost ready for the next phase. I say we take an hour-long break here, then get back to training. By tomorrow, you can definitely start changing your perceived mana control as well. Good. As the sun rises more, and I rest from the long night of sparring, I think about the trade deals that we attended yesterday. The high-level special crafts I produced for the regional directors are fresh in my mind. Many of the items I made for them have over 150 to 200% stat buffs on them. Almost half of the current gear I'm wearing isn't even that strong. So, while I have some time to think, I begin sifting through my item storage to pull out leftover loot drops and magic items to bring my old lagging gear up to par. The first item I look at is the gifted ring Bree crafted for me a while back. I add a few stat buffs, imbue my all-seeing eye skill to create a new perception buff, and blood bond it to create a link that will make the item stronger the longer I wear it. Platinum ring of visual manipulation, plus 151% mental strength, plus 111% speed, plus 100% agility, plus 99% strength, plus 74% defense, illusion attribute, platinum ring of visual manipulation, blood bonded, plus 222% mental strength, plus 170% speed, plus 161% agility, plus 159% strength, plus 144% defense, plus 75% perception, illusion attribute. Next, I imbue body hardening into an amulet, while blood bonding it and adding all its lacking stats as well, focusing on boosting its defensive traits. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, plus 141% defense, plus 125% strength, plus 125% mental strength, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, blood bonded, plus 231% defense, plus 204% strength, plus 199% mental strength, plus 170% agility, plus 158% speed, hardening attribute. After this, I focus on my boots with a speed buff and combine them with the enchanted boots I received from the 42nd floor of the labyrinth, adding 4 extreme-grade windstones to the craft inspired by Bree's boots that allowed her to fly without wind magic. On top of everything, I blood bond these boots to create another growth-type item. Enchanted boots of extreme speed, plus 152% speed, plus enchanted silver boots, plus 348% speed, plus 340% agility, enchanted boots of extreme speed, blood bonded, plus 402% speed, plus 377% agility, plus 242% strength, plus 220% mental strength, plus 181% defense, wind attribute. Next, I imbue 4 extreme-grade ice stones into a pendant. I blood bond this item and add all of the necessary additional stats to bring it up to its current full potential. Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, plus 110% agility, plus 75% magic resistance, plus 95% ice magic resistance, Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant, blood bonded, plus 228% agility, plus 227% speed, plus 224% strength, plus 203% mental strength, plus 195% magic resistance, plus 165% ice magic resistance, plus 160% defense, a ice attribute. I use a large amount of blood and mana crystals as the catalyst to upgrade the platinum ring I received from defeating the Blue Ogre King. It's a symbol of the first dungeon that gave me a major boost in mana control when I was first starting out in the Dark Continent. I blood bond it as well to make sure it continues to grow. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, plus 131% mental strength, plus 125% speed, plus 125% agility, plus 110% defense. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, blood bonded, plus 241% mental strength, plus 226% speed, plus 220% agility, plus 180% defense, plus 174% strength. Next, I combine the blood-bonded armor I have on with the chestplate that fell as an item drop next to the enchanted boots on the 42nd floor. To make this an even more special craft, I imbue 4 extreme-grade earthstones from the 38th floor, as well as a mythic-grade body hardening skill to create the same living armor effect that the Waterstone craft created back in Vice City for one of Leo's guards. Berserker King's armor set, blood bonded, plus 312% defense, plus enchanted silver chestplate, plus 391% defense, plus 322% strength. Berserker King's armor set, blood bonded, plus 469% defense, plus 398% strength, plus 301% mental strength, plus 258% agility, plus 255% speed, hardening attribute, earth attribute. Lastly, I finished my crafting session off with the silver lightweight gauntlets. I use an immense amount of blood and mana to complete this craft. I even sacrificed 2 of the near A-grade firestones from the 39th floor and 2 of the earthstones from the 38th to create a dual-element craft. Considering I wield both of these items already, it's possible to do without much risk. My Storm King's dagger set is a double-element craft with both lightning and wind imbued into one, so I know it can be done. It's just that normally, not many people would ever attempt it because of the volatile nature of element stones and the potential of them going out of control if the user is not strong enough to handle the item. Once the craft is complete, and the silver gauntlets rest on my hands, I can feel them humming with power. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets, plus 165% defense, plus 120% strength. Hardening attribute, enchanted lightweight gauntlets, blood bonded, plus 279% defense, plus 270% strength, plus 256% mental strength, plus 239% agility, plus 233% speed. Hardening attribute, earth attribute, fire attribute. I put everything back on, then use my conceal skill to modify it all to look like plus 50 to 150% stat boosting gear with only 1 to 2 stats buffed max on each item. My mana control isn't the only thing I want to hide. My gear should look like high C grade or average B grade gear at best. I stand up and turn to Ember once the sun fully reaches above the desert horizon and speak up. Alright, I'm ready. Let's finish up this last stage of training. We now have less than 24 hours left before we're off to the B-class exams. Ember grins and turns back to me. Good. Your barrier settled faster than I thought it would while you were working those crafts. At this rate, I think you'll be able to manipulate your perceived mana control with ease before the sun sets tonight. Let's continue. Chapter 527. We continue sparring following the same routine. Ember calls out a level of mana control I need to hit, and I instantly change my strength output to match it. During this whole process, I continuously have my all-seeing eye and natural perception released abnormally high. Even if my perceived output is at level 100 mana control, I'm still scanning my surroundings and taking in as much data as I can from these matches at levels near my maximum output. Over the next few hours as the sun rises overhead, I begin to see and feel a change in the invisible and unseeable barrier that resides around my body. Each time I drastically switch levels of control, there is a minuscule ripple in the barrier. Every time I feel this ripple, the barrier gets closer and closer to my skin, and I can feel it happen with far more intensity, like it's connected to my central nervous system. Almost like the instinctual senses I receive when I activate my swordsmanship skill. It's getting more and more intense the more I focus on it. I can't consciously create the ripples that are occurring, but I can focus on them more and adapt the way I switch between mana control levels to make the rippling effect more intense and noticeable. It feels almost like a bell is ringing in my ear when the ripples get intense enough, but there's no actual noise. Ember doesn't tell me specifically to do this, but once he realizes I am, the jumps between mana controls get faster and further apart in power to help me stimulate this change and get into a flow-like state. More hours pass, and we spar well into the afternoon. The sensation of bells ringing throughout my body, and the invisible barrier rippling over and over, gets so intense to the point where it crosses a threshold and feels like one long continuous ringing vibration. I don't even sense my own breathing. The only thing I can feel is the power level in my body rise and fall, until I see the barrier between my inner being and the world around me fade away in my mind's eye. My true mana control seeps out, and flows strong like a river as the continuous feeling of infinitely fast vibrations ring through my ears and mind. The full extent of my mana control pours out into the desert, and a wave of natural intimidation and pure crimson aura expands to become kilometers wide. The moment it does, my concentration completely breaks, and the bells stop ringing. Reality floods back into my conscious mind, and the vibration of this divine limiter ceases completely. My mana control is concealed and hidden from the outside world again, but for a moment, it was there. I fall backward into the sand covered in sweat and hear Ember slowly clapping his hands. That was it. You managed to break through. The feeling is now ingrained in your mind. You'll be able to do it again. Breathing heavily, I nod to myself and respond. You're right. About everything. This power isn't something I can directly control, but it is something that I can align myself with in moments of extreme focus. It's very possible. We both grin as I get back up to my feet and place my hands back into the fighting position. Let's do it again. While the sensation is fresh in my mind, we get back to sparring. I don't even want to talk about it, I just want to focus on the ripples and bells while I can still feel them. Another hour passes before the sensation builds up to the point where I release my entire mana control again, just like I did before. This time, we don't stop after my concentration breaks, and I jump right back into it. It takes less than 20 minutes for me to feel the rhythm of the barrier this time. Then 10 minutes, and after the 5th attempt, I'm able to concentrate and release my mana control in less than 3 minutes. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. We continue to spar. Eventually, as the sun starts to set, every few seconds, spurts of my full unconcealed mana control are pouring out into the open air. The desert turns dark again, and we don't stop sparring. After another few hours pass, I'm able to keep my full unconcealed mana control aura pouring out from the barrier around me without breaking my concentration for what feels like indefinitely. The ripples feel natural, and I can concentrate and align my output with them in fractions of a second. At first, the only thing I can do is release my full power, but as the night goes on, and we continue sparring while changing the speed and power of the output of attacks, the perceived mana control becomes easier and easier to control. Once I've synced myself with the barrier, it takes just a few more hours to master how to manipulate the actual energy that comes out and the amount that is perceived. I've passed the point of mystery and entered the stage of fine-tuning. I'm able to show the speed and power of a level 600 hunter and give off the mana control that matches it, while slipping in full-powered level 3000 plus mana control rated attacks whenever I please without my perceived mana control rising at all. The rate at which my perceived base switches between level 100 to 500 to 1000 to releasing everything I have has become almost instantaneous. The barrier around me has melded with my mind, and the process has become almost second nature. I have no idea how I'm doing it or what true powers are at work here, but at the end of the day, Ember created an item to do a purpose, and it is a success. After a full hour of flawless switching and sparring, Ember finally speaks up and calls it perfect. There's no more training to be done. Anything more is just a waste of energy. Your soul energy is not visible at all unless you activate it, and your mana control suppression is flawless. With just a few hours to spare until morning, our training is complete. I look over the desolate desert, and I slowly fly in the air toward Ember with a teleport crystal in hand. Good. Now we rest up before the B-class exams. I place a hand on his shoulder and crush the gem to bring us back to the bunker in the Crimson City. Then pull out our hunter's IDs that Bree made a few weeks back. These are who we're going as. I'm Ray Anderson, Lightning Mage, and you're Emery Carter, Fire Wielder. He takes the card and nods, and I continue. Want me to make you a fire sword with the Minotaur stones, or some kind of armor to play the part? Ember shakes his head. No, I'd rather not use a weapon. I'll just fight with my fists and pure fire magic. That's enough. I nod while taking out the lightning and wind-imbued dagger set from my item storage and holding the blades that crackle with static electricity in my hands. I'll get to try these out. I spin the blades around my fingers, then place them on my waist while sharing my conceal skill with Ember. We both shapeshift and edit our status to become level 600 hunters, but I think of a potential problem. What if, for some reason, you're out of range? My domain stretches about 5 kilometers. There's a chance my concealment skill could deactivate. We both think about this issue for a moment and throw ideas at each other while I try to imbue my conceal skill into random B-grade items. Most of them do a great job at creating illusions and allowing the user to change their form, but none of these items I'm creating can directly affect the user's status. I come to the conclusion that I need to upgrade this skill. I use 250 pp to bring my special grade conceal up to legendary grade and turn to Ember. It's worth it. I've never seen another human with this skill, so it's about time I just give in and upgrade it. 250 pp isn't much of a setback, considering my next absorption skill upgrade that I'm saving up for is going to take 10,000 pages. My eyes track over the new skills info, and I'm happy to see the new perks available. Now, anytime I see a person eye to eye and they come within the range of my mana control aura, this skill creates a perfect copy of them to replicate if need be. Secondly, their voice and even status information converts over to the concealment replication. The actual skills and buffs themselves aren't converted to me if I don't own them, but if I watch the monster or person use this buff or skill, I can now recreate an illusion of it if I wish. I'm able to pick and choose any voice, face, body, feature, or combination of any that I save to create any form I wish with far more accuracy than before. Figments of my imagination can become reality with far fewer limitations. The strength of the concealment is dependent on the user's mana control base, so I'm confident no one can see through it, especially with an extra layer of protection now with a divine limiter on top of it. I now imbue this legendary skill into one of the leftover cloaks and wraith cores from the war that Fisher and Lydia defeated, then blood bond the item with a large amount of Ember's blood and over 250,000 MP as a catalyst to the craft. It creates a magic cloak with over 200% stat buffs on every stat and a conceal attribute that allows the user to change their form, voice, and status at will just like the skill itself. Ember accepts it and puts it on as a backup measure. We both adjust our perceived mana control to the average level 600 hunter, and switch our appearances to perfect replicas of the men in the pictures on our ID cards. Over the next few hours, we relax and wait for the sun to rise. I make sure to check on all of my body doubles one last time to make sure they're set up to take care of the city while I'm gone. They're in charge of going to Vice City to pick up new materials to continue expansion, taking care of aid packages for new and current citizens, making sure local business runs smoothly, restocking the grocery stores, handing in raw materials to continue the production of orders, and watching over the elemental elites' continued training in the labyrinth. Best of all, they continue farming in the Vice City labyrinth for stones to collapse dungeons and grow my own labyrinth while collecting more luminite. I want to come back to an automated and growing system no matter how long I'm gone. Once the sun starts to rise, I crush a transport crystal that brings me to Bree's workshop and climb the stairs to meet her in her office. Today we'll be heading off to the B-class exams. Chapter 528. We're immediately greeted on the first floor by Bree, both surprised and impressed. She takes us up to her workshop, and once I put up a hush barrier, she finally speaks. I didn't recognize your mana control signatures at all. You're the only other person with these transport crystals, so I knew it was you. But still. She stares us up and down. These disguises are far more convincing than I even thought was possible. We step forward and she takes out a silver box from beneath her desk. We both sit down in the seating while she opens the casing, and we have a short exchange of words about this month's orders that my double brought over 2 days ago. Bree is planning on expanding her workshop, making another building here in the black market of Vice City, and my double is going to show her around the Crimson City in Sector 2, giving her an office space there for future expansion as well. We even briefly discuss the events that occurred in the Talton region, and she's happy to do the business meetings there moving forward. In our next meeting, I plan to have Bree introduce me so I can make a more genuine connection with their leader in my Flame Emperor identity. While I didn't spend much time in that jungle, their strength impressed me, and the dismissal of the association, even though their leader is a regional director, also catches my interest. Bree makes a final comment on it as she pulls out 2 transport crystals from the silver containment case. I've never been to the Talton region, so I look forward to checking it out for myself. I've always heard stories of it being an isolated region that doesn't easily accept outsiders, especially association-affiliated hunters. She shrugs and hands each of us a crystal. The Bedrock region is a lot different. As you probably saw when you visited before, they're hard workers. Mostly a mining district, a lot of raw materials like metals and special ores come out of that region. The influx of workers over the years has brought more dungeons too. They may be smaller than the Vice region in population and hunter strength now, but they're on the rise. I heard a very high-level regional director was appointed there a few years back, and he spends a lot of time with the citizens. Straight-laced, follows association orders, but has good intent for his people. I nod as we accept the gems. Yeah, we met him. Over level 900. He's the strongest director I've seen. Well dash. I think back to the green-eyed Talton region's director's mana control, and it was definitely higher than his. Highest level I've seen at least. Bree smiles, then looks at a clock on the wall. Anyway, it's about time you head off. Your entry to the B-class exams awaits. Careful out there. I'll stay in touch with your doubles while you're gone and keep orders moving as usual. I look to Ember, and then back to Bree as we share a few more words of goodbye, then crush the white gems. Once the light fades, we're both stood back in the same dark stone dome that we teleported into last time for the trade deal. The only difference is the rectangular door at the back that leads outside to the mining view and cities all over the mountains is wide open. It's a foggy morning, but I can still sense the environment that I saw last time I was here. When I look around, the director isn't present, but 2 guards at about level 700 are. They look down at clipboards, then up at us, and one speaks up. Ray and Emery, survivors of the catastrophe. I was there on duty the day it happened. No joke, huh? I nod and make eye contact for a moment. He continues. No need to talk about it if it's a sore spot. The name's Jamie. Nice to meet you. I recognize this tall bearded man as one of the guards that was by the director's side when I initially met him for trade deals the other day. He continues to speak. In your file here, it's like your ghosts. Not a single association check-in or sighting of you in any official dungeons. The director was quite surprised when an A-ranker submitted the form that he found you 2 training in black market dungeons in the Vice region, though he was happy to have a few more people to stack our applicant roster. He leans in. I am curious, though. How'd you end up out there? I tighten my gaze, but reply quickly not to add any extra suspicion. We were injured badly after the... well, you know. I pause as he nods, then continue. We were already outcasts here without friends or family to rely on. We just thought it would be best to lie low and farm in the regions where more stable dungeons were. The stronger dungeons here in Bedrock were way too volatile to train without worry of another catastrophe. I pause for a moment, letting the guard that apparently lived through that event reminisce about it for a moment. Then Ember pitches into my fabricated backstory. We managed to find some training grounds in the Vice region, but once we were strong enough and wanted to get access to B-grade dungeons, the only way to do that would be through the association. No black market areas have dungeons of that strength. It was either reapply to the Vice region where we were hiding out, or come back to our roots. I smile inwardly and finish his thought. That's right. The Bedrock gave us our start, so we might as well give our thanks and apply through the region that grew us into the hunters we are today. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. The guard crosses his arms and grins. That's what I like to hear. Come on, follow me. I recognize you from the pictures on file, but we're going to have an appraiser verify everything and officially check you two in. Come on. I'll bring you to see the other applicants. I'm sure the director has a speech he wants to tell to prepare everyone. We follow the tall bearded guard with two large silver axes strapped to his back outside the dome, and I take in the view of the endless mountain ranges filled with mining towns and caverns. At the top of this mountain we're on, there's nothing but this dome structure. We're led down a rocky path for a while, over a km of elevation downward, wrapping around the mountain until we come upon a flat base in a valley in between this mountain and the next. The fog begins to clear the further down we travel. There's a city with a few thousand people in it. I can sense quite a few of these in between most of the mountains where the land is flat, stretching on further than I can sense. It doesn't seem like any one part of this region is the center capital, but it is all very well distributed. Every building looks very modern and well maintained. There are single homes, apartments, shops, and everything a city needs. It isn't what I'd have predicted in a mountainous region like this, but with a teleport platform so close by, it makes sense. We're led into a white building with 4 marble pillars at its entrance, and once inside the floor is made of the same stone. The ceiling is high and there's a slight echo to our footsteps. I recognize a few more guards that greet us at the entrance, and the rest of the room is emptied out except for 8 people near the back. Green Hunters Association logos are on the walls and floor, and we're greeted by the familiar voice of Director Malak. Welcome, welcome. Our final 2 surprise applicants have arrived. That brings us to 8 hunters applying to become B-class this year. Let's get you 2 signed in. He smiles wide, giving off much more friendly body language than he did when he was meeting me for business trade deals in my other identity. It makes sense, as he's definitely less intimidated and dealing with fewer unknown factors. A brown-haired woman with glasses is by his side. She steps forward through a crowd of level 501 to 570 hunters. I see she has a special grade appraisal skill on her status and carries a clipboard. She's the one who will be double-checking our status. From the readings I'm getting from all of the other applicants here, they aren't anything special. There are 2 earth magic users, 2 fire, 1 water, and 1 wind. None of them are at the threshold for extreme element skills, and their armor and gear is standard high C-grade gear. They're strong, definitely ranked up hunters, but I can't find anything impressive about them. I didn't want to stand out too much right off the bat, but in order to follow through with the plan to actually do well in these exams, we're going to need to be a little stronger than the basic applicants here. The brown-haired woman walks up to Ember first and asks for his ID. As he hands it to her, a wave of appraisal seeps into Ember, and he allows it to read his manipulated status, displaying a level 612 hunter with extreme fire magic and a ranked-up buff called Infinite Inferno. I know that's not what his actual buff is called, but I'm assuming it'll be an excuse for him to use an excessive amount of fire at times if he needs to and blame it on the buff. The woman's eyes light up at the status as she writes down what she sees and gives Ember back his ID, then walks to me and does the same thing. I decide to one-up him just slightly and put level 615 on my status, showing my extreme lightning summoning skill and a fake ranked-up buff called Shockwave. The lady's eyes widen even more as she scribbles down what she sees and verifies that the names, skills, and appearances all match what is in their records. Then, she hurries back to the director to show him the clipboard. His eyes widen as well while Ember and I just stand in confident stances behind the 6 other applicants. He reads the file for abnormally long, then looks up straight at us, then speaks to the 8 of us again. Well, you've all been verified as the applicants submitted to the exams this year. We still have 4 empty slots available, but this will be one of our biggest showings in a while regardless. He smiles and can't help glancing over to Ember and me. As you all know, the total applicants per region per year is limited to 12. We're not a strength-focused region, but over the years we have grown some strong warriors despite that. Just know, even if you fail, there is always next year. He points behind us and we turn our head to see the tall bearded guard that brought us in. Jamie took 3 tries to pass. I've known some applicants that took even longer. He nods as we all turn our heads back to him. Just know, if you manage to pass the exams, it's not only a great personal achievement for you, but a great boost in reputation for our region. Any members that pass will be greatly rewarded. You can have a position as my personal guard with salary, a pension from the association, even any B-grade gear of your liking. The region gets an increase in spending from the central association government, so it will help the whole region and you will reap those rewards directly as a thanks. Only a handful of applicants make it through, and most of the slots are taken by the Apex region private trained recruits each year, but maybe we have a shot at taking 1 or 2 slots, you never know. His eyes rest back on Ember and me before he continues his speech, and the assistant that was doing the appraisal before hands out new transport crystals with Apex, and our names labeled on each of them. These transport crystals will bring you all directly to the exam site. There will most likely be an introduction there as well, but the rules, layout, and exact location of the exams change every year. I would give you pointers if I could, but there is no advice to give. All I know is that I'll be attending the exams in a few days to be part of one of the assessments, so will all of the regional directors. The only hints I have is that it will be a multi-stage exam. Your hard work this year will be shown off, and I wish each of you luck in your individual testing process. The assistant makes us all line up in a single file line as the director goes on about some of the other guards, and how his own B-class exam played out over a decade ago. But I don't listen to much of it. Like he repeatedly says, they change the event every year, so I'll just have to go in prepared, on guard, and with an open mind. Although my competitive nature urges me to show off and try to win whatever challenges are thrown in front of me, my real goal with this entire event will be to gather information on the association's higher ranks. I want to know who this leader of the Apex region really is, why he won't show his face, and what correlation to the sun god he has. One by one, the line moves forward. The director has a quick one-on-one conversation with each of the applicants, then sends them off with a flash of light from their transport crystal. The line reaches Ember, and I hear his tone completely change. He motions for me to step forward next to him too, and I do as he says. You two, you're not ordinary hunters. I can feel your mana control. It rivals that of some of my guards that have passed the B-class exams years ago. Your file says you disappeared in the catastrophe, and now you're back out of nowhere with strength like this. Ember shrugs and I nod. As I'm about to speak up, the tall guard that escorted us here speaks from the back of the room. They're good, boss, the story checks out, they're real loyal Bedrock citizens. Just a tough past. Trust me, I was there when the catastrophe happened too. They're survivors, it makes sense that they'd be driven to be strong. Director Malak nods. Oh, I know. I meant it as a good thing. I haven't seen hunters like you apply in the Bedrock region. Maybe ever. Usually stronger hunters like yourself move out to the Vice region or even the Viridian region, if not directly to the Apex headquarters. This is the mana control of Apex soldiers if I've ever felt it. Maybe we have a chance at winning some actual impactful region points this year. He smirks. I know you're doing this for yourselves, but if either of you pass, just know I have an extra reward waiting for you. Even better if you make it to the final selection. Do that, and you can have anything you want, even his job. He points to Jamie, and they both start laughing, and make rude but joking remarks toward each other, acting like they're old friends. He looks back down at us and puts out a hand to shake. I do out of respect. Then Ember does next. Pleasure to meet both of you. I may not have had the chance to train you myself, but Ray, Emery, best of luck out there. Make your home region proud. We both shake his hand one more time, then crush our transport crystals supplied by the Apex region. A flash of bright white magic covers our vision. Chapter 529. As the transport magic fades, the white color in my vision stays. The floor I'm standing on is made of large squares of glossy white humming mana shielding, and it's far denser than any of the A-grade shielding I've ever felt before in my life. I turn my head left and right but see no one at all. The only thing I see is an empty long stretching plane of mana shielding in every direction. The sky above me is blue, but as far as I can see on the horizon, the floor below me is flat and white. I do a scan of my surroundings and find that there are a few other people that have recently transported in and are just as confused as I am. There are at least 20 people wandering around these empty white flats, but almost instantly, far off to my right side, I sense the presence of over 50 people in a concentrated area. Ember's geopoint immediately pings his location in my Rising Emperor's domain, and I can tell he's tens of kilometers away, much closer to the large grouping of people than I am. Over 75% of them are over level 500. Some are level 100 to 200, and there are a few people that are even between level 900 and 975 with golden collars made from the sun god's soul energy. Just like the one that was around Rodrigo's neck when I sparred with him. These stronger figures that show up in my enemy detection perception stand very far apart, most likely guarding something, but it's hard to tell exactly what from this distance. All I know is they are between the wandering applicants that have transported in and the 50 or so people inside some massive structure far off in the distance. It's extremely far away, so I can't fully make out what's inside, but I'm certain this is where I need to go. It's an eerie environment, seeing no one around me, and the only sound in my ears is the low humming of mana shielding that comes off the floor. I whisper to myself and turn to walk slowly in that direction. Looks like the exams have already begun. About half an hour passes, and nothing in the visual landscape changes, but I still sense the structure far off in the distance. I decide to turn my walk into a jog, then into a fast run. Finally, after another half an hour of travel on this flat white surface, an enormous gray structure begins to reveal itself on the horizon visible to the naked eye. It looks like a wall, but there are large spikes and towers that are very blurry on it as well. I even pass close by a few other applicants, some of which I don't recognize, telling me they're definitely from other regions. However, I decide to veer off to stay my distance and not interact with anyone until I make it to the destination. It seems like some people got lucky and spawned in closer to the massive gray wall, while others I'm sure are aimlessly wandering the white open flats too far away to see or sense a route to safety. A few are flying through the sky to get higher vantage points, and this works for them, as they begin flying in the correct direction once they get high enough. I just continue forward at a fast pace, speeding up even more, maxing out what should be possible for the level 600 mana control I'm putting out, not worrying about anyone but myself until I make it to the wall. It takes another half an hour, but I finally see the huge gray stone structure up close. It stretches about 100 meters into the air, and there are enormous closed-off arching doorways every few hundred meters along the wall. Each doorway is guarded by a peak B-grade hunter, their level nearing 1,000, and my guess is that these are the Apex soldiers that Director Malak mentioned while we were talking this morning. Their mana control is impressive, and every one of them has an extreme grade element, along with 2 to 3 additional skills that are special grade and in some rare cases legendary grade. They're all very common skills like extreme stat buffs, body hardening, and swordsmanship, just like the status modifications I've seen on other directors. This confirms the association has definitely found a way to transfer these basic skills to their high-level officers, and the process is replicable. The guard that I approach has a wind magic skill, along with extreme speed and swordsmanship. His eyes are sharp, has a dark beard cut short, and silver armor shimmering and contrasting with the wall and floor. He steps forward and lets out a strong aura as I get into visual range and yells out while creating large wisps of wind magic to ripple through the floor and push my feet back. Applicant, state your name, region you come from, and why you desire to become a B-class hunter. His loud voice rings out with the aura and wind magic for a few seconds, and it doesn't show any signs of stopping. I yell back in return. Ray Anderson. I come from the Bedrock region. I've come to these exams to gain access to stronger dungeons. Climbing the ranks of the association, And becoming a loyal soldier like yourself is the only opportunity that will grant me this access to the power I desire. The wind magic and mana control aura bash against me for a few more seconds. I'm roughly 30 meters away from him. If I was an average hunter, like the applicants that were beside Ember and myself in the Bedrock region, this amount of wind magic might knock me down. The impressive aura coming off of the soldier at the gate might even make me lightheaded or give me blurry vision while trying to withstand it. This is definitely some kind of pre-trial testing going on. The excessive wind magic ceases, but the aura coming off his body stays. He speaks up again. Very good. Please, come this way and present your hunter's ID. I will grant you access to the facilities. Unauthorized usage. This narrative is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. He pulls out a black box from a pouch on his waist, and there's a small slit in its top. He looks down at it, holding it steady in both of his hands, then looks back up to me. The soldier doesn't say another word, but stares forward. This gives me the notion he wants me to place my ID in that box. I take a step forward, and the aura around him becomes thicker and thicker the closer I get. Once I'm within 10 meters, I can feel the pressure would be enough to make an average hunter pass out. If I want to make this interaction look real, I have to think of something to make it believable. So, I activate my lightning magic and make an orb-like barrier around me that disperses large amounts of the incoming mana. Static charges hum and crackle off as they collide with waves of his aura, and it cancels out over 90% of the charge. I run forward, pulling my hunter's ID from my side pocket and throw it forward with exceptionally fine precision. At less than 5 meters away, there's a clicking sound that triggers the man's offensive aura to disappear. The hunter's ID slides right into the slot on the front of the box, and it flashes white. My electricity-filled aura expands quickly when the attacks cease all of a sudden, but I deactivate my skill as well when the box opens up to present a black wristband inside. The soldier smiles and presents the box. Very good technique and impressive mana control resistance. Lightning types are pretty rare. I look forward to seeing how far you make it. Please put this device on your left wrist. It will track your progress throughout the exam. I take a few steps forward, take the wristband from the case, and click it onto my wrist, and a few small letterings pop up on it. It reads out all of the details that were on that hunter's ID in white glowing text on the bottom half of the circular display screen. Then at the top, there is a larger 00 that appears to be unlit or deactivated. I assume it will show numbers at some point, ranging from 0 to 99, but can't figure out why. I look up from the watch and back to the man, thinking that I'll receive the ID back, but he just closes the box and turns to the stone archway, pressing a silver device. The center of the door splits open and begins to show what's inside as the man speaks again. You will receive your updated ID once the exam is over. Please make yourself comfortable. Today you will assimilate with your fellow applicants and rest up before the exams begin tomorrow morning. He motions for me to enter through the stone archway, and I see a long gray cobblestone path. Follow the path and you'll make it to the greeting hall. I step forward onto the pathway and the doors begin to close behind me as I do. He gives me a professional smile, then presses the sides of the black box and turns back to the never-ending horizon to wait for more applicants to arrive. The double door shuts with a thud as the heavy stone comes back together and the chirping of birds and smell of honey fills my senses. The scenery of green trees, flowers, trickling streams, and even docile animals like squirrels and deer roam around on either side of the path. I walk forward, taking in the view, passing fruit trees, and watching birds fly through the open air. There is no ceiling to this odd place. I still see the same blue sky above that I did when I first spawned in. The further I walk away from the stone wall behind me, the more it feels like I'm really walking through the wilderness. The gray stone path winds through the woods past ponds, flower fields, and mythical-looking swamplands with glowing blue mushrooms. I don't sense much mana at all coming off of anything here. The only thing I sense is the excess energy floating through the air from the mana shielding outside these walls. Flowing water, the sweet smell of fresh roses, and the beautiful wildlife continue to amaze me, but my gaze stays focused on the path beneath my feet. Almost a full 20 minutes pass before the sounds of other humans hit my ears. Cheers, laughter, music, and conversation flood through the wilderness until I come across its source at the end of the gray path that leads to a large stone castle in the middle of the wildlife. Another stone archway comes into view, but this time the doors aren't closed. Vines have grown up the castle walls, and birds have even made nests in some of the crevices in the hand-laid stone. They chirp and fly in and out of the archways to enter and leave the castle as they please. There are 6 large archways covering the front side of this castle, opening it up to the outside world, and there are 5 other gray paths aside from my own that wind through the wilderness in directions far from where I came. Everyone that was transported into that white abyss-like landscape and made their way to the stone wall all have come to the same exact place. I see over 50 other people inside, but I can tell they're not all applicants. There are long tables of food, fancy silverware and glasses, casino-style games being played, bars, stores with neon signs and various pleasure products and luxury items, fresh oxygen-rich air being pumped through the room, and many waiters handing out drinks and food on golden platters. Once I walk through the gate, one of these men in a tuxedo welcomes me. "Ray Anderson, I'm glad you've made it all this way. Please make yourself comfortable. We want to make sure you're well rested for the exams tomorrow." He looks toward the back of the room, where over a dozen small closed doors rest through all of the activities taking place. They have all kinds of signs above them, and only 2 of them on the far sides are labeled exit. Once you have had your fun, you may leave, but you may stay as long as you like. All goods and services are on the house. The wristband you wear will tell you when you need to arrive at your next exam. He hands me a drink and walks away before I can ask any questions. Everything here feels very odd. Even his wording feels very off. Next exam? Was that a slip of the tongue meaning I'm being tested right now? Or just more nonsense to throw me off? The bright lights, endless entertainment, and especially the calming nature outside. This isn't at all what I expected to see when coming here. Despite this, I walk forward into the crowded luxury lounge to see who has arrived and what I'm dealing with here. Over half of the people in here are employees, working gambling tables, serving food, and escorting guests to private rooms in the back. Many of the workers are over level 700, while others like the waiter I just met aren't even level 200. I can tell who is a worker and who is an applicant by the wristbands people wear. Everyone's looks the same, with their region, full name, and a blacked-out 00 on the face. I walk further in with a tightened gaze and begin to recognize a few people. There are 3 other applicants from the Bedrock region that I see, and they look as confused as I do, as they've just recently entered this place on the other side of the room. 2 other people I see are the water-wielding guards from the Vice region that accepted the trade deals with Leo a few days ago. They're both drinking and eating food at a bar. About 2 dozen other applicants with strong elemental skills catch my eye, and I see all kinds of locations like Viridian, Silka, and even Raya region markings on a few applicants' wristbands. Then a tall woman with strong arms and legs and a spear I recognize as my own craftsmanship catches my eye. It's a warrior from the Talton region. She sits on a white couch alone, eating a plate of delicious-looking meat. I'm confused as to why she's here, but don't want to ask because that would cause unnecessary problems. I let out a long sigh and continue to walk through the entertainment around me, scanning people as they come in from the outside wilderness. I swirl the drink that was presented to me when I entered around in its glass, but don't dare to actually sip from it even though I don't sense anything out of the ordinary inside. When I see an empty table on my way through the cliques of hunters, I leave it on the edge and continue walking through the room toward the most familiar status reading in my mind's eye. Finally, I make it to one of the less crowded bars with a blue-haired woman wielding water magic behind it talking to a single orange-haired fire user. The bar itself is in an awkward corner of the room, and it's not as easily accessible as the others that are all aligned on the center path. As I approach, he turns his head and makes eye contact with me, waves for me to come and have a seat, then faces the woman again as she points to options on their menu and they continue their conversation. I walk up and sit down next to him, putting an arm around his shoulder. Then, Amber speaks the moment I take a seat. "Took you long enough to get here. I was waiting to make my order until you arrived, but now I'm not sure I'm even hungry." He grins, looks up at the bartender, and shrugs. I think our conversation was satisfying enough. Looks like those teleport crystals picked favorites, don't they? I spawned right outside the front gate. It seems some people weren't as lucky. She nods, then looks at me and shows a professional smile while sliding me the same menu that's in front of Ember. Your friend is right. Luck is a much more important skill than most hunters believe it to be. The fact that you even found this castle in the first place, and so early on, is quite a good start. Now please, take a look at the menu. I'm sure you'll be here for a while, and want to rest up, so you might as well find something that interests you. Chapter 530. I look at the menu and all kinds of options are available for purchase. There are about a dozen food and drink items on the top half of the menu written in green ink. The middle half of the menu is written in yellow, and there are less than half as many items as the green. Below this, there's only one item written in red text. It's a meal and drink combo. Beside every option, 0 tokens is printed. I look up at the woman and do a quick scan of her status to find that she's over level 700, has extreme water magic summoning, and mana control strong enough to face off against a regional director if she wanted. However, she's just calmly standing behind the counter polishing an unused glass while we read the menu. I ask her a question. What are these color-coded options? And what are tokens? I scratch my head and look back down at the paper, but she doesn't respond right away. I turn to Ember and he shrugs. I asked the same thing a few times, but got no direct answers out of her. However, I did pick up on a few clues and think I have a feel for what's going on. I tighten my gaze at him as he continues. Everything about this first stage of the exams is about luck dash. As he says these words, lights flash in the background and a dinging noise sounds out from one of the casino tables with a spinning roulette machine. A tall man with blonde hair stands up with a relieved look on his face and yells out in excitement as the thin worker behind the machine hands him a small black coin. A man on the other side of the table looks depressed and pale-faced. I can't quite tell what exactly is going on. It's on the far side of the room and I didn't see what the stakes were before their game. But that coin in the winner's hand may have answered one of my questions already. Ember grins and continues after they calm down. Those are tokens. I've seen a few people win them throughout the last hour or so, and a few have even left through those doors. He points to the back of the room where the exit signs glow with red neon light. Then I reply, looking down at the color-coded menu. So even this is some kind of game. The woman behind the counter shows a small grin as she continues to polish the crystal-clear glass reflecting her blue hair in the bright lights of the room. I point to the menu. So what? The green options are safer? And the red options are risky? Does it work something like that? I look her in the eyes, and she shrugs. I'm not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. I tighten my gaze, understanding that this means it will be possible to get some information out of her. If proper payment means tokens, then I'll have to play in these games to win some, but maybe there's a way to get the answers without risking anything. I saw the look on that man's face at the table when he lost, but if everything is free, then I'm not sure why he'd be so down. I ask another question. Do we have to participate in these games? Do we even need tokens? Or can we exit right now? I'm not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. She responds with the same tone, but I can tell she's enjoying herself by the small changes in her facial expression while she watches me think. I let out a sigh, thinking over my options. Well, if I'm going to play, I might as well limit the times I'm going to test my luck. I doubt it's as easy as just picking a green meal and winning a token. High risk, high reward. I'll take the meal and drink from your red menu option. Her grin grows as I push the menu forward, and Ember adds in. I'll have what he's having too. If it doesn't look appetizing once it's presented, I just won't indulge. I nod slowly. Same. The blue-haired bartender places the overly polished glass back with the other clean glasses and gets to work on preparing a meal before our eyes. With magic stoves, pre-cut meat and vegetables, and top-shelf drinks lined up ready to pour behind her, it only takes a few minutes before our meals and drinks are served on crimson-tinted plates and glasses. The drink bubbles and the food steams. I can sense a large amount of mana radiating off of both of the meals, similar to the dishes I ate back in Valor City. They will instantly re-energize the person that eats them and fill their mana stores to full, even giving minor strength buffs that linger after. She places them down and takes a step back. Please enjoy your meal. The woman goes back to polishing the same glass that she put away before, and we stare down at the dishes. I do a full scan of the food and drinks multiple times and find no odd curses or magical debuffs present. It's just like the glass that the server at the door handed me. Nothing is off about it at all, and it feels like I'm just being overly paranoid for no reason. Ember also looks down at his dish very hesitantly too. Taken from Royal Road, this narrative should be reported if found on Amazon. I come to the conclusion that there is really nothing wrong with these dishes in a magical sense, but that doesn't mean it's safe to eat. I dip a finger that's covered in the silver armor of my gauntlets into the sauce that's cooked into both the meat and vegetables on my plate and smear a small amount on my inner right wrist against my bare skin. I look at Ember's dish and don't even ask him first before I do the same on my left. The bartender presents a sanitary towel for me to clean the sauce off my hands, but I leave the 2 blotches on my skin for a few minutes and wait. In the meantime, I do the same thing with our drinks, dabbing a fresh towel into each of the glasses and putting it onto my wrist below the sauces. Nothing happens for a few minutes, and we wait in silence. The food stops steaming, and the bubbles in the drink all pop and fizz away. However, it isn't too long before I begin to feel mana from a passive skill being used up while a very strong burning sensation starts to make itself known in my left wrist. I whisper under my breath while staring down at the plate where the sauce came from. Poison. This dish is poisoned. None of the drink splotches react, and the sauce from my own dish doesn't burn at all. I wipe the sauce off both of my wrists, and only one is covered in a very faint rash that is automatically healing from the passive poison resistance perk of my self-regeneration skill. Before it fully heals, I cover it up with my cloak and put my arm below the table, then switch my plate with Embers. I speak up while picking up some of the veggies with a clean fork and crunching down on them knowing that they're packed with poison. Ember smirks, but the bartender's eyes widen with surprise. I can tell she wants to say something, but just gulps and steps back while continuing to polish that glass. Both of us dig in, and I feel the burning feeling in my mouth and throat rise and fall over and over after every bite. My self-regeneration skill cleanses the entire meal of any harmful substances and even detoxifies the alcohol in my drink before it can reach my bloodstream. It actually tastes like a unique flavor of hot sauce, slightly sour, and a strong aftertaste. Whatever poison was in this dish was definitely a strong one, but it'd take far more than this measly dose to actually do any real damage. We both push our plates and glasses forward when we finish, and the woman behind the counter is almost breaking a sweat at the sight before her eyes. Despite that, she reaches beneath the counter and pulls out 2 black coins and slides them toward us. Congratulations! You've both earned a token for completing the Red Menu Challenge. Now that you have a balance, you may order from our secret menu if you please. She slides a new menu toward us while taking our dishes away. 1 token, ask me any question. 2 tokens, choose a magic item you desire. 3 tokens, exit card basic room. 5 tokens, exit card designer suite. 10 tokens, exit card all-inclusive lounge. I look up to the exit, then back to her and ask a question immediately. What does all this mean? An exit card? Does that mean we fail or pass? Is exiting a good thing? Or dash? I'm not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. I let out a sigh when I hear her speak these words again, but think carefully about what comes out of my mouth next, because it seems like I actually do have the proper payment to get what I need now. Although I am interested in this game and how it's really played, looking at this entire room on its macro scale is more worth my time. I pause for a moment, then slide the black token I just won forward. My question is, how do we pass this first portion of the exam safely and efficiently? She smiles and takes the token from me, finally responding with a straight answer. Every vendor in this space has the same secret menu. To move on from this stage of the exam, you must collect at least 3 tokens and buy an exit card. You must move to the next room by morning and rest up with the remaining applicants before the real exam begins. Her gaze moves over to the exit doors, then back to me. As I said before, luck and skill are very similar. One by itself will not make you a strong hunter. You're not only going to be tested by your physical capabilities during these trials. I nod to myself, then speak up again. Well, in that case, if it's that easy, I'll have another course. One option from the red menu, please. Ember is deep in thought too, but adds in, make that 2. The woman smiles and places her polished glass down to begin making 2 identical meals just like before. They come out steaming hot and drinks bubbling. I do the same test I did before, but for some reason, this time neither of the dishes are poisoned. I'm unsure if that was a one-time thing, or we just got lucky this time around. Not questioning it much, we just dig in, and right after, 2 more black tokens are presented to us. Another round. We both reply. Without missing a beat, she cooks up a 3rd round of dishes, and when I do the poison test, they both come back positive. The bartender catches onto this phenomenon but doesn't say anything. I share my mythic grade self-regeneration skill with Ember and give him the heads up through telepathy once I do. We both eat our 3rd meal, and the bartender can't believe her eyes once she gives us our 3rd coin each. I used 1 up from before, so I just need 1 more before we can both afford the lowest exit card option on the secret menu. So I speak up the moment she starts to bring our dishes away. Let's do one last round. Just for me this time. She turns back with a smile on her face. Oh, I'm sorry, we're all out of that menu option. This isn't the reaction I expected. She turns back to me and begins polishing her glass again. I reply, what do you mean? You're already out of food? Is there a limit per item or something? Or dash? I'm not permitted to answer any questions about the exams without proper payment. That same exact response comes back and I drop my face into my palm. Well, how about the yellow menu, or even the green menu? Are any of those available? She shakes her head. No, it seems we're all out. She doesn't change her expression and just stares ahead like we're not even here anymore. Ember looks very confused too. He turns to me. It must be some kind of limit per table, or maybe someone cut us off because we were winning too much. He jingles the 3 black coins in his hand, then shrugs and places 1 down on the counter. We're either going to figure out how this is done here, or at least figure out why we can't order anymore. You don't have 3 coins, so we're going to have to play somewhere else anyway. I might as well ask. He pushes his coin forward. My question is, what is the reason we've reached the limit on this table, and how can we make sure this doesn't happen again today? She accepts the coin but doesn't respond immediately. It looks like she's listening to someone talk in her ear for a few seconds before replying. That is 2 questions, but I've been permitted to answer in a long-form explanation. She points to the basic menu of this shop. Every bar, table, or game in this room has its own set of rules and odds of winning. Here, if you choose green, you have a 1 in 10 chance of losing, however, you must consume 3 full meals to win. The yellow is a 1 in 5 chance of losing, but it only takes 2 meals to win. Red is a 1 in 2 chance of losing, but only 1 meal to win. I think about these odds, and what she means by losing is picking the poison, because the odds of eating deadly poison are 50%. Anyone who completes a meal with the red label wins a token. The green and yellow options have better odds not to die, but the person has to eat much more food and will most likely be very drunk by the end of it. Even though the odds are lower to eat the poison, there is still far more opportunity to be unlucky each time. The green option would have been the smartest choice, but using my self-regeneration perk, I've created my own luck. The bartender continues. However, there is one rule that applies to every game in this room. You're only allowed to play 3 times. I raise an eyebrow, and this makes me rethink my thoughts about the odds before. If you're only allowed to play 3 times, that means the maximum amount a person could win on green would be 1 token. So, depending on how hard the games at the other tables are, maybe this was the best option after all. I nod and she finishes her thought. You have tokens to use. If you'd like to successfully win 3 and move on to the next stage, it will be best to ask other vendors the proper question before you play. You have reached your limit on this table today. I wish you the best of luck. She smiles and takes the menus away, then goes back to polishing the clean glass like none of this ever happened. I want to ask her more, but I'm sure she'll give that same basic response unless I hand over a token. So I let out a sigh and decide that we've gotten all we can from this woman. Well, I guess, thanks for the meals. Music, dinging, flashing lights, and dozens of ongoing games fill my senses as I bring my attention away from the bar we were just sitting at and back toward the rest of the games. Over a dozen more applicants have wandered in from outside while we were playing. Ember and I get up from our stools, both with 2 tokens jingling in our hands, and slowly walk further inside to look for another game worth playing. Chapter 531. We walk through the room and I take in the scenes around me. Many more bars and restaurants catch my eye, serving all kinds of food and drinks. There are tables where people are sitting down playing cards, each player trying to hit numbers closest to 21 without going over while still beating the dealer. I even pass a station where a man with long black curly hair sells circular rocks from 3 different bins. 2 hunters are sitting in front of him, trying to split open the hard stones with metal devices provided. But nothing but more gray stone is inside as I walk past. Catches my interest, but even while using my all-seeing eye, I can't tell the difference between the rocks. It isn't until we round another bend and the booth is almost completely out of sight that one of the hunters cracking open stones finds a bright crystal inside one and celebrates as the man behind the counter gives them a token in exchange. Everything in this room seems to really be based entirely on luck, just like the woman at the bar we left said. I see hunters getting drunk, some collapsing on the ground and being taken away to one of the back rooms by waiters that patrol the room, and others celebrating their winnings and buying exit cards to leave through one of the 2 exit doors in the back. All we need is 1 more token each, but that doesn't mean I want to risk anything unnecessarily. As we continue to walk through, one of the booths at the far side of the room is making the most noise and has the most people surrounding it. It's a large open table that lit up with lights behind us when we were first ordering our meals, the roulette table I passed right when I entered this room. There are over half a dozen hunters surrounding the table as we approach, and 1 hunter is talking to the thin table manager behind the counter. 2 hunters in high-grade gear stand at the back of the table silently looking down at the others. It's clear they're a cut above the rest. Both of them are over level 700. One has short spiky blonde hair with an extreme lightning summoning skill just like mine. The other is very muscular, has his head shaved bald, staring ahead with his sharp blue eyes, and I read his status to find he has an extreme grade water summoning skill. Both of these hunters have mana control levels far higher than a level 800 or even a level 900 monster. I get a quick look at their wristbands and see they're both from the Apex region. The lightning user's name is Trax, and the water wielder is Callum. Trax points to one of the lower-level hunters sitting at the table and says something to him, and the hunter nods with a scared look in his eyes, turning to the table manager and coming to an agreement with him quickly. He takes one of 3 balls that are held out in the table manager's open palm and moves toward the game area of the table. The hunter's hands are shaking as he steps up to the roulette wheel, and the man behind the counter spins it. On the wrist of the shaking hunter's hand, I see that he's also from the Apex region, just like the 2 strong hunters standing over him, but his mana control is nowhere near theirs. It doesn't even surpass my own perceived level 600 control. This makes me very curious. Moments ago the wheel was all gray without any markings on it at all, but now that it's begun spinning, half of the wheel is red and the other half is green. On its surface, there are small ridges that are just wide enough for the ball to land in. I count 18 green ridges and 19 red ones. My best guess is green is good and red is bad, but I'm still not sure what is on the line. All I can do is watch and find out. The manager speaks. Please make your spin. The hunter takes a deep breath in and out, then spins the small ball around the upper ring of the spinning device in the opposite direction that the red and green wheel is spinning. It rotates around the wooden wheel a few times, slowly with each rotation, and the manager speaks up as a small hole in the center of the table appears. Your bet has been placed on the high-risk roll. Please insert your right arm up to the shoulder in the machine. The man's arm is shaking even more now than it was when he spun the wheel, but he closes his eyes and shoves it inside anyway. There's a clicking sound that locks his arm in place, and the whole table silently watches the small white ball spin around and around on the wheel. The tension increases every rotation. A woman, who happens to be another hunter from the apex region with long white hair and worried green eyes, sits next to the man that just placed his bet. Everyone's watching the ball spin, and all other distractions from around the room fade away as the ball curves down and hits the green slot right on the edge of where the colors collide on the table. Everyone's breath is held, but gasps fill the air as the ball bounces out and falls into the red area just a single slot away. It rolls around inside the red slot, losing momentum as it tries to roll out. But within seconds it settles completely and everyone stares at the wheel as it continues to spin around the table in a hypnotic fashion. I feel a surge of mana come from beneath the table and a metallic sound of gears turning. Then the hunter's arm that's beneath the table jolts and he lets out a scream. The lock holding him in place releases and he pulls out a stump where his arm used to be. My eyes widen, but everyone else at the table just looks saddened like they knew that would happen. The woman with white hair turns to him and immediately begins using her single skill on the affected area. Soft heal, legendary grade. I watch both her and the injured hunter drink multiple C-grade mana potions taken from a pouch on their sides, and the missing limb starts to slowly grow back. The lightning user points down at another hunter at the table to take his place while he heals and speaks in a commanding tone. "You're next." He's all out of bets. He jingles 3 black tokens around in his hand, pointing to his partner next to him. "I have enough for me, but now we need a room for Callum. We're the stars of the show here. We need to be fully rested for tomorrow." Without question, the next hunter places a bet and goes through the same process as the other hunter just did. He chooses from 3 balls in the manager's hand labeled 1, 2, and 3. Every time he picks the 3, and the same split green and red table appears. This hunter is far luckier than the last. His first 2 spins land on green, and there's a light show to celebrate when he wins. He's allowed to take out his arm from the contraption each time, and he wins a black token, but doesn't keep them for himself. Every time he wins, he hands the tokens over to the lightning user. He plays one more time. However, his last round doesn't go as well as the others. Just like the hunter before him, the ball lands in a red slot on the wheel, and he loses his arm because of it. Mana surges and gears shift. The hunter yells out in agony, but Trax shrugs while looking down at the tokens in his hand. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. He turns to the white-haired woman that is almost done healing the first man. "Heal him up too. 5 is enough for us, at least we can get a suite. The lounge may be a bit too risky to test our own luck at any of these games. You'll be able to make enough to pass this round by healing other suckers." He smirks, then places the 5 tokens down on the table, speaking to the manager while ignoring the second bleeding hunter as he covers his wound. "An exit card for a designer suite, please." "That will be all." The thin man behind the table just smiles and accepts the coins, shuffling beneath the table, then handing the man a silver rectangular card. They walk off from the table together without saying another word. The woman lets the first hunter rest up. After a few minutes, it looks like he's completely healed up in a physical sense. The arm that was lost is completely back, but he can barely open his eyes. He looks fatigued beyond belief and exhausted too. I'm unsure exactly why, but my best guess is that the healing skill being used isn't as efficient as Abby's, so it has side effects. Or, the hunter receiving the heal isn't able to handle the use of so much mana in such a short period of time. Whatever the reason may be, it doesn't matter much to me. I just want to figure out how this game is played. She starts healing the second injured hunter while I approach the table to get a closer look at the plays. A random hunter from the Silka region steps up to bet next, and they pick ball number 1. He whispers to himself, "I only need 1 more. My luck has gotten me this far. I just need to land 1 more win and I'm out of here." He jingles 2 black coins in his hand that apparently he's won from other games today. This man is in exactly the same position as me, but I still wouldn't risk betting on this table. Even if I do have a skill that can grow a limb back like it's nothing, that still isn't a skill I want to advertise having to everyone around me. I doubt Ray Anderson, hunter from the Bedrock region, ever had the ability to grow back an arm in an instant. I have to watch how this game is played and figure out a way to win while also not blowing my cover. The manager begins the game. When the wheel spins, there are only 3 slots that glow red and 6 slots that glow green, exactly opposite on the other side. In between these red and green, there are still 28 grayed out slots with no markings. When he spins the wheel, the hole he has to place his arm into is only small enough to place a single finger. After the ball stops spinning, it lands on a gray slot. There are no ringing bells and no punishments. Nothing happens, so the hunter plays again. The second spin, the same result occurs. After a few spins and a single small bounce, the ball lands in a gray slot and no prize is given nor are any punishments received. On his third run, the hunter chooses the ball with a 2 on it. When the wheel lights up, 9 slots are red and 10 are green. The remaining 18 are grayed out. The hole in the table fits his hand up to his wrist. He gulps and spins the ball around the wooden machine. After a tense 20 seconds, the ball bounces once in the gray right next to the line of green slots. Before the ball even settles, I can see a bit of anger rising up on his face and feel the activation of wind magic swelling inside of him. With his free hand, a small concentrated gust is summoned, and the ball rolls up and out of the gray slot and into the green one. It was such a minuscule amount of magic, and only my fine-tuned senses were able to detect it. I highly doubt the man behind the counter saw it. The hunter believes this is the case too when he doesn't react. So he jumps up in the air with a smile on his face, celebrating his win. However, the lights don't flash, and the moment he jumps out of his seat, there's a burst of mana under the table, and a yell of pain follows. The manager speaks up. Our system detected magic that directly affected the results of the game. Cheating is not permitted. This is an automatic loss. His eyes widen and he looks around the room, but doesn't know what to do other than stop the bleeding with his shirt. He swears under his breath and his face turns red. The woman that was helping the other 2 hunters before looks pretty tired herself, but the 2 men she helped from her own region are both fast asleep, slumped on chairs next to her in far worse shape. She rolls her eyes and speaks up to the hunter. It was a good try. I'll heal you for a token. You're going to need that hand of yours later. What do you say, deal? He nervously looks around, holding 2 tokens in his good hand and gritting his teeth. Fine. You're right. It's worth it. Deal. He tosses her a token and places the other in his pocket while giving her the stump of a wrist to start healing. While he does, others start walking up to the table and playing with the ball labeled 1, but many walk away when they see the bloody result of losing. Ember turns to me, disinterested in what's going on around us. Not a very good game. This one's going to be hard to hack. You'll be playing with real luck here. I stare at the spinning wheel as another person plays deep in thought for a few minutes. Then an idea hits me. You know what? I think it might not be impossible to beat. I walk up to the table next and look the manager in the eyes. Ball number 1. That's what I'd like to pick. He lets me take it from his palm and he spins the wheel. I hold the ball in my hand and try to focus using my mythic grade swordsmanship skill on the ball, focusing on only the green slots as a target, but it doesn't activate as I assumed it would. The manager speaks up as I think deeply to myself. Please make your spin. The 6 green slots glow as I watch them spin around the wheel. However, the 3 red slots rotate and glow into my vision on the other side of the wheel too. I take a deep breath in and out and try to concentrate, pretending this ball is my sword again, and the faint thread leading toward the green slots on the spinning wheel flickers, but it doesn't stay solid in my mind's eye. I guess I'll need a little more than that. I bite my bottom lip and reach into a fake item box on my waist to reach into my item storage and touch my sword with my opposite hand. The instant I do, mythic grade dual wielding activates, and I'm able to see the same thin thread with far more precision in my mind's eye than before. Using an actual sword accustomed to this skill in one hand makes it far easier to visualize this ball as a weapon and the green slots as the enemy I'm trying to hit. A swirling line of probability shows me exactly how fast and hard I need to push this ball to make it land where I want it to. I'm not imbuing the ball with mana, and not directly affecting the game itself. It's just an advanced perception boost. Technically, it's a legal spin. If using mana to increase my accuracy is against the rules, then it's worth losing a finger to test things out. I take another deep breath in and out, then release the ball to spin around the wooden table at exactly the rate at which the thread from my mythic grade skill predicts a perfect shot on my target. Once I stand back up, I pull my hand from my item box and place the finger I'm betting with into the table. Even now, there's silence as the ball rotates around the table. As the ball curves down, it bounces once and lands directly into the center of the green slots. Nothing happens for a moment, so I prepare to have a finger taken off. But to my surprise, the lights ring out and the manager behind the table smiles while presenting me a token as my hand is released. "Congratulations on your win, sir." I accept the coin, then speak up again with a grin. "I'd like to do another. Ball number 1, please." "Very well." He immediately stops the wheel from spinning and hands me the ball to spin it again. I place my hand into my item storage to touch my sword, activate dual wielding, then do it all over again. The lights flash, Ember laughs, I accept my token, ask to play a third time, and the man from before that lost his hand is fully healed. He looks tired and pissed off about my winnings, so he walks away with a scowl. 2 waiters in suits walk up to the table next and don't say a word. They just watch the table closely. It's pretty odd that they're watching so close, and it makes me a bit cautious of winning again. Although I kinda wanted a designer suite of my own and to share the trick I'm using with Ember, it's better safe than sorry. I aim with dual wielding again, but make sure to place the ball trajectory into the dead gray space between green and red. The men in suits surprisingly don't seem to care once I let go. They just pick up the 2 passed-out hunters on the seats next to the healer woman and take them away. I let out a sigh and shake my head, as it seems they weren't watching me directly after all. Ember opens a telepathy link with me after my ball lands where I aimed. "What was that? Did you lose on purpose? Or is your strategy not perfect?" I click my tongue and reply through our link. "I lost in case those men in suits were onto me. I guess I lost a token for no good reason. My strategy is perfect." He smiles while watching another random hunter step up to the game after watching me win 2 out of 3 games, spinning the wheel with false hope. "Well, then tell me how it's done. You have 4 tokens and I have 2. That's enough for 2 basic rooms if we split them. If I win 3 more games here, we can probably learn a lot more about this place if we use the extra tokens to ask questions." I nod, then explain what I did while a hunter goes on a 3-game in a row gray slot losing streak and walks off the table shaking his head. Ember borrows a C-grade dagger that I pull from my storage out of my fake item box and places it on his waist, then steps up to the game. I share my dual-wielding skill with him, and over the next 3 games, he places one hand on the dagger and the other throws 3 perfect shots directly into the green range, defying the odds of the game repeatedly. Lights flash, tokens are received, and neither the manager nor the other players at the table have any clue what's going on. We've both hit our table limits, so we start to walk off in the direction we just arrived from before anyone gets overly suspicious. However, a voice from the white-haired healer woman stops us in our tracks. "Hey, you two, how'd you do that?" I turn and shrug. "I don't know, we just got lucky, I guess." Her eyebrows scrunch, and the manager behind the counter's eyes are still wide in awe as she gets up from the table and follows us. "No, really, that's impossible. You managed 2 out of 3. She turns to Ember. "And you hit every shot you made. It's like you were aiming for the green." I count my coins in front of her and Ember counts his. Neither of us reply to her for a moment, but I speak up as she continues to follow us through the room. "Yeah, if we could game the system, we would have. It's too bad I didn't hit 3. I would have been sleeping in a suite tonight." I shake my head and smile. I don't actually care what room I get to spend the night in, considering I've had enough sleep recently to last me a few more weeks if I need to. It would just be illogical to stop where I did, so it's a good comment to throw her off the scent. The white-haired woman eyes our tokens, not speaking for a few seconds after my comment, but eventually responds. "You know, that's not how exit cards work. Both of you could stay in the same suite if you wanted. 2 are allowed in designer suites. Only 1 is allowed in the basic room." I raise an eyebrow and look back. "Really?" She nods, holding up a token of her own. "If you want, we can all pitch in on a 10-token lounge." Up to 4 people are allowed in that one. It seems you don't know much about these exams yet if this is still a mystery to you. I can pay in information to make up for what I'm lacking in tokens. What do you think? Chapter 532. I shake my head and turn to Ember. Only 5 tokens for a 2-person suite. So we could have stopped after I won that first spin. Then, I turn back to the white-haired woman that continues to follow us through the room. Why should we trust you? You could easily sit by that table and earn 2 more tokens in no time at all if you wanted. I do another scan of her status to confirm what I saw before was true. She may have a unique healing skill, but she's level 501, just over the minimum barrier to entry for this exam. We keep walking forward, even faster now, and I notice her heavy breaths and pale complexion even more than I did when she was sitting at the table. She replies, "I'd be in horrible shape tomorrow if I continue at this rate. I healed up other Apex applicants before you even came by the table. It's not like I can use healing magic forever." Ember and I stop walking and turn toward her. Then I reply, "So what? You didn't have to heal any of them in the first place. It's your own region's applicants taking advantage of you. That's not my problem." She lets out a defeated sigh. True. I turn to look at a few other interesting games I could attempt to play for just 1 more token instead of wasting my time here, but the healer comes up close to me and whispers, "I can tell you more about this exam than any of the proctors here are authorized to say." She smirks, and green mist from my lie detector skill shows me that she's telling the truth about this. I am from the Apex region after all. This is where the exam is taking place. This development catches my attention, and I forget about the flashing lights and other games to play in this room to focus on her as she backs up from my ear. Well, if you put it like that, I guess I'd be missing out if I say no. She shows no malice, isn't exceptionally strong like the other hunter applicants here, and has a good reason for not wanting to wear herself out by healing random people like I proposed. I've never met anyone claiming to be from the Apex region. Talking to her will cost a whole lot less than it would the woman at the bar, and maybe I can get some extra information out of her that isn't related directly to the exams while I'm at it. Ember chimes in. "I think it's a good idea. We have plenty of time to kill." I put my hand out toward her and nod. "Fine, let's do it. I'm Ray, and this is Emery. We're from the Bedrock region. Nice to meet you." She places her hand forward too like she's going to shake mine, but her expression shifts a bit once she hears where we're from. However, she just shakes my hand and doesn't comment on it. "I'm Natalie, or just Nat is fine. Nice to meet you too." She shakes Ember's hand next, and we turn again and continue walking back to that bar with the water-wielding woman in the back corner of the room. The bartender's eyes meet mine once we get closer, and when I place my 4 tokens down on the counter, 5 from Ember follow, and a single from Natalie. I speak up. "1 all-inclusive lounge from your secret menu, please." She smiles and accepts the coins, then pulls out a gold rectangular card. "Here you go. Remember, you can add a 4th member at any time before the morning check-in if you wish." I nod and take the card. "Thanks." When we turn and start walking toward the exits at the back of the room, Natalie speaks up. "We have to link the exit card to our bracelet IDs before it will let us through." She taps the gold card against my bracelet, and my hunter name pops up at the top of the card. She taps it against Ember's next, and his fake ID name pops up. Natalie does it third, and her name shows up below both of ours. There's a single slot left open below all of them. I hold the card as we continue to walk toward the exit doors but raise a question. "Nat, so, if you know so much about this exam, then what do we do next? Leave through these doors to a resting area, then what? Just wait? Do another one of these wacky challenges? Or what? Honestly, this isn't a very good test of our capabilities as monster hunters." As we approach, one of the exit doors slides open on its own, and a hallway is visible behind it. She replies as we walk through. "Well, everything here is a series of minor tests, even if it might not seem like it. Think of this room as the pre-exam trials. The curved hallway we walk through looks like a semicircle. The floor, walls, and ceiling are made of a very high-quality white and gray marble. It seems the other exit door on the other side of the room would have led us here to the same center point. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. It's a single bronze door with a scannable keypad on the front of it. There's no doorknob. Natalie speaks up again. Most applicants are probably very tired from trekking tens of kilometers through the white void outside, and possibly even fighting other applicants they found along the way. I nod while bringing my wrist up to have my wristband hit the scanner on the door while she continues. In addition to that, the only way to get a room to rest in for tomorrow's test was to play in their twisted games or make deals with other hunters. The door opens with a click, and a bright 26 appears on my wristband the moment it does. Ember puts his wristband on the door too, and his lights up to say 27. Nat does it last, and hers glows 28. We all walk through the bronze door into a new hallway that leads straight ahead. There are many doors on both sides of the hall. They all say, "Basic room," above them. Occasionally, I see a small bronze card on the door, but the majority of them are vacant. We pass about 50 rooms until we make it to the end of the hall where there is a silver door with the same scanner. Nat continues to talk while each of us scans our wristbands and walks through to the next hallway. As you witnessed earlier at that roulette table, some people know how to game the system. The higher-level hunters from the Apex region knew this event was taking place, so a few less talented hunters were chosen as sacrifices to give them an early lead. I'm one of the designated healers. I wasn't originally going to run in the B-class exams this year, but I was chosen to do so as fodder for the chosen elites in my class. Interesting. I think about the cockiness and arrogance those two hunters had, taking the tokens from their fellow regional hunters, but shrug it off. They're pretty strong though. It makes sense. Nat sighs. Yeah, a few more years with the Apex region, and I'll have my time as an elite too. We silently continue walking down the next hall that's lined with more doors on both sides labeled designer suites. Only a few of them have silver cards on them. One of the cards I notice has the names Trax and Callum as the two we were just talking about, but I don't mention it as we make it to the golden door at the end of the hall and scan our way through. This final hall has less than 10 total rooms, and none of them are taken yet. We walk to the end of the hall and see a big black door with a scanner just like the last ones. Each of us tries to get through, but there are no clicks or even reactions from our wristbands. So, I turn left and place the golden card against the room nearest the end of the hall. It clicks into place, and there's a miniature pulse of mana that ripples through the door. Then a scanner materializes below the card. I place my wristband against it and the door clicks open. Ember and Nat do the same thing, registering their entry as we walk in. I'm hit with a rush of mana-dense air, similar to that of the suites at the Moon Bar in Valor City. It feels like fresh mana to cultivate and heal faster is being flooded through the room. Each breath is many times as dense with mana than it is outside. It isn't impressive to me or Ember, as we've been in circumstances with hundreds of times more mana-dense air than this, but it is still relaxing. Natalie, on the other hand, walks forward with eyes wide full of awe, taking deep breaths and fluttering her hands around like she's never felt anything like this before. The door clicks shut behind us, and I take in the view of the lounge. There are many tables and couches, white carpets, fine art on the wall, and a stuffed fridge and cabinet with mana-imbued food to eat. Plus, an assortment of HP and MP potions lined up against a wall. There are 4 separate master bedrooms for each person that is allowed in the suite, and there's a timer above the door that we just walked in from that reads 15 hours 49 minutes and 2 seconds. Natalie immediately walks over to the food and potions once she's had her fill admiring the room, then starts eating and drinking as much healing supplements as she can. A full minute goes by before she stops, and I see the color come back in her face as she collapses back onto one of the sofas in the middle of the room with a satisfied look on her face. Ember and I examine the complimentary food and items, but nothing looks appealing or even high-grade enough to pocket for future use. We sit down on the couch across from her, and I ask a question. Well, now that we're here, I want to know what information about the exams you said you have that are so valuable not even the proctors can share. She nods and sits up, looking back at the food and potions, then back to us. You two sure are weird. Not even a single MP potion. Or at least a taste of food. This is the kind of high-grade goods you can't find anywhere other than nationwide association events. We're not even treated with stuff like this during Apex region training. I shrug, thinking about how it's probably true that average citizens or even high C-grade hunters would never get to feel these luxuries. However, I've been living at a much higher standard of living ever since I ventured into Valor City months back. The highest grade of goods provided here doesn't come anywhere close to the items I can produce myself. I speak up again. That doesn't answer the question I was asking. What do we need to know about these exams? You said you'd make up for your difference in tokens, so I want to hear everything you know. My expression turns stern, and she reacts to this with hands raised. Hey, sorry, I just assumed it wasn't that urgent. She points to the clock on the wall. First things first, that's how much time is left until the first stage of exams even starts. Hunters are going to be wandering in from all edges of this exam site for hours and will spend even more time playing games. I nod and she continues. Like I mentioned earlier, this is the trial exam. A time for proctors to observe you in your natural state. Will you give in to temptations? Do you have unusual skills or a knack for luck? These are what are being observed today. Things that don't usually come out in battles and life-or-death situations. Nat stands up from the couch and smiles. Also, it's a time for some hunters to socialize and make allies. Usually, we see Silka, Bedrock, and often a few Raya region applicants trying to get on the good sides of the elites from Vice, Viridian, or Apex, but honestly, I didn't have time to observe many people today. I was worried I would get eliminated early from overexhaustion healing my own region's people. I think to myself, putting together the hidden meaning behind her words. This means the Vice, Viridian, and Apex regions are usually the top performers, and the Silka, Bedrock, and Raya regions do poorly. She didn't even mention the Talton or Phantom regions in this example, so I can assume they do even worse. However, now is not the time to fixate on this. I'm more interested in the exams themselves. Why would it be in their best interest to make friendly connections with other regions during the exams? Aren't there only a limited number of slots for people that pass? And your home regions get benefits from passing. So wouldn't it be best to align only with your own? She nods. True, but there are often events later on where regions have to work together. Out in the real world, there are missions where we have to all work together under the association, so many of these scenarios will be simulated and tested in well. She thinks to herself while looking up at the ceiling. I think that will be in the third stage of the exam this year. The sim tests are pretty interesting. I've only practiced in them a few times. I raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? You know what the stages of the exams will be? Now, this is the kind of info I'm actually interested in. Tell me, what do you know? She smiles and starts walking back and forth through the room to soak up as much mana as she can. Color is still streaming back into her face more and more every second. We had a few briefings and information leaks from the director before we left. I know for certain there's going to be a written exam, basic physical testing, and group teaming simulations in the first 3 stages. The 4th and 5th I only have a few guesses for. There were some hints and clues released, and I'm sure some of the higher-ranked Apex elites know the actual nature of those stages, but I don't. I hear the last 2 stages are where all of the regional directors will be watching us live. There is most likely some kind of massive group event planned. She looks back at the clock at the top of the door. I can explain exactly what will happen in the first 3 stages for you now if you want. Beyond that is all a guessing game. We'll have to wait and see. She turns back to Ember and me sitting in a relaxed manner on the couch. I nod and reply, "Good. Start talking. Let's hear what we're in for." Chapter 533. Natalie begins to explain everything she knows about the B-class exams while continuing to pace around the mana-dense air in the room. She explains that most years, there are 12 people accepted as applicants that pass the exams. It's very normal for the Apex region to take 4 to 6 of these slots, while the Viridian and Vice region take the other 6 to 8 remaining. All of these regions have submitted 12 applicants each, the maximum available. None of the other regions hit the maximum that she knows of. The other 5 regions usually try to aim to squeeze in 1 or 2 passing slots with their most talented hunters every few years. The Bedrock region I came from only submitted 8, and that would have been 6 naturally if Ember and I didn't show up last minute. For the exams themselves, there's always a very unique grading system used. Her best guess is that this year the wristbands will play a large role in grading applicants. The first stage after today will be a written exam and will most likely be paired with general physical tests to see our natural intellect and combat ability. Natalie recounts many of the training exercises she's been through over the last few months while living in the Apex region. Everything she's telling me seems like very basic procedure, making me realize again how overqualified Ember and I really are for this exam. Still, I note down everything she says. Being overprepared isn't a bad thing. Finally, once she starts talking about the third stage, this piques my interest. The white-haired healer describes a contraption that she's trained in similar to a device I've used back in Vice City. When I first visited the capital with a private guild from my hometown, there were special mana-shielded rooms that provided high-grade gear to train with other hunters and not worry about being injured. However, the descriptions that Natalie gives make the simulated rooms she used to train in sound like a step far above anything I've ever seen before. She was able to fight simulated monsters of varying levels, and in a small room it would feel like a vast dungeon all controlled by someone outside the room. Once her explanation is finished, I notice the pale complexion in her skin return, sweat form on her face, and a wave of exhaustion wash over her eyes. She stumbles but catches herself on the edge of a sofa. Anyway, that's about everything I know. The sim stations usually hold about 4 people each. Some of the big ones can do 6. So that's something to keep in mind. Maybe you were looking out for other hunters while back in the game room. If not, we already have a room here. There's no rule that states you can't go back out and make connections. All you need is your activated wristband to move in and out of the rooms now. I raise an eyebrow at her last remark, but see she's not in any shape for more questions. I could give her a full Regan potion right now, and she'd most likely be as good as new. But I'm still not too sure I can trust this woman as my ally. She is some random healer from the Apex region after all. I can't just assume that it's out of the realm of possibility this is all a part of the high-level Apex soldiers' plan. She could just be a plant to hold us back even more. Despite these thoughts, I reply in a friendly tone. Thanks. I think you've paid with more than enough information. I appreciate it. She lets out a relieved smile and walks over to one of the master bedrooms, scanning her wristwatch on the door and walking inside. She speaks as the door closes. Thank you too. I wouldn't have had the resources to rest up for tomorrow without you. Clicks closed and I turn to Ember immediately. I'm going back out there. If what she said about allies is true, I might as well make some other friends. It's not like we need to rest up like everyone else. Ember shrugs. Suit yourself. I'm going to stay in here and keep an eye on her. I leave the lounge and make my way through the marble hallways, scanning my wristband on every doorway. Gold, silver, and bronze, until I make it back into the gaming room with a new outlook on the events taking place before my eyes. I see every booth in the room as a personality test, and the eyes of all of the high B-class proctors watching every applicant's move as a surveillance system that logs the data of everyone's trials. I don't feel any recording crystals or advanced surveillance like there is in Valor City, but there are over 24 level 700+ proctors in the room with their natural perception seeping through the room, so not much can really be missed. Even with all the eyes, I'm still determined to learn more about this event and make some connections while I have the free time to kill. I wander around the room observing hunters win jackpots and outsmart proctors, while others lose limbs and even get poisoned and dragged away into unmarked rooms by waiters waiting nearby. Many people from the same regions regroup after finding their way through the white plain outside, and on rare occasions some regions mingle. To my surprise, the longer I wait, I actually see some hunters that were taken away get released from the private rooms the waiters brought them to. Some look fully healed, while others still appear exhausted and injured. My guess is private deals are being made, possibly at the cost of tokens or maybe nothing at all. It's possibly all part of the exam, testing risk management but not actually killing prized, talented future B-class hunters over a simple mistake in a pre-exam trial. The more hunters I see leave, the more I assume it's the latter, but I don't want to go into those unmarked private rooms myself to find out. After a good amount of time wandering and observing, I decide to start playing a few more games I know I'll easily win without any real risk. There's a drinking game where the applicant at a bar has to choose between extremely strong alcoholic beverages from platters of labeled intensity. Of course, the higher the alcoholic potency, the less you have to drink to acquire a coin. Many leave this bar staggering, but everyone that does has at least one black token in their hand when they do. I take on the challenge and drink 9 of their strongest drinks in under a minute without batting an eye. By the time the liquid even makes it to my stomach, it's already been completely neutralized like I'm drinking water. I leave this booth with 3 black tokens and a baffled bartender. There's one other food stand at the other end of the room that I haven't been to yet, and I decide I might as well stick to what I'm good at. It's a similar game to the one I played when I first entered this room, where one of the plates they offer has a high chance of some kind of toxin inside it. There are a few applicants sleeping headfirst in their food sat at the table in front of a chef, so my best guess is it's some kind of sleeping drug. I clear 3 of their hardest plates in just a few minutes, and feel the toxins in my body being dispersed in 2 of them. I receive another 3 tokens for completing this challenge. If there were more food or drink booths, I'd do them in a heartbeat. My body burns through this sustenance almost instantly, so I hardly feel like I've even eaten anything. After my many long months of mana control and chi training, I'm more used to consuming pure energy than food itself. While I need some vitamins, minerals, and water to survive, food itself has become less and less important to me. Today is one of the first meals I've eaten in weeks. I let out a sigh while jingling the coins in my hand, looking through the crowds of people in search of a new game to successfully cheat or something interesting. But everything left feels like pure luck to me. Playing these games isn't really worth trying. I walk past the geode cracking game again, and see a random hunter open one of the stones to find bright red crystals inside. Without warning, guards bring him away to a back room even though he looks healthy and fine. I'm happy I didn't test my luck on this one earlier. I still have no idea how it's played. A case of literary theft. This tale is not rightfully on Amazon. If you see it, report the violation. Though my eye does catch a familiar spear-wielding woman from the Talton region sat alone at an empty table holding 2 tokens in her hand, clearly deep in thought about something. She's been in this room since before I even initially showed up. Either her luck hasn't been good, or she's a very cautious player. Her wristband isn't lit up, and she hasn't talked to anyone this whole time I've been wandering around. So I'm sure these 2 tokens are all she has at the moment and doesn't have a room. While my identity as Jay wants to see the Talton region do well, and I'd help them if they asked. Ray Anderson from the Bedrock region has nothing to do with them. I'd offer her a place in my lounge, but that may come off as far too forward. She wouldn't make the connection that her doing better in these exams means that there will be more funding for her region, and as a result of that, they could buy more goods from me. So instead, as I walk by, I flip a single token in the air toward her. Hey, catch! I had an extra. I show 5 coins in my open hand as she catches the one I throw. Her expression is a bit confused, but she looks me in the eyes and nods with a serious gaze. Thank you. This kindness won't go unnoticed. I smile and continue walking through the room. She immediately gets up behind me and buys a basic room exit card at the nearest vendor with her tokens while I look for others that it would benefit to help out in the long run. I remember the 2 water-wielding guards from the Vice region that I saw when I first walked in here, but after another walk around the room I find that they too are gone. They must have already saved up enough tokens and moved on. The longer I wait around, the less impressive the crowd in this room becomes. There's no one left that remotely compares to the strength and level of those 2 Apex elites from before, and it makes me wonder if there are others of that strength level or even higher in the 25 applicants that made it into the suites and lounges before me. While making my walk back to the back of the room to call it quits, I pass a card game table with chairs hooked up to higher-powered electric chairs. I see a few players lose on my way over, and the mana-imbued charge that comes out of that chair has mana control nearing a level 850 monster. Any normal hunter would be paralyzed and burned to a crisp by this attack. Many are dragged away and given health potions on the spot to heal even before being taken to a back room. If your hand goes over 21 or the dealer's hand is higher than the player's, The chair shocks whoever is on the seat. However, if the player has a higher number than the dealer, the player wins a token. It seems like a very simple game, and the fact that I'm a lightning type adds to the believability that being shocked by this chair wouldn't hurt me. I whisper under my breath as I see the exit sign close by, and sit between two level 531 and level 560 hunters in the seat that is still hot from the hunter who was shocked within an inch of his life. All right, one more game, then I'm out. I hear a very recognizable voice reply to my mumbles from across the tables. Yeah, right, you should have said that an hour ago when you cleared out that roulette wheel. The same man that was healed by Natalie for a token sits a few seats away at the card table, nervously tapping his feet and holding 2 tokens in his hands. I smirk and shove my hand in my pocket while doing a scan of his status to find he's level 602 and has an extreme wind summoning skill. His overall mana control isn't too bad. It's up to par for a level 600, he isn't falsely power leveled. I pull out a token and hold it up between us. You're from the Silka region, aren't you? He nods while the dealer behind the counter starts to shuffle up the deck to get ready for the next round of play. The dirty blonde-haired wind user replies to me in an annoyed tone. Yeah, and you're from the Bedrock, aren't you? What's that matter to you? We're both from weak regions, so there's no point to rub it in that you already managed to get a room out of here. He points to my wristband, and everyone else's attention at the table shifts to the bright 26 on my wrist. I shrug, understanding that he's had a rough day, and not wanting to ruin the potential chance I have here for making a strong connection from another region. So, I brush off his remarks and ignore everyone's stares, rolling the black token across the table and replying, "How about you rest up for tomorrow? Us weaker regions have to stick together if we're going to put any number on the board, right?" He catches the coin with a surprised look on his face. Really?" I reply while pulling out 4 more coins from my pocket and jingling them around before putting them away again. I've got plenty of them to throw away. Don't think too much of it. Just a friendly gesture from the Bedrock region. The name's Ray, by the way. He pushes the coins forward at the dealer behind the counters and quickly yells out, "1 basic room, please. Get me out of here." The dealer accepts his tokens and gives him a bronze card, then the man turns back to me. "I'm Dane, thanks, man." He wipes sweat from his forehead and runs toward the back of the room while everyone else at the table starts asking me for a spare token too. I ignore all of them, as their mana control hardly even reaches Natalie's level, and their advanced grade elements won't make the cut if we have to do any team events later. The dealer quickly shuts this down once he senses the disinterest I'm taking in the other offers and calls for those who are interested in playing to stay and those not to leave the table at once. 2 leave, and 4 people not including me stay at the table to play. The first round of hands gets 2 people shocked very brutally. One is dragged away immediately, but the other somehow manages to stay upright, but it's clear he's badly injured from the charge. Only one person wins this round. He's the hunter to my right who hits exactly 21, while myself and the player a few seats to my left tie the dealer with a 19. We don't get shocked, and don't get a token. However, it does count as an attempt at the table game, so I only have 2 tries left. The second round, the 3 of us remaining at the table all win when the dealer busts by making his hand go over 21, hitting 24 total and paying all of us out a full token. After this win, 2 players leave, and it's only me and 1 other sitting at the table once the dealer spreads out the final round. I'm happy with a 20, and the hunter next to me is satisfied by his 19. However, when the dealer flips his card and draws another to hit, he reaches 21 and beats both of our hands. The instant the card is placed down, electric mana-imbued shock courses through both of our veins. To me, it feels like a delicate static tickle, even without activating any defenses or special mana blocking skills. The shock of a non-double ranked-up monster doesn't affect me at all. The man next to me shows a whole different reaction as his hair stands straight up and he falls to the floor off his seat. I accept my loss, as this was really just a game based on pure luck, and walk away from the table like nothing happened with the same number of tokens I had when I approached in the first place. With 5 tokens in hand, I make my way back to the exit, but stop by the bar with the blue-haired bartender one last time to ask her one thing. "Hey, your secret menu option, the second one. The part where it says any item I desire. Are there any limitations to this? She smiles and responds. Welcome back so soon. It looks like you have gotten quite busy today. You're one of the applicants I've had my eye on the most so far. She pauses and takes out the secret menu again for me to look at it and points down at the second option that reads, 2 tokens, choose a magic item you desire. Hand me 2 tokens and ask for what you'd like. If it's not in stock, I can provide a refund immediately. I nod, then push 2 tokens across the table and think carefully about what I'd like. Once she accepts the black coins, I speak. I want a teleport crystal that brings me back here, to the apex region. Her eyes widen for a moment, then she looks up at the sky and waits again, like she's listening to someone speak, then finally looks back down at me and looks me in the eyes. Your request will be granted. Please wait a moment. She places the black token beneath the table, and a few moments later one of the side room doors opens. A low-level waiter in a tuxedo walks in with a black box and places it on the bar counter, then walks away quickly to leave us be. The bartender opens up the box to show the glimmering transport crystal inside, then closes it and pushes it forward to me. I grab the box and she speaks up. Is there anything else I can help you with before the exams begin? I think for a moment, then respond while pushing another black coin forward. What will the contents of the exams be? I want an explanation of all of the stages. She smiles and pushes the coin back toward me. Unfortunately, I am not permitted to answer questions of this nature. I push the coin forward again. Will tokens be valuable later on in this exam? She smiles and accepts the token. No, tokens will only be used in this trial portion of the exam. Once the testing begins, they will be worthless. I push the 2 tokens I have remaining forward and smile. Well, in that case, I want another transport crystal just like the one I bought that leads here to the apex region. She listens in and looks up at the ceiling again and shakes her head while pushing the coins back to me. I'm afraid we're currently out of the item you desire. I think to myself for a few more seconds, then push the tokens forward. Well, then how about a lightning stone? The highest grade you have. High B grade, even a grade if you have it. Don't worry about me being able to handle it with my current mana control. I'm just thinking of this as a future investment. I might as well take advantage of this while I can. She nods again and accepts the coins while listening to something in her inner ear again, then nods and responds. Very well, your request will be granted. The same procedure takes place, and a waiter comes by with a clear containment case and a static-charged bright yellow lightning stone floating inside it. I do a scan of the box and it feels like this really is a high B-grade, borderline low A-grade element stone. If I had to guess, it was farmed from some monster in the 900 to 950 range. There are no monsters that I know of like this in the Vice City Labyrinth, so it gets me very curious about where it's come from. I accept the item and turn away with the 2 boxes in my hands. Thanks again. Looks like this time I've really gotten everything I can out of this room. The bartender watches me leave all the way to the exit door. I feel her curious eyes on my back until it shuts behind me. After a series of clicks and opening door locks, I finally make it back to the lounge to be greeted by Ember with his feet up lying back on the couch. I throw both the items into my item storage through the fake item box on my waist, then lie on the couch next to Ember and tell him about the events that happened in the game room while I was away. My eyes move to the clock above the door when I'm done, but I still see almost 12 hours left on the timer. We both decide to lie back and relax until the time is up. It's been a very busy month. Between training, fulfilling orders, and dealing with new businesses and citizens coming to the Crimson City back in Sector 2. Just sitting back in this mana-dense room with nothing on my mind but a single task ahead is pretty relaxing. I let out a sigh and close my eyes. All right, I'm fully prepared. B-class exams, bring it on. We relax in the mana-dense room as intended all throughout the night. Ember and I discuss a few things about training and random crafting ideas through our telepathy link from time to time, but for the majority of it, we really do sit in silence and relax while absorbing some of the fresh mana in the air. Once the timer on the door hits midnight, a loud constant ringing sound vibrates throughout the room, and all of the master bedroom doors open wide automatically. On the panel where the timer stops, a new message, Stage 1. Now begins. flashes in bold white text. Natalie comes walking out from where she was resting with a startled look on her face like she just woke up. At the same time, there's a series of loud knocks at the lounge's front door that leads out into the hall. Chapter 534. We all walk over to the door as the knocking gets louder. I reach forward and open it to see a low-level waiter holding the golden exit card that's on the back of the door. He looks us over for a moment before speaking. Ray, Emery, Natalie, right this way. Stage 1 of the exams will now begin. I wish you the best of luck. He slips the golden card into a small black box similar to the one I put my ID into when I first met one of the guards outside of this compound when I arrived. It disappears inside, and he turns to the black door at the back of the hall to scan a wristband in the scanner at the door. Unlike yesterday, when all of us tried ours, the door clicks open and a bright white room shows itself within. We walk out into the hall, and when peering in the opposite direction, I can see the gold and silver doors wide open with countless other men and women in tuxedos greeting dozens of hunters at their doors. Everyone is escorted to the end of the hall and through the black door into the mana-shielded white room. It's enormous. The room stretches out over 300 meters in every direction, and inside, there are small cubicles separated by another layer of extremely dense mana shielding. A strong silver door with a screen displaying a number is on every cube. The attendants escort each of us to the cube with our numbers on them. Ember is assigned to the cube right next to mine, and Natalie's is next to his. However, once we walk inside, and the silver door clicks shut, the outside world completely disappears from my senses. To see through these walls, I'd need to use mana control with precision that rivals a level 1500 monster. While it is very possible, I feel heavy surveillance auras in this room and decide it's best not to let out any suspicious mana radiation of my own if I don't have to. A few minutes go by in the silence of the tiny white cube, as I assume all of the other applicants are brought into the room and escorted into their cubes as well. Then, a voice echoes through the small space while a pure white table and chair come out of the floor, as if they're made of liquid mana. Your written exam now begins. You have 3 hours to complete this test. If the timer runs out and you have not filled in all of the answers, this will be accepted as your final score. You may not leave this room until the testing is complete. The liquid mana consolidates. Then a digital screen becomes visible on the center of the table. I walk over and have a seat and look down at the screen. It has 2 hours 59 minutes and 51 seconds counting down, along with all the details about the hunter's ID they have in their system. I look down at the first question on the test, and I raise an eyebrow. After expending 0.1% of your total mana control in a single training session, what is the optimal rest time and procedure that should be taken before another serious session of this intensity commences? There's an empty blank space beneath the question, and as soon as my eyes finish scanning the text, a thin white pen made of the same material as the chair and table materializes out from the desk. I grab it and think to myself while I look at the back. Skip. Next. Options beneath the text. I try to picture what most of the applicants here possess in total mana control to visualize what kind of training I did back then. The average strong hunter here has between 100 to 300 million total MCP. So, the amount of mana being used during training wouldn't be more than 100 to 300 KMP in a single session. From my own experience, it feels as if the data is not very solid to compare. I have regeneration skills, a teammate with an instant fatigue curing ability that lets me train endlessly, and too many unique scenarios to count. My mind races trying to come up with an answer here. I'm unsure if a day is too long or too short. The same goes for a week or even a month. I decide to skip it and come back. What is the maximum level monster a team of 5 level 500 association hunters should attempt to subjugate? I scratch my head and think about this one too for a moment, but skip it and move on to the next one. What is the hierarchy of command in the association between the ranks of elite to regional director? I skip again as I have no knowledge of this topic either. Skip, skip, skip. Over and over, I skip through niche questions that want descriptive and direct answers about topics I'd really only know if I were trained classically by members of the higher-ups in the association. There are a few about why and how dungeon breaks form that I managed to get lucky on, along with identifying what kind of item drops fall from certain kinds of monsters. However, these questions hardly make up more than 20% of the total. I continue to skip through the questions I have no idea about and make it to the 100th question where, at the bottom of the page, it reads, Finish. Over half of the time is left over on the counter while I spam the back button and start filling in answers to the questions I left blank. The knowledge I have about the inner workings of the association is very minimal. That's about 30% of the test questions. I'm able to logically deduce certain answers, but others are just niche knowledge that can't be learned. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. A solid portion of the test, over 10%, actually deals with the average cost of magical goods. I aced this section without a problem. However, the remaining 40% is filled with questions asking about random scenarios like the average level that hunters should fight up to win in teams, or an explanation of why fire types should never challenge water or ice types of similar strength. I can fudge answers that seem to be correct, but it all seems far too rigid, like they want me to recite an answer that a teacher has given me. From my actual battle experience in countless fights against the odds, I found that many of these scenarios can be flipped right on their head. While it may be the safest way to train recruits on a massive scale, this kind of brainwashing to play it safe and not push the limits of each hunter's individual understanding of their abilities irks me quite a bit. It's like they're making mindless rule-following soldiers that all think the same. These ideas bleed through into my answers quite a bit on some of the scenarios that are asked about. They give the freedom to write abstract answers, so that's exactly what I give, explaining how it is very dependent on what skills each teammate has and their base stats as well. Just because a monster may be higher level than the hunter, or even have a massive mana control advantage. Sometimes the hunter has a better understanding of the landscape and can use the dungeon mass to their advantage. Other times they may have a speed or agility edge and can wear the monster out. Many hunters create unique styles and even have high-grade gear that outclasses high-grade monsters too. As I really get into answering these final skipped questions, I lose myself in the fun of it and basically write, "It depends," just in a much longer thought-out way on almost half of the questions in this exam. If an experienced hunter were to read through my answers, they really are far better explanations to these scenarios than any of the boring exact technical answers I know the screen in front of me wants me to write down. Once I sit back and finish the final one, the timer on the top of the screen reads out 13 minutes and 42 seconds. Click, finish, and let out a sigh. Well, either they accept these answers, or I have a lot of catching up to do on the physical exams. I chuckle to myself, then sit in silence as the counter falls down to 0 and the screen disappears. There's a light dinging sound, and the chair beneath me and table before me start to dissolve and fall back into the floor while the silver door behind me clicks open, and I'm greeted by a new attendant in a black tuxedo. Right this way. I walk out the door and follow him to see dozens of other applicants following their guides through the rows of white cubes. Some look happy, others stressed, and some don't show any emotion at all. Many look down at their wristbands, and this prompts me to do the same. I watch the 26 on the face of it change into a 59. My eyes scan around the room more, and I see Ember's number read 40. When I see Natalie's band read 7, I get the feeling that a high number isn't exactly a good thing. It appears my long-winded answers weren't appreciated by a machine. We're all led to the back of the room, away from the back door we entered through. I manage to get in line next to Ember, and he nudges me with a grin. Should have studied more, don't you think? I roll my eyes and comment back. Hey, you didn't do too hot yourself. Both of us are smiling and joking about it, while Natalie looks back at us with a confused stare. What's up with you two? I thought you were capable hunters. She even looks annoyed, like she's wasted her time and energy investing in us, but I couldn't care less if she's upset. There's nothing I could do about it. Plus, the physical exams are where we'll shine. Nat tries to get in another word, but one of the guides motions for her to be quiet while the door at the back of the room opens up with a click and a wave of mana-dense air comes out. We're all led into the room, and the door closes behind us. The ceiling is higher, the walls stretch out even further, and I can hardly believe how massive this mana-shielded room is. It's easily 5 times as large as the last one, with shielding around the walls that is higher grade than even what was salvaged from the Valor City towers. I can feel there is a divider in the center of the room that has been artificially placed there to block off the other side. It's made of high B-grade shielding at best, meaning they're probably going to tear it down after this exam is over. I can feel the presence of a few proctors on the other side of this wall and various kinds of magical gear that must be used for the physical exams. It must have cost a fortune to make this place. The guides separate us into two groups. In one group, everyone with wristbands that show 30 or below is situated. In the other, where Ember and I stand, there are 36 of us that have numbers above 30. The highest I can see is a large tank with advanced earth magic and an extreme strength skill from the Maya region with a 66 on his wrist. I murmur to Ember, "See, I didn't do the worst." There are others in the crowd that whisper to themselves, when all of the attendants that brought us here step away from us. A single man's voice rings out above everyone else. "Good morning, hunters. I hope you all had a good rest and managed to test your luck and make it this far already. There were only 10 of you that had to be sent home during the pretrials. 66 remain, and will hopefully all be seeing you in the final round." The speaker steps forward, and I recognize his face. It's that same wind user that was over level 900 with the golden collar I met at the gate of this entire fortress. He speaks again while hovering in the air on a gust of wind and looking at all of us with the vast white empty room behind him. "Your tests have been graded automatically by our in-house machine to get your basic results for Stage 1. It has 99% accuracy, but further grading of the raw answers will be looked over by our staff to make sure nothing was missed while you continue to Stage 2. He smiles and turns his body to the low-quality mana shielding at the back of the room with a single door in it. Now, if you have perception sharp enough, you know that behind this wall is where the basic physical exam will take place. He pauses while everyone listens carefully. I want everyone in Group A, applicants numbered 1 to 30, to line up single file in front of the door. Those of you in Group B, 31 and over, may stay here and talk amongst yourselves. Once Group A is finished and has moved on, we'll set up the tests again for you. His tone and even facial expression toward us in the second group is dismissive and looks like he can't be bothered to even look like he cares. His attention shifts to the rest of Group A. All of the Apex Region's 12 recruits are in this group, even the ones that were dragged away from the counter during the pretrials at the roulette table. In addition to the two outliers, Trax and Callum, that I can feel radiating mana control from here, there are 3 others that are over level 700 in their group that come in close second to these two. Many from the Vice and Viridian regions are in this top 32. I see the 2 water guards from Vice City at spot 16 and 17. Then the last person I recognize before they all walk away from us to the back of the room is that blonde man from the Silka region. He's managed to slip in at spot 29. Here, back in Group B, many people begin to socialize and ask each other about the questions on the test to see what they got right or wrong. The only person I recognize is the Talton region woman. Everyone else doesn't stand out much to me. However, for men in black robes with considerable high mana control do stand out, as I haven't seen them at all before during the game rooms even. 2 of them wear heavy hoods that make shadows over their faces while the other 2 just straight up wear black masks. Their wristbands show that they're from the Phantom region. This is the first time I've heard of or seen anyone from this place, and they sure do dress the part to match their name. I let out a sigh and watched the line of the top 30 slowly begin to move. It appears as though they're being tested individually, one by one. Each test takes over 10 minutes, so we're going to be here for a while. I decide to just sit down on the mana shield floor and wait. Ember sits down next to me and does the same. Then, an unexpected guest comes and sits next to me on the opposite side. It's the woman from the Talton region carrying the spear and wearing the armor I upgraded for her by hand just a few days ago. But she has no idea it was me. She speaks up while sitting down and putting out a hand with a 65 on the wristband, and I shake it. "My name is Marcy, by the way. Looks like they don't teach that nonsense that was on the test from wherever you're from in the Bedrock region either." I smirk and respond, "Yeah, I guess not." I look down at her watch, then continue to introduce myself and ask a question. "I'm Ray, by the way. I've never met anyone from the Talton region before. What brings you all the way out here for the exams? Chapter 535. Well, if it was solely up to me, I wouldn't be at these exams at all. I'm doing it for the safety and well-being of my home region. I raise an eyebrow at her words, and she continues. Every region has to enroll at least one applicant per year to stay in the good faith of the association and continue receiving its aid and protection. It begins to make sense why none of the other strong hunters from that region are here. I recall seeing dozens of worthy applicants strong enough to enter these exams in the Talton jungle. She leans in closer to me. If by chance I do manage to pass the exams this year, I'm not accepting a license. I'm just here to show up and do my part. Makes sense. I guess we're all here at the B-class exams for our own reasons. I scan her status again to double-check my findings as I remember them from when I did a brief scan of her in the Talton region and find interesting results. The armor with mythic-grade body hardening and spear with a plus 300% strength buff plus all of the other boosts appear to be used and even have grown slightly. Even in the past few days since I left, it seems she's trained and tested out this gear against some high-level adversaries. She has advanced grade mana manipulation and a legendary grade body hardening skill. Despite being in the mid-level 600s, her skill upgrades aren't optimized. It seems like she either used an upgrade crystal before level 600 and wasn't able to increase her mana manipulation to extreme grade, or it automatically prioritized her body hardening skill. I think about ways this could be optimized in the future, and wonder how her mana manipulation skill works without access to any other elements. I want to see it in action. While pondering this thought, the line of Group A applicants moves on and I introduce her to Ember under his false identity of Emery, and we both explain our fake backstory. For the most part, I think Marcy believes us, but there is a fire burning beneath her eyes that sees this whole exam a lot differently than everyone else here. I can't quite tell what's on her mind, but decide not to pry and keep the conversation very surface level. The line doesn't move too slowly, but it doesn't move fast either. It takes over a full 2 hours for everyone to make it through before the wind magic proctor with the golden collar comes out of the door and floats above us to speak again. Group B. Please line up in single file according to your corresponding numbers. Stage 2, the physical exam will now begin. We do as he says and line up. Ember and I agree that we will both go a bit above and beyond during these tests to make up for the lack of information we had in the previous stage. The goal is still to pass these exams and get as close to the upper management of the association as possible. I watch applicant 31 enter the door in the wall first, and the line slowly begins to move. Ember is about a dozen people ahead of me in line. It takes another hour and a half before it's his turn to enter. Once he leaves behind those closed doors, it takes almost another 2 hours for my turn to finally come. As the doors automatically open, I'm greeted by the same collared proctor on the other side. Once the door closes, he speaks up with a confident smile. I remember you. His eyes lower down to a silver tablet in his hand, then down to my wristband. Number 59? I would have guessed you would rank much higher from your performance at the front gate. Top 20 or maybe even top 15 was my initial guess. He shrugs. Well, there's still plenty of tests to raise those ranks. The written exam is weighted as a large portion of this exam, but there's still a chance for you if you are exceptional in the following stages. Please, follow me this way. I do as he says and follow him toward a series of magic mechanical devices I see lined up across the massive room. It's over 500 meters to the back wall where another door rests, and the room itself is at least a kilometer wide. It's split into a few sections, but he brings me to a large black cube that is heavily bolted into the ground first. It seems very familiar, and it doesn't click in my head what this device is until he tells me. This will be a standard strength test. Use as much armor, running start, or mana as you wish. The only valid attacks on this machine will be a direct punch or kick. Please do take your time. He motions for me to make an attack on the cube, then steps back. This story is posted elsewhere by the author. Help them out by reading the authentic version. I remember using one of these devices back in Valor City before being accepted into the fight arena. It will give a numbered score estimating my strength. Back then, I had far less control over my power, but now I'm very capable of doing so and can make this device light up to whichever number I wish. With very low written test scores, if I want any chance of making it into the top 12, I'm going to need to up my game quite a bit. I step up to the black cube and get ready to punch it in its center. I picture the mana control of the two strongest applicants in this whole exam, the lightning and water users from the Apex region, and tone my own strength down just a small amount. I want to give a good score, but don't want to make it obvious that I'm the strongest hunter in this whole event. That would raise a lot more red flags than I want. Once I can picture the perfect strength of a level 750 monster in my mind, I lunge forward and cover my fist in equivalent mana, shielding imbued with lightning magic to match it. A loud mana-on-mana twang echoes throughout the room as the instructor grins and looks down at his silver tablet where my number score must be. He looks up at me with a more appreciative expression now while he points to the next strength test. That's more like it. I knew you were strong. The next test is a long curved metal bar that is connected to the floor. The instructor tells me to pull it upward as hard as I can. It appears to be testing grip strength and leg strength, not only pure power of a strike. The next test is a large crystal orb on a table. Whenever the orb turns green, I'm told to send as much mana as possible into it through my fingertips in as dense wavelengths as I can. Between each green light, I'm provided a high-grade mana potion to regenerate my MP if needed. I accept, even though it's not necessary. Next, I'm timed running a 100-meter dash and a 2 kilometers run as well, starting on one end of the room the long way and touching the far wall before coming back. The final test is a reaction time and accuracy test. I have to dodge floating mechanical magic metal orbs that attack me at faster and faster speeds. Dodging the incoming attackers turns the orb from plain metal-colored to green. Once the orbs turn green, I'm allowed to attack them back. For this portion of the test, I'm allowed to take out my daggers and I send small lightning crescents at the orbs to hit them with very fine accuracy. I don't miss a single target, and I hold total concentration to suppress all of the wind magic in my blade to make sure I only use one element at a time. The proctor resets this test a total of 3 times. On the second round, I feel the orbs get much faster and more unpredictable. Despite this, I don't let a single one hit me and don't allow any of them to escape. On the third round, however, I do feel the difficulty of a test like this is nearing levels that should not be possible for a hunter like me, so I allow a few of the orbs to graze me instead of upping my speed to levels I didn't show were possible during the raw testing earlier. Still, my movements are near perfect. Every time I'm grazed, I only allow them to get near non-vital areas and position myself to always be perfectly aligned for a counterattack once the orbs turn green. I disarm all of the orbs, and the proctor claps slowly while walking over to me, keeping the silver tablet floating in the air with his wind magic. Very nice job. Only 3 other people managed to clear that difficulty level on the agility test with similar accuracy to your own. Not bad. The tablet comes floating over to him and he notes down a few more things on it. Then, I watch the number on my wristband shift from 59 to 32 in a faint flash of white. He points to the exit door once it opens. It's a live updating ranking system. As I said before, the written test is weighted pretty heavily. Even though the system sees you're one of the highest graded on the physical, there's still a long way to go before you move all the way up the ranks. That's quite the impressive jump there. One of the other Bedrock applicants did pretty well on the physical too. He made it into the top 30 actually. He motions for me to leave. There's still plenty of stages left. Best of luck, Hunter. Then, he turns to the other side of the room to go and starts testing the next applicant while I walk through the exit door. As it closes behind me and I take in the view of this room, I catch the presence of a hunter that is also very familiar but not someone I was expecting to see at this stage of the event. An A-class hunter with a light magic skill greets me at the door. Welcome to Stage 3 of the exams, Hunter Ray Anderson. My name is Rodrigo. I'll be the proctor that guides these next tests. Behind him, there's a wide-open lounge. It looks similar to the gaming room from the pretrials, but all of the hunters that accept drinks and order food at the bars and restaurants seem much less on edge than they did before. At the back wall, there are many large gold doors. Each of them is labeled 1 to 13, and it looks like 7 of them are already occupied because I see names above them that correlate with the names that are shown on a projector on the ceiling. Every member's face from their ID and live ranking is shown for everyone in the room to observe. Many of these names are grouped together in teams of 4, 5, or 6 hunters. The groupings are all very close now. Some groups share a common region, but the most common pattern is that most groups are very close in ranking. One group is all Apex region elites, and they hold rankings 1 to 6 all to themselves. 3 other groups each contain all of the hunters with rankings between 7 and 21 as well. Rodrigo speaks up, and his words confirm my suspicions. For this next stage, you may create your own team because you will be facing a series of trials together. The minimum a team must have is 4 hunters, and the max can be 6. The recommendation is to have a versatile lineup to be prepared for any challenge that comes your way in the next stage. I hope you've mingled with your fellow hunters during the exam so far, because connections will be very helpful moving forward. He gives me a thin smile. It looks very professional and fake, however. I'm fairly certain he knows exactly who he's talking to right now and is playing the part. To many hunters, this description is very vague and can't mean much, but thanks to my unexpected roommate in the pre-trials of this exam, this perfectly describes the simulation tests she has already explained everything about and prepared me for. So, I reply and walk past him. Thanks for the advice. I'll do my best to make a team. Looks like being last in line doesn't come with any good perks. I chuckle to myself and spot Ember and Natalie talking to each other on a long red couch that creates a wide semicircle near the back of the room. Ember's wristband says 24, and Natalie's reads 30. She looks pale and weak, similar to how she did after she'd healed up an entire team of hunters in the pre-trials. My best guess is that she healed the Apex Region's applicants that were injured during the agility tests of the physical, and then they left her to form their own elite team once they were finished. Considering she was ranked 7 before Stage 2, it seems the physical aspect of these exams isn't her strong suit at all. However, considering the recommendation Rodrigo gave me at the door that we should have a versatile team for the next upcoming event, I see a promising future teammate in front of me. While I walk over to the 2 of them, I begin to brainstorm who else I should try to bring onto this potential squad for the 3 remaining slots. Chapter 536. As I walk closer to the 2 of them, I realize there are plenty of other hunters surrounding them. Ember is the one being approached the most. I overhear many of them trying to get him to join their team. Upon closer inspection, I find that he has by far the lowest number still in this room. Everyone else sub 30 has already formed a team and is behind a closed door. Some ask Natalie to join as well, but many are fixated on Ember as he's clearly a strong asset to their team. As I arrive, I let a moderate mana aura leak out from my body and sit beside them, looking at all the random applicants shiver from the mana vibrating through them. I speak up. If we've never talked before this stage, get lost. We already have a team picked out. Go find teammates in your own league. It's a bit rude, but I get my message across perfectly, and the leeches scramble. Left behind after the weaker applicants go off and group in their own teams, giving up on the possibility of snagging an easy target. I see the wind user from the Silka region that Nat healed and I gave a free black token to earlier. His wristband reads 31. I'm surprised he hasn't found a team yet. Considering he was 29 before, his physical scores must have been pretty decent to still be near the mid-range. I wave to him. Dane, right? Still looking for a team. His eyes perk up when he walks over. Yeah, I am still looking for a team. I thought I might be better off waiting it out than picking the first team that'd accept me. He looks up at the ceiling, and I follow his gaze to study the teams that are already up there more thoroughly. It seems teams of 6 are most prevalent in the higher-skilled hunters. Near the midsection, there are more teams of 5 and 4. I don't know if this is an advantage or a disadvantage yet, but I know I'd rather be on a smaller team with people I have some history with rather than a team of complete randoms. One of the teams of 4 up on the board is the entirety of the Phantom regions showing, the 4 of them in a single team. This is why I've decided to pick this man from the Silka region. I gave him a token in the pre-trials. He seems competent, but also this will come with a sense of loyalty because he may feel partially indebted to me from before. We have 4 people right here, but I want to let all of my options run out before making a final decision and approaching one of those numbered golden doors. Dane shakes Ember's hand and they formally meet. Natalie recognizes him in an instant, realizing he's the one that paid her to heal him in the pre-trials. I speak up while more people begin to form into teams, and additional applicants walk in after finishing the physical exams. Dane, you're a wind type, right? Does that mean you're capable of long-range attacks? He raises an eyebrow, most likely wondering how I knew this, but I point down to his wristband that shows he's a Class 3 wind type according to the Silka's grading system. Yeah, I can be your long-range attacker. I nod, remembering some questions in the written portion of the exam referencing the main structures of hunting squads. There should be a support type, whether that's a healer or buff user, long-range attackers, close-range damage dealers, and lastly some kind of defensive tank to distract and keep larger enemies occupied and protect the damage dealers. Although this isn't how I would usually hunt at all, I usually just go in solo and take every role for myself. There's a very good chance this is what the exam proctors are looking for when we're forming teams. I nod and reply, "Good. You'll be our long range then." I turn to Natalie. "Obviously, you'll be our support." Then turn to Ember. "Emery, you and I will be the damage dealers. You'll be close range, as you fight with your fists. I'll be mid-range." He nods, then Nat chimes in. "What about a tank? We'll lose points in the long run if we don't have one of these. None of us look strong enough or defense-focused enough to fill in this role." Dane raises an eyebrow. "Lose points? What do you mean? They haven't even explained the rules of this test yet." Nat smirks but doesn't say anything. Ember speaks for her. "Just trust her. She hasn't been wrong yet." I nod, thinking to myself how she successfully predicted over 75% of the equipment that was used during the physical test. It's true. I just wish she would have known the answers to that written. I wouldn't have flunked it so hard. As soon as I say this, a huge man with armor and a heavy shield comes walking out of the physical room with a 41 on his wristband. It said 63 before, so he definitely performed well. This narrative has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. If you see it on Amazon, please report it. Nat looks over and points at him. "How about that guy? 41 isn't bad. He increased over 20 ranks. I'm sure he's strong. There are only 3 other applicants after him. We might as well get a tank while we still can." It appears a few other teams look toward him too as he walks through the lounge after Rodrigo gives him a brief introduction. Dane even speaks up. "I can go over and talk to him if you want." I shake my head. "I have the perfect applicant in mind. Let's wait." The next hunter comes out about 15 minutes later, and he's a long sword user with fire magic and very low mana control for his level from the Raya region, ranked 61. No one jumps to recruit him, but he does settle with another team filled with other rank 50 and above applicants. More people are getting restless and just decide on their teams before it's too late. Random groups of 4 to 6 are formed, filling doors 8, 9, and 10. There aren't many people left in the lounge. When the next hunter emerges from the physical exam room and a bright 33 glows on her wristband, I smile, knowing Marcy performed extremely well on the physical exams to rank just 1 point away from me considering our written test scores must have been pretty close. Once Rodrigo finishes explaining the basics to her, she looks around the room, takes a glance at the leaderboards on the ceiling, then ignores every hunter that pesters her on her walk over to us. She then looks at all of our wristbands and speaks up. "Well, looks like your team is the only reasonable option for me here." I reply as the disappointed looks of other hunters multiply behind her. "Welcome to the team. We have our tank." While I could snag a 6th member from any of the others in the lounge and I'm sure they'd accept, this team of 5 will suffice. It feels like I know everyone well enough individually that if I take the role as team leader, they'll all work together once the trials begin. Everyone else understands that I'm the common link between them and that this is what will work best. We walk over to door 11 to scan our wristbands. The door clicks open, and as soon as we're all inside, it clicks shut, leaving us in a small 10-meter by 10-meter white mana shielded room with a silver door on the back wall. Above us, a ceiling projector shows the 11th team has been formed, with all of our names in it, then shows 2 team slots still available to be made with all of the solo applicants in a straight line with their ID pictures next to their ranking waiting for them to form a group. A single line of text appears beneath the ranking board. "Please wait for all applicants to form teams and enter their rooms." Stage 3 of the exams will begin shortly. At the same time, the floor begins to move, and it feels just like it did when we were in those white cubes during the written exam. A total of 5 beds come out of the ground, and dozens of crates filled with food, weapons, potions, and various magic items that are graded high C. There are even some near-middle B grade. Most of them are health and mana potions, while others are weapons like swords, daggers, bows, spears, armor, shields, and all kinds of things necessary for a team to use on an extensive dungeon expedition. There's no description that pops up, or instructions about how to use this gear, or even why it's been given to us. The only thing we can do is wait. We all introduce ourselves to one another, and there is a good amount of interest in Marcy's origin from the Talton region. Natalie is especially surprised, but Dane takes it in a much more nonchalant manner. We each tell each other our levels, fighting styles, general skills, and what to expect when working together. Then each of us looks through the gear provided to see if anything is to our liking. Ember and I are the only ones that don't sift through it much, as everything here is basically useless to us, but the others are captivated by the B-grade items and swap out weak pieces of armor and gear that will raise their stats a few percentage points here and there. It takes another 15 minutes before another team is formed. My best guess is because they were waiting for the final applicant to come out of physical testing. Just half a minute after this team is formed, the final team comes together and lights up on the screen on the ceiling. It flashes white, then the screen is split in half. One side still shows the 13 teams and their applicants all together, and the other half shows a large live image of Rodrigo standing in the center of the empty lounge outside. He stares ahead and speaks. "Welcome everyone to the 3rd stage of your B-class exams." The moment he speaks, all of our attention moves to the ceiling. For this portion of the exams, you will all be partaking in extensive testing within the Apex region's simulation rooms. He points toward the side of the screen where all of our team names are, and it zooms in to show that there is a big 0 next to each person's individual name. You will be scored with a simple point system during this event. The simulation rooms will test various facets of what it means to be an association hunter. Your strengths, weaknesses, cognitive function under stress, and ability to work as a team under pressure and even in your natural element. This is just the surface of what we're looking for today. He pauses and smiles as it looks like someone is speaking in his ear. Then, a new screen appears above the silver door in our room. Split in half. The top says 55 minutes, and the bottom says midnight. Rodrigo speaks again. There will be 24 trials. Each will last 55 minutes, and 5 minutes of rest within the safety room you stand in now will be allotted between events. He nods. Then the top counter changes and displays a 5-minute clock, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. It begins to tick down as he continues to speak, and the clock below it moves as well, showing 23 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds. A few seconds later, you are all required to participate in the first trial. You may bring any magical items that are on your person or that have been provided in this room. There is no such thing as cheating. Whatever resources you find or strategies that make themselves known are encouraged for you to use. However, we strongly advise against killing your fellow applicants. Rodrigo takes a deep breath in and out, then continues. Every trial completed in the allotted time will grant every person on your team a single point. Not every trial after the first needs all applicants to be present inside the simulation room to be passed. There may be times when some applicants want to rest and others can carry on completing trials for the team to conserve energy. Applicants that are not present in the simulation room when a trial is completed will still receive a point for the completed trial. The clocks on the wall continue to count down. I see it drop below the 3.5-minute mark as Rodrigo continues. If a trial is completed before the time limit allotted, the next will not start until the timer runs to 0. All team members may rest during this time. In addition to the 1 point per completion, the team that completes any given trial first out of all 13 teams will receive an extra 1 bonus point per applicant present. This bonus point will only be given to the members present in the simulation room during the trial. He points to the leaderboard again, and it automatically scrolls through all of the 0 markings next to everyone's name. Lastly, an MVP point will be awarded to the single applicant that contributes the most during each individual trial. Rodrigo pauses for a moment and lets all this information sink in while the clock on the wall ticks past the 2-minute remaining mark. You've all formed teams with fellow regional allies, as well as applicants from regions unknown. Maybe you're already a well-oiled team, or maybe this is the first time you've ever fought together. Today is not only about working together as a team to push each other toward a common goal. It is also about doing this and still showing your individual skills and ability to stand out amongst the crowd. He pauses again, and the reality of this test's true nature sinks in. The clock on the wall falls below 1 minute, showing 59 seconds, and the silver door clicks open. A wave of hot mana pours out, and the visual of a lush green jungle meets my eyes. It looks like there is a portal to a whole new world right behind the silver door. I can already sense ranked-up monsters inside roaming the dense trees for what feels like kilometers ahead. If I wasn't told that this was a simulation room, I would believe it was a real B-grade dungeon. The clock above the door continues to tick down, and Rodrigo speaks again. The door will close once the timer hits 0, so enter while you still can. It shall open once the trial is complete. It is time for the third stage of the exams to begin. What will you choose? The satisfaction of bringing your peers around you to success together? Or will you sacrifice those around you to achieve personal glory above all else? I wish you luck in your journey over the next 24 hours. Applicants, remember, there are no rules and no wrong answers. Do what you believe is right. Let the trials begin. Chapter 537. We all walk forward into the jungle environment through the silver door. Once it clicks behind us, the exit disappears, and it feels like we're inside a normal dungeon. However, there are a few major differences. Floating high in the sky is a visible timer now counting down from 55 minutes. Below it is a large blue holographic text prompt. A party of B-class hunters failed to subjugate a dungeon break. They've been separated into multiple areas after splitting up to defeat this dungeon. Save the 3 remaining survivors and clear the break. 4 massive holograms pop up in the distance. 3 of them are yellow exclamation points, scattered far out into the jungle, pinpointing where each of the hunters are, and the 4th is a red arrow with boss room hovering above it. When I scan the dungeon using enemy detection, I do sense enemies in here, but they feel much different than normal monsters. There's enough mana inside them to trigger my perception, but there's a visible holographic LV 668 hovering above the head of the closest one I find in my mind's eye. That's not from my inspect skill. It's visible to anyone that looks at it. When I try to fully appraise the creature, nothing shows up. It just feels like a huge energy blob of pure mana being manifested into the form of a monster. Everyone in the squad takes in the view and reads the message in the sky. Before we can even devise a plan, the monster closest to us starts to make itself known. I yell out to make sure everyone's prepared. Incoming. Lizard monster. 12 o'clock. We take this out together, then come up with a plan. Immediately, everyone gets into position. Marcy begins to glow with mana and runs up ahead of us, activating her armor set and imbuing large amounts of energy into her spear while scanning the jungle ahead. Dane jumps into the air and takes out 2 thin curved swords imbued with wind stones and hovers in the air while Natalie runs back to stand beneath him and stay alert. Ember and I stay put, right behind Marcy, and wait for the monster to show itself from beneath the thick trees. I pull out my daggers and let the lightning magic crackle on them, and Ember ignites his fists with a low sizzle of flames. We all move forward slowly as the cracking of sticks and presence of a strong aura grow closer. A 6-meter-long green-skinned lizard with massive beady eyes and a long red tongue comes flying out from the trees. The moment Marcy jumps up to make the first contact with it, a layer of dense stone is summoned all over its body. Her spear tip hits its underbelly, and a layer of pink mana shielding forms around her in a semicircle to block the shattering stone as she pierces through to land a hit. Wind blades come curving in from behind as Dane lets out an attack at the now exposed monster's underbelly too, while Marcy steps back and pulls out her spear. I curve to her right while Ember curves around her left. The wind blades create a wide-open X-shaped gash, far deeper than the spear wielder's hit because the monster's outer shielding has already been shattered. I aim for its neck with my blades while Ember lets fire erupt from his fists to attack right where the weak spot Dane and Marcy already created is. The creature's body explodes in a ball of fire, and its head rolls to the artificial dungeon floor as its long red tongue crackles with static electricity, still reacting to the clean slice I followed through with to its neck. In a matter of milliseconds, our opponent that out-leveled every one of us dissolves into thin air and its holographic tag disappears into the air. The flesh I cut through felt real, but the lack of any system notifications after the kill convinces me this is truly not a legitimate monster. It is somehow a lifelike manifestation of what a monster would feel like. The Apex region has their hands on tech that can replicate the mana shielding and skills of monsters for training scenarios like this. We all float to the ground, then put our weapons to our sides, and Natalie speaks up. That was very impressive. Just know, moving forward, even though this is a simulation, the monsters might as well be real. You can get seriously injured just the same as any real monster attack in a legitimate dungeon. I'm not sure what parameters they're set to. Sometimes they're programmed to stop the simulation once the hunter inside looks like they're in critical condition. However, I wouldn't be surprised if they took this safety feature off for the exams. I can see she's a bit wide-eyed and frazzled by the display we just put on, so I just nod and reply, "Thanks for the heads up. I've never been in one of these before, so I'll just assume everything is real." Similar remarks come from Dane and Marcy, as they've never tried tech like this either and just assumed it was real too. We all discuss the mission at hand and come up with scenarios of how to fulfill it efficiently. Dane and Natalie both agree that the safest way for this mission to be completed is to go to each hunter checkpoint that needs to be saved one by one as a full team. In the prompt itself, it said that these hunters split up and couldn't handle the dungeons. Ember and Marcy have different opinions about it. They believe that we're all stronger than whatever hunters came here before us in this scenario. If we want to have any chance of winning the fastest pace prize, we need to split up and rescue them in 3 groups. I consider both options but speak up with my own idea in mind. What if we just go straight for the boss room? There are a few confused looks at me, but then they consider what I've said in more depth. I grin, turning to Natalie. I don't know how these simulation rooms work, but if this were a real break, the smartest thing to do would be to focus on taking out the boss monster. The whole dungeon would collapse and all excess dungeon mass would be automatically teleported to safety. I shrug. We wouldn't have to prioritize one hunter over another to save first, and we wouldn't have to risk splitting up into groups to save time and sacrifice our own safety. Marcy chimes in. I like that idea better. Even if it's not what the test wants us to do, it's what the right thing to do in the actual scenario would be. This story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. Nat thinks hard but can't come to a conclusion, whispering to herself. I don't know. I don't know if the sim room is programmed to work like that. Before anyone talks us out of it, I jump in the air, stepping on small yellow platforms of lightning magic and point toward the red arrow at the back. Come on, I'm the reason we're all on a team together, at least humor me. I want to see what happens. Let's fly there. It'll save us even more time. Ember fire steps up to follow, while Marcy uses pink platforms of mana to follow, and Dane floats up with wind. Natalie lets out a sigh, manifesting mana beneath her feet and following upward. Fine, but we're going to use my safer strategies in the next tests if this backfires. We soar over the trees, and occasionally large green lizards jump up into the air toward us, but we fly way too high for any of them to actually hit us with attacks or engage in battle. Less than 3 minutes later, we pass right by one of the yellow exclamation points less than 500 meters away to our right. The next one passes less than a kilometer away on our left. Then the last is far out, about 2 kilometers in the opposite direction of the boss room. We hover down to the simulated dark gray portal and jump through. They all follow my lead. An enormous tree with leaves that stretch over 5 meters long is all there is in the boss room, and a huge camouflaged lizard over twice the size of the first one we fought is what we're meant to fight. It has a body-hardening perk to it as well, and its tongue sharpens to punch holes through whatever it makes contact with. There's a large blue LV. 690 over its head as we fight, While either Ember or myself could easily end this battle in a single strike, we let our teammates shine and leave any special moves for emergencies. It really only adds an extra minute or so onto the battle. Dane has extremely proficient accuracy from long range, and works well with Marcy as she is able to shatter its armor for brief moments of time whenever she attacks. Using these distractions, Ember and I chip away at its vitals. Natalie waits and stays out of attack range, feeling a bit out of place until the battle is over. The massive lizard falls from its tree and disappears before hitting the ground. Soon after, the boss room disappears around us too, and a loud ringing sound fills the room as our surroundings turn white. Then a silver door opens in front of us with blue text hovering over it. Congratulations! 25 minutes and 56 seconds remaining. Trial 1 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in 3rd place. Better luck next time. Please rest until your next trial begins. We walk through the silver door and find ourselves back in the resting room we came from. The leaderboard comes into my vision as the door behind me closes, and I see that the team of Apex members 1 to 6 came in first, finishing the trial 10 minutes faster than us. Another team finished about 4 minutes after them. Marcy and Dane celebrate, then go off to drink mana potions and water from the stash supplied. Natalie looks a little confused and somewhat upset at the situation while she looks up at the leaderboard to see her region mates must have used a similar strategy. I speak out loud what she's thinking. They either thought the same thing as me and were just much faster to jump right to it, or they're just that much better than us. I think about how fast and strong Trax and Callum are, and try to picture it in my head. If they really stepped on it, I'd believe either scenario was possible. However, my best bet is they went straight for the boss room too. That's what any competent hunter of their caliber would do. I wouldn't be surprised if they had separate simulation training for the elites of their class. That may be why Natalie thinks this way by default. She replies, "Sorry I doubted you. Maybe taking the creative approach is necessary if a weaker team like us is going to score any points." I shrug. Who says we're weak? 3rd place isn't really that bad for round 1. We still have 23 trials to go. There's room for improvement. I just need to get a better feel for how these simulations work. Over the next 30 minutes, more and more teams complete the trial and get their points on the board. Once the timer rings, only 11 out of 13 teams have completed the challenge. Many hunters have 1 point, all the MVPs from each team have 2, and the Apex team, Team 1, all have 2 points other than Trax who has 3. Once the timer hits 0, it resets to 5 minutes just like it did when Rodrigo was speaking, and once it hits 1 minute, the door opens again. I see a desert landscape before me at dusk, and we all walk through to begin the next challenge. Clear the 2 dungeon breaks and protect the village by helping them fix their automated defense system. Shines bright in the sky, and I see 2 bright red dungeon breaks on either side of a valley. Dozens of monsters are pouring out from the breaks, charging toward the village down below. There are almost 100 simulated people in the village, and none of them are even close to strong enough to face the level 400 to 550 monsters charging toward them. I stare forward for a moment, letting out a pulse of mana to observe what's going on in far more depth. Then think of a way to solve this as fast as possible while the time ticks down above us in the sky. Emery, you take out that break. Go straight for the boss room. I'll handle the monsters that squeeze out. I turn to the other red dungeon portal. Marcy, Dane, you 2 on that one. Do the same. Head straight for the boss room. Clear it as fast as you can without looking back or stopping for pointless fights. The 3 of them head off to my left and right, not hesitating at all. Nat, you come with me. We're going to see what's going on in this village. We fly forward and are already making progress before the timer in the sky even ticks down a full minute. We soar past the charging monsters below and get to the town before they do to meet with scared townspeople at the flimsy wooden front gate. There are maybe 30 houses in this whole village max, and 2 enormous humanoid robots out front that appear to be powered down. A middle-aged townswoman calls out to us for help. "Adventurers, you've come to save us. Our mechanic has fallen ill, and we need someone to find the activation crystals for our defense system before it's too late." We come to a halt and float down to the ground in front of them, and I take in the situation, then reply, "Okay, how can we find the crystals?" She lets out a sigh and covers her face with her hands. "If I knew, the machines would be up and running as we speak. We need you to fend off the monsters and help us search the town. I heard some adventurers have a sixth sense for this kind of thing." She looks up at me with her eyes wide, and I do a full scan of the town but find nothing out of the ordinary like she's describing. If it were this easy, anyone with half-developed mana senses could figure out this quest in an instant. There must be other clues. A boy in overalls peeks his head through the crowd beneath the woman's arm. Old man Robert works in the red house on the south edge of town. Or no, was it the yellow one? He scratches his head, and I let out a sigh. An old woman tells her story of where the man works sometimes too. Then another kid chimes in and says somewhere else. I turn to Natalie and roll my eyes. We may just have to start looking around the old-fashioned way on this one. Then I hear a teenage boy speak from deep in the crowd. If he'd just wake up for a minute or two, maybe he'd tell us where those crystals were. He's the only one that knows where the crystals are. At the same time, a wave of monsters from the dungeons up on either side of this valley comes charging toward us about 500 meters away. The townspeople begin to panic and scream, but I immediately turn to the boy and speak to him while grabbing his collar. "You said the old man was asleep. He's sick, right? Where is he?" His eyes are wide, watching the approaching wave of monsters from a distance, but he stutters out a reply. He's at the town doctor. But there's nothing they can do, he won't wake up dash." I turn to Natalie as she's also staring at the stampede coming our way with miniature beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "You want to win a round, Nat? Go follow this kid to the doctor's and heal that mechanic. If he wakes up, he'll be able to fix those robots himself." Nat's eyes lighten up as she realizes my plan. I pull out my daggers, then turn toward the monsters coming our way. "In the meantime, I'll handle these. Trust me." I run forward, and the white-haired healer follows the boy back into the town full of panicking villagers. As the timer in the sky ticks down, arcs of lightning fill the valley, and I decapitate all of the ranked-up beasts that get in my path. I push my suppressed mana control to its limit, and even move slightly faster than I did during the agility trials during the physical exam to make sure no monsters get by. This is definitely a 2 or 3 hunter job, but I'm the only one left capable of doing it, so pushing my perceived limits is what has to be done. About 7 full minutes pass before the monsters from one dungeon completely disappear while I'm fighting them. Then, no more than 4 minutes later, 2 enormous metal robots join me in the fight to protect the town using mana-powered lasers to mow down the ranked-up monsters with deadly precision. I look behind me to see Natalie waving with one hand while using the other, glowing bright white on the back of an old man carrying a set of tools and all kinds of colorful gems. Even from here, they don't give off any mana aura at all. They're just for show. However, my idea of healing the only man that could fix these things worked. I delegated all of the tasks and we wasted no time at all for this trial. Another 3.5 minutes pass. Then the next dungeon break is cleared, and the monsters coming out dissipate into the air. Congratulations! 36 minutes and 17 seconds. Remaining. Trial 2 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Natalie Sterling. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants. Please rest until your next trial begins. The whole desert scene fades away, and we're left in a white room again with an open silver door leading back to the resting area. Marcy and Dane are both sweating hard and out of breath, while Natalie looks somewhat pale from healing the mechanic. However, the room fills with excitement once we look at the leaderboard on the ceiling and everyone realizes we just won a round. Despite not being the strongest, smartest, or from the regions that have hidden information about these exams and guided toward victory, there's still a chance for us to rack up some serious points during this event if we play our cards right. Chapter 538. It takes more than 5 extra minutes for the Apex Elites team to finish up this trial. According to Natalie, there's a more battle-equipped healer on their main squad. He is their tank with an extreme strength skill, but also has a similar healing ability that must have healed the mechanic in the same way Nat did to get a time like that. However, their bit of lag time behind us must have been the need to allocate more hunters to defending the village from rogue monsters. One team must have been sent to clear both dungeons individually while the other stayed behind in the valley to fend off the dozens, if not hundreds, of monsters attacking. I keep this bit of information to myself as it takes another 15 minutes for any other teams to finish this round. Once the timer runs out, there are even 4 total teams that don't finish and miss out on the basic completion points. Even after the long rest we're allotted, I can tell that the stamina of my teammates is not going to last forever. Ember and I may be able to play these games for hours or even days on end without having to rest. At the rate that I see the other 3 restoring their MP and even HP after a simple round like this, I realize soon I'll be doing some of these rounds solo with Ember. This becomes more and more clear as the rounds go on. Trial 3 begins and we're put in a large open icy cave environment. Hundreds of level 500 to 550 ice golems attack us, and a few dozen between level 600 to 650 in total spawn once all of the lower mobs are defeated. There is no boss room or clear exit to this large icy lair. There is only a prompt reading, defeat all of the enemies, 1/6. In the sky, there are multiple waves, and the next waves only begin once the previous are cleared entirely. We take about 40 minutes to clear all 6 waves, and once the trial is complete we come in 4th place. Ember wins the MVP point, as he must have gotten the most final blows on the golems. The 4th trial is a similar event, with a clear goal and no way to really cheat it. We have to escort 3 carriages through a mountainous region and protect them from enormous monkey creatures that wield fire magic. We also come in 4th place this round, and I win the MVP point, but I'm unsure how we could have won either of the last 2 events. The team of elites from the Apex region has somehow won every event so far other than the one we managed to squeeze a victory. I come to the conclusion that they're definitely working with more information than us. However, it may just be that they're strategically positioning their most capable hunters to complete the tasks. I believe this is the case because when they come in 1st place and win the bonus points, not all 6 of them are always rewarded. It's only a select few, meaning they've already begun to leave hunters behind during certain trials. It's clear that both Dane and Natalie are nearing their limits after the labor-intensive trials we're completing. Dane has been giving it his all, launching hundreds of long-range attacks and contributing a lot to our battles, but he can't continue at this rate. Natalie healed up Marcy's arms after the Ice Golem dungeon as she was frozen pretty badly from continued exposure, while Dane got caught up in a large fire attack during the escort mission. Marcy is holding up fine after the heal, but Dane and Natalie are considerably weak. Both Ember and I are still not showing any signs of wear. They stay behind during the 5th round, and I assure them we'll pass it and get them points. Since the 2nd round, where we managed to luck out on a 1st place win, the Apex region team has been hoarding all of the 1st place bonus points since. While out of the 66 applicants on the board, I'm in the top 10 because of my MVP points and extra points for the 2nd trial, I still want to try to get ahead of some of these Apex region hunters. It's not like they've done anything in particular to make me want to defeat them. Top 12 is all I really need to place in. I'm just feeling competitive and see a challenge in front of me that I want to accomplish. My guess is I'll have a better chance at doing so once we get to the later trials, and even these elite hunters must get tired at some point. The 5th, 6th, and 7th trials go similarly to the last 2. They're dungeon breaks, having to save stranded hunters at checkpoints and protecting villages from hordes of monsters. Dane joins us for the 7th trial after he's rested up, but it is one of the most intense ones we've faced so far. The 7th is another multi-wave trial, and some of the waves even consist of multiple level 675 plus monsters. Ember and I push our speed and striking power to the max, clearing out waves of ogres, serpents, orcs, giant scorpions, and even some unique humanoid monsters. Dane is overwhelmed by the ruthlessness, strength, and pure power of some of the monsters after a few stages go by. He's hit hard by a few attacks and stays high in the sky to wait out the rest of the waves while we continue to battle it out. Stolen story. Please report. We come in 3rd place for this stage, but surprisingly only 5 total teams even passed this trial. This makes Dane feel much better about having to sit out the strongest waves. Marcy holds up very well, but after 7 hours of straight fighting monsters at and above her level, Even she begins to get fatigued and exhausted, especially from the healing procedure done after the 7th trial to mend some of her deep gashes and burns. Dane is healed up too, but falls asleep to fully heal once the process is complete. Every time Nat heals, her own fatigue grows too, but she understands this is part of being a team player. While the HP potions provided can heal standard injuries and slowly heal flesh wounds, some of the larger injuries being tanked would take many days to heal or even longer if not for our healer. No one on the team would be taking the risks in battle if not for this insurance. Moving on to the 8th round, I can tell Marcy is getting tired, but we agree this will be her last one, then she'll take a rest. I don't know how you two manage to narrowly miss injuries over and over and keep using so much mana in your attacks while not getting fatigued, but I guess it's best not to question it and just be glad you're on my side. As she says this, I realize Ember and I have been outputting hundreds of thousands of MP over the last few trials like it's nothing. I remember back to one of the exam questions about how much rest time a hunter needs after exerting 0.1% of their mana control, and if this were my true control that I'm showing her, right about now would be when I'd start feeling the effects of using up so much mana. However, I shrug it off. We've been through worse. Don't worry about us. Once the door opens and we walk through, the 3 of us are stranded on a desert island. The sky is covered in clouds and there is fog that hovers over the sea in all directions, limiting our vision to a few dozen meters ahead at most. Text pops up in the sky next to a timer. Memorize the pattern of safe stones to make it all the way to the final island. You have 55 minutes to make 100 steps. You must travel from step to step in order to complete this trial. Go back to the start as many times as you wish, but if you step on a danger stone, you have failed to complete this trial. As soon as we read this, massive rocks float up in the ocean in rows of 3. 2 of the rocks are red while 1 is green on every step. Is this some kind of joke? I whisper out loud. The rock all the way to my right is green on the first row of 3, and I can see clearly that about 10 meters ahead of it, in the next row of 3, the middle rock is green. I shrug and jump up in the air to land out in the ocean on top of the furthest right rock. Nothing changes, then I motion for Marcy and Ember to follow. They do, and once both their feet touch the rock, all 3 in the first row turn green. However, when I look further out into the ocean, all of the other rocks that were lit up red or green in the distance turn gray and dull. Well, it was the middle one, I'm sure of it. I jump another 10 meters off to the middle rock on the second set, and once Ember and Marcy follow, the second set of 3 gray rocks turn green. Interesting. I don't remember what the third set looked like at all, and neither do either of my teammates. Marcy speaks up. Well, it said we can restart as many times as we want, right? I nod. Right? We all fly back to the starting island, and once our feet hit the sand again, the rocks reset. 100 sets of 3 massive boulders trail off into the ocean. 2 are red on each one and 1 is green. I stare off into the sea thinking about how exactly we'll remember this pattern in such a short period of time. A few minutes have already passed, and every second we wait will only add up to make this problem harder. It is possible if we concentrate hard, and split it up by taking 33 to 34 each, flying over the entire puzzle and memorizing as much as we can, that could work. But there must be another way. Marcy proposes exactly what I was thinking, and Ember agrees that it's possible, but there must be an easier and faster way to complete this challenge. The corner of my lips curl upward as I shove my hand into my fake item box and pull out a bright blue recording crystal. Emery, you're right. I think we have a much more efficient option right here. I imbue mana into the gem, then float up in the air with lightning crackling beneath my feet, while the recording crystal records a lifelike image of whatever I pointed at. I turn back to the 2 still standing on the island. Stay here. I'll be right back. With the crystal pointed down at the rocks, I lightning step high above every one of them until I make it back to the final island we're supposed to reach. Considering we haven't stepped on the first rock yet, the green and red patterns showing which rock is safe to jump on are still visible on all of them. There's no need to memorize the pattern anymore now that I have a perfect picture of the answers in front of me. Once I get back, I set the recording to play, and we hop from rock to rock with confidence, turning every one of them green, making it across the entire maze in less than 10 minutes. Once we all step foot on the final island and all of the rocks are glowing green, the simulation around us disappears, and the silver door appears with a message above it. Congratulations! 44 minutes and 52 seconds remaining. Trial 8 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. I can't help but wave an excited fist at the door. Take that, Apex region. 1 step closer. We just need to do that a few more times. Ember chuckles. You really want to win this thing now? I thought top 12 was all we were aiming for. I shrug and walk through. It can't hurt to win in this event. Thanks to that written exam, we're still pretty far behind. I say we get a little more serious. I turn back and nod. It's time we start using our ranked up buffs. No more conserving energy. Through our telepathy link, I send a message to Ember explaining that what I meant is we should start using a little more of our power because based on Marcy's body language, she's about to take a break too. By saying we should start using our buffs, if there is anyone watching us through the surveillance system, this will be a proper explanation for any odd jumps in power. If it's just going to be Ember and me completing trials alone for a few hours while the rest of my teammates rest, we might as well make the most of it. As the silver door closes behind us and we make it back to the resting room, Marcy pops open another MP potion and sits on her bed, staring across the room with a puzzled look. Who are you two really? Chapter 539. Ember and I look at her cautiously, not answering. So she elaborates. I've been to the Bedrock region plenty of times for private missions. I've never seen hunters like you. Your stamina, mentality, even fighting instincts. Something is up. That blue crystal that took videos of everything it saw. How'd you even get your hands on one of those? I've only ever seen association officials use those. There's another long pause, however. This time I do reply while looking her in the eyes. I don't think any of these questions need to be answered. How would you like it if I started digging into your past? I can tell she's really just curious, but based on the heavy aura of foreign mana in the room, I can tell everything we're doing and saying is being watched and analyzed. So, to nip this conversation in the bud, I decide to take a risk and open my telepathy link with her. You want to cause some havoc, right? The stronger nations are used to always controlling winning spots with their elite hunters in the B-class exams. Her pupils shift, and I can tell she's very confused about the voice in her head. So I speak again. I don't feel comfortable talking about this where others can listen. This is telepathy, a special perk I acquired after. Actually, I won't elaborate. All you need to know is that it's how I coordinate attacks so flawlessly with Emery. I'd appreciate it if you kept it a secret from the association as well. She nods once, and I peer over to Dane and Natalie, then to Ember and continue through my link. What if a few extra applicants won this year's exams? Wouldn't it be fun to place higher than the chosen elites from the Apex region and reject their honorary B-class license anyway? She replies through the link. Well, if you put it like that, a scenario like that would be satisfying. I grin as she nods once, then replies out loud to split the perceived awkward silence in the room to make the conversation seem natural to anyone listening in through a surveillance system. Right? I guess I don't know much about you, and you don't know me. Let's just do our best to win this thing. Ember stands up and lets out a long sigh while stretching his arms. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I wonder if any other teams are going to figure this trial out. It takes over 30 minutes for the Apex Regions team to finally complete the trial, and after them, only 2 other teams even manage to finish before the time runs out. Marcy decides to rest while Ember and I continue the trials. While she's up to do more, it would be best to have her and all the others fully rested by morning to help with the later trials at full strength. Once Trial 9 starts, it seems clear that many teams are taking a similar strategy. We get another standard dungeon collapse trial, and Ember and I speed off through the sky to the end of it without waiting at all. We disregard any hunters that need saving and plunge right into the boss room. There's a huge humanoid tusked giant creature with many minions that spawn inside. However, we aim straight for the vitals and don't have any teammates or baggage to protect. We can go in straight for the kill without having to think about the recoil of our attacks hitting anyone at close range. The monster's counterattacks miss us by mere millimeters. It looks like we've nearly died, but both of us know that even if these attacks hit us, it wouldn't feel like anything more than a pinprick. Congratulations! 50 minutes and 47 seconds remaining. Trial 9 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Ray Anderson. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. Surprisingly, only 7 out of the 13 teams even complete this trial. We rest in the room again and take on Trial 10 alone too while our teammates all sleep and recover from their long day of testing and trials. There's a wide open desert with a single boulder at its center that stretches about 2 kilometers in distance. The prompt reads, "Split this boulder in 2. Ember and I both verbally agree to use our ranked up buffs, but in reality, we're just lessening the barrier of our mana suppression and letting out more mana to send off stronger attacks. Congratulations! 42 minutes and 18 seconds remaining. Trial 10 complete. 1 point awarded to all applicants. 1 MVP point awarded to Emery Carter. You've come in first place. 1 additional point awarded to all applicants present. Please rest until your next trial begins. Ember wins the MVP point for having more explosive attacks. Fire is far more destructive against rock than electricity is. Again, only 5 of the 13 teams complete this trial completely. As the night goes on, fewer and fewer teams complete full trials. While the first few trials it was 13 for 13, now we're lucky if even half complete them. Some teams are up against the wire on time, completing the trials with just seconds to go. 8 more trials go by. The only other team that completes them all is the Apex Region team. While the 3 teams consisting of Vice and Viridian Hunters constantly place high in the rankings, they are not as consistent as the Apex Elites team. The 3 first-place wins from us on rounds 8, 9, and 10 in a row were merely luck. As there are more puzzle events that require different elements like water to put out fires or healers to bring villagers back to perfect health. While I could use water magic of my own or even use self-regen potions on the villagers, it isn't worth exposing our identities for a few points. We still manage to win 2 more out of the 8 events that pass through the night and do end up completing every one of them, which gives our team an overwhelming advantage above many of the others. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. Between Nat, Dane, and Marcy, every few rounds when they feel up to it, they join us to complete challenges together. However, as the rounds go on, the challenges only get harder and stronger monsters spawn. Under the facade of mine and Ember's ranked-up buffs, we're easily able to dispatch these higher-level trials. Though it's clear many teams are not even supposed to be able to complete these nearing the end. As everyone gets progressively more tired, the trials get more difficult. Some of the monster waves have level 700-750 plus monsters. They're tough but not impossible. It's supposed to be this way. Even so, we make it a point to clear every one of them to gain extra points for everyone. From this alone, as we move on to the 19th round, everyone on our team is in the top 15 of this stage's point leaderboard. Ember and I are both in the top 5, outranking a few of the Apex members that haven't had the opportunity to gain MVP points as often and some that have taken rests while their teammates complete rounds and get first-place points without them. Some of the other teams from the Vice and Viridian regions have single hunters that are being pushed up the ranks for claiming MVP every round. It's a smart strategy to gain personal points if you're much stronger than the rest of your team. We complete the rest of the trials, and the completion rate falls lower and lower. By the 23rd and 24th trial, there's only 2 teams that are finishing. It's me and Ember, along with the 2 elites from the Apex region. Their stamina and drive is impressive as well. We go back and forth on winning the first-place prize with them on the final few rounds. However, overall they've won far more in the earlier rounds to maintain their early lead. On the final leaderboard, Ray Anderson is in 3rd place, and Emery Carter is in 4th. Scattered within the top 15, the rest of our teammates still stay, carried by the basic completion points awarded that many teams failed to receive on every round. Marcy has accepted the fact that there is something very off about us, but doesn't care as long as she's benefiting from it in the end. Natalie, on the other hand, gets increasingly confused as every time we walk out from the silver door with another stage completion. Neither of us ever need heals, and don't even touch the gear on the walls. Unlike Marcy, I don't feel confident talking to Nat through my telepathy link to explain what I need to. She's still from the Apex region. It feels a bit too closely related and loyal to the top brass of the association for me to be sharing any secrets. Occasionally, we'll drink mana potions to restore MP after long battles, but usually I'm just consuming mana from the simulation room itself to restore myself while battling. All hunters with mana control awakened are capable of absorbing the mana in their environment to a certain extent. With the occasional MP potion I take from my storage for show as well, it all seems very convincing to me. To Natalie, however, something is very wrong. I can see the confusion growing on her face every trial, but as she also watches her own points rise from our efforts, she doesn't say a word and continues to heal Marcy and Dane when they come back after long battles. While Dane is about half as active in trials overall by the end of it, he still gives it his all and does whatever I say with no questions asked while inside the sim room. He doesn't seem curious or cautious at all about the seemingly never-ending stamina we have. His eyes only show gratefulness. The final 24-hour countdown hits 0 and the third stage of the B-class exams is over. Rodrigo's face reappears on the ceiling next to the now updated leaderboard with everyone's name and ranking on it. Congratulations, hunters, you've all completed the third stage of the exams. If you're still worn out or in critical condition from these trials, do not worry. There will be a total rejuvenation and private room allotted to any hunters that wish before you all move on to the fourth stage. I hear a mechanical shifting sound behind the silver door that the simulations just took place inside. It sounds as if the room itself is being moved away. Then, the entire resting room that we're standing in shakes too, and it feels like we're being moved around in space by a huge machine. I'm tempted to use my all-seeing eye to see through the shielding around us, but I refrain from doing so. Rodrigo continues. Your wristbands have now been updated with the weighted scores of the third stage. Do not fret if you feel your score does not appropriately reflect your performance in the exams so far. In the fourth stage, you will be able to show off your solo abilities in a grand event starting in 16 hours. Be prepared to fight and take advantage of our amenities. He pauses, then grins just slightly. As you move to this next room, sabotages and fighting are permitted in the public areas but not in private labeled rooms. Please, no killing before stage 4 begins. I will have to intervene if you take things too far. More information will be provided closer to the time the events of the fourth stage begin. The silver door clicks open, and at the same time the numbers on our wristbands update. A final word from Rodrigo echoes through our ears as his face and the leaderboard disappears from the ceiling of the resting room. Allies will not be helpful to you during the fourth stage, but it would be wise for you not to break your bonds if you want any chance of prevailing in the fifth. There's a moment of silence as we think about his final words, but I waste no time to look down at my wristband to see 14. Then, I peer over at Ember's and it reads 10. Natalie says 17. Dane's reads 18, and Marcy says 19. We all jumped up in ranks a lot from performing well during this stage. This increase in rank is just what I needed to cancel out those test results of the first round. With 2 more stages to go, I only need to raise 2 more ranks to reach my goal. I whisper out loud to Ember. Looks like you already made it into the top 12. Not bad. We walk through the door into a very large circular room with nothing inside. The walls are bright white and mana shielded just like the rest of this fortress. Its diameter is 100 m at most, and the ceiling is high, about 10 m, but nowhere close to as massive as the training rooms we were standing in during the second stage physical tests. Once all 5 of us step out, the silver door shuts behind us and I hear the same mechanical shifting sound like the room is moving away and being replaced with something else behind it. There are at least 75 doors on the outer edges of this room, but only a few of them open and more teams come walking out. While our team looks a bit tired and fatigued, others come out looking far worse. Some are missing limbs, others are still covered in blood and deep unhealed wounds. while some teams even carry out sleeping or passed out members into the room before the doors shut. The mechanical sound of moving parts outside of the humming shielding gets much louder once everyone is in this room. Then numbers 1 to 66 light up on all of the doors on the outer rim of this massive circular room. A screen appears on the ceiling of this room now and reads out a single sentence. Please relocate to your private suite to receive a full rejuvenation before the 4th stage. Another timer counting down from 16 hours is visible below it, and no other instructions are given. I look to Ember, and he looks to me with a nod and speaks. I guess. See you in the next stage, or whenever we meet again. I nod. I guess so. He walks off to the room numbered 10. Marcy looks at me with the same serious look she's been giving me ever since I talked to her with telepathy the first time. Thanks for being a good teammate. I hope we aren't enemies in the next round like that Proctor said. She turns to walk toward her door in the opposite direction that Ember walked and says a final line without turning to me. If we are, I won't hold back. I smirk. Fine, me neither. Then, Dane speaks next and I see a very unexpected notification ping in my ear. Thank you for the boost in ranking. It may actually be possible for me to go home to the Silka region with good news and extra funding. It'll just take 6 more ranks. Whatever you need, I'm there for you, Ray. He looks up to me with a wide smile, and I see his status and geolocation in my Rising Emperor's domain as clear as day. For some reason, a link of loyalty was formed with this applicant from the Silka region. It wasn't my intention, but it can't hurt to maintain this bond. I smile and place out a hand for a shake. Of course, maybe when all of this is over you can show me around your home region. He grabs my hand and shakes it, then thanks me profusely again before leaving to enter the door next to the one Marcy just left to. The only person left near me is Natalie, and her eyebrows are still scrunched with confusion. With her hands on her hips, looking me right in the eyes, she's about to ask me something, but we're interrupted by a loud yell from across the room. You traitor! I can't believe you! An Apex hunter giving up simulation tactics to help the Bedrock region. One of them even made it into the top 12 already because of your lapse in judgment. I'm going to kill you. My head turns to the noise, and I see all 6 members of the Apex region's elite team storming our way with angry looks on their faces. Trax, the one who yelled, has a bright one on his wristband. He's leading their group and is crackling head to toe in violent electricity. Chapter 540. The team of elites walks over to us like they own the place and completely ignore me, all staring at Natalie. Trax yells again. You're a disgrace. We should have never picked you up from the Viridian region. He raises a fist, and lightning crackles around it. His words interest me. I assumed Nat was from the Apex region, but it seems there's some information I was lacking. My eyebrows raise as the water user puts his hand in front of the spiky-haired lightning mage. You know how protective the director is about healers. Careful, Trax. His fist crackles, and he stares ahead at her, then grunts out a reply through gritted teeth. I know, but she's definitely not the one he's looking for. That's clear after today. His eyes track over to a tank in silver armor with a 6 on his wristband. Plus, Mac has the same skill as her. If anyone manifests that ability, it'll be him. I don't think the director will mind me taking out the garbage. I don't know why you sold out to these low-grade hunters, but now this year's exam results may be tarnished if I don't do anything about it. Callum, the water mage of nearly equal strength to Trax, lowers his hand and nods. Do as you wish. I just thought a fair warning was in order. Trax grins and stares Nat in the eyes while replying. Your consideration is appreciated, but I'll make my own decisions. He lunges forward with what feels like a full-powered attack aiming straight for Nat's chest. I think to myself while the scene plays out in slow motion thanks to my real perception. While Natalie technically did give us information that would help in these exams during the pretrials, none of it was really that helpful. We were a bit more prepared for the tasks ahead, but if we followed her advice on the simulation tests, we'd be in much worse shape than we are now. It's not like she gave us secret answers on the written exam or some way to cheat the physical either. Everything they're mad about was not Nat's fault at all. If anything, it's my fault. Trax is actually thinking pretty clearly. There's no possible way normal recruits from the Bedrock region would have passed the tests like we just did. All of the other recruits that came with us were either prematurely eliminated in the pretrials or aren't even in the top 30 right now. However, reacting in such a drastic manner without any solid proof is quite disturbing. I let out a sigh and lunge forward, activating my own lightning magic. There's a powerful twang of mana as Trax's fist slams into my open palm centimeters before impact aimed at Nat's heart. Arcs of electricity surge through the air, and a shockwave of energy radiates through everyone. Nat falls backward from the blast but grabs onto my free arm to stabilize herself before standing to her feet and shaking her head to rid herself of the shock and understand the situation. I feel another pulse of electricity surge through me with the mana control output of a level 850 to 900 monster as the angry eyes of the man who threw this attack stare into mine. I finally release his fist from my hand and he yells out again. "It's you. You and that Emery guy. It was you two that were stealing our points. Just another one of the Bedrock leeches. 14th? You're in 14th place now. Are you kidding me? You weren't even in the top 30 after the written or physical exams. There's no way you racked up enough points to pass without this one whispering the answers in your ear." He turns to Nat. "I never even liked you in the first place. This is all because you were taken from your home to support the Apex region's future. Isn't it? Some kind of selfish revenge." He turns back to me, and I feel a probing sensation of Trax's aura go through me to try and figure out how strong my mana control is. With the divine limiter on, my output still feels like a level 600 to 700 at best. He feels this and yells again. "It's because he's a lightning user too, isn't it? The only other applicant with this element in the exam. You wanted to take away from the rarity of my ability. Stolen from Royal Road. This story should be reported if encountered on Amazon." He turns back to Nat. "That was it, wasn't it? I understand now." She looks shocked, with her mouth open, and stutters out a reply. "No, I thought my duty was done. I did what I was asked to get you through the pretrials. My teammates made it this far themselves. If anything, they're the ones helping me dash. That's enough. I don't buy it. From what I can sense, there's no possible way he could put up a fight against me in the sim rooms without extra information. There's just no way dash. Natalie has been nothing but nice to me, and with added information that she's most likely been working for the Apex region for some reason that has to do with their director searching for a healing ability, the questions in my head only grow. One thing is for sure, though, it comes out of my mouth as I take a step closer to Trax. "Hey, believe her. She didn't tell me anything. The B-class exams don't revolve around you, buddy." His eyes widen at my remark, and I feel a very intense power surge behind his eyes. His pupils turn yellow, and a wave of electricity bursts out to cover his entire body in the same bright yellow color as he responds. "Actually, you're wrong. I will be the next A-class hunter and train with the director himself. These exams do in fact revolve around me, and you are all merely stepping stones to my rise in fame as the association's strongest hunter." A twisted smile forms across his face, and he replies, "There can only be one lightning mage that will be known across the 8 regions. That will be me." He lunges toward me with speed and power far faster than what he showed before. His energy output with this ranked-up buff activated nears that of a level 1000 monster. The energy being multiplied throughout his body artificially increases his mana control momentarily to create an attack that is far deadlier than I expected. His speed has also drastically increased, far greater than that of a double ranked-up monster. It feels almost like I'm facing that lightning wolf in the Vice City Labyrinth's 40th floor boss room. He is not as powerful but definitely shows the speed and agility of a level 1200 monster. With an ability like this, it makes far more sense why they were able to clear the trials so fast. If he wasn't unfortunate enough to have met me in these exams, his previous words might actually be true. The strength and capabilities he shows are far greater than everyone here and could definitely be a candidate for an A-class hunter. However, with his fiery temper and attitude toward others, showing violent hostility without any concrete proof, and a god complex that he's trying to push on everyone around him just for being pampered by the association, it really makes me want to bring him down a peg. as a lightning-imbued fist comes rocketing toward my face. I do a scan of the room and find there are less than a dozen people left here. The rest have gone inside their rooms. While I could block his punch right now and beat him to the ground, that wouldn't be a feat Ray Anderson could do with the fractions of a second left to think of a plan against an unexpected punch. Then again, a few words from Rodrigo repeat in my mind from his speech before we all made it into this room. He said, "Killing will not be permitted. If anyone takes things too far, he will be made to intervene." I smirk, then slowly turn my eyes to meet Trax's gaze while he follows through with his punch. I don't lift a finger or even attempt to block it. His expression shifts for a moment, as my reflexes and perception of the situation shouldn't be this quick. At the same time, a circular panel in the center of the massive room opens up, and a flash of light pours out, wearing a golden collar. A blast of electricity and light magic follows, and I play along, letting myself get thrown back by the blast as Rodrigo blocks the lightning punch while in his ranked-up form. He yells out, "That's enough. I said you may sabotage and quarrel, but no lethal blows will be permitted." Trax looks at Rodrigo, and they both power down their buffs as I get to my feet pretending to act flustered. However, Trax lunges forward again. Rodrigo blocks him from moving forward at me with a single arm covered in light magic, but lets him yell out, "No, that wasn't a lethal blow at all. He saw it coming. His eyes. He was watching me throw that punch dash." Trax replays the imagery of my subtle smirk and eyes tracking his punch over and over in his mind, but his face turns pale as he murmurs under his breath, "At least I think that's what I saw, right?" He looks down at his hands, then up at Rodrigo. "But if it was, you would have seen it too. An A-class hunter wouldn't miss a detail like that." Rodrigo stares at him with a serious expression. "This hunter didn't even see your attack coming. His pupils tracking your movements may be a survival response, but there was no effort made to block or move away from the blow aimed for his vitals at speeds far faster than anything recorded in his physical exam or even during the sim trials. That was in fact an intended lethal blow." Trax shakes himself out of his trance. "Right? Yeah, right. There's no way he could have seen that. He wasn't even top 30 in the written and physical, right? He's not even top 12 overall now. I don't know my own power sometimes." He smiles, chuckling a little, nodding, and reassuring himself of this fact while Rodrigo responds, staring at everyone here with stern expressions. "I don't care if it was an accident or not. I'm just here to keep the peace. If you really want to kill each other that badly, save it for the tournament event in the next round." Everyone's eyes widen at this statement, as Rodrigo just dropped a major hint about the fourth stage. He jumps in the air as the circular hatch in the ceiling opens again. "No more talking. Get to your rejuvenation rooms and stop causing problems. You've had a stressful first 3 trials. Be glad you've made it this far. Heal up and mentally prepare yourself for the next stage." He watches us from above and doesn't disappear into the ceiling again until everyone walks back to their room. I walk in front of the door labeled 14, but turn around one last time to get a look at the large circular room as the silver door behind me opens. The angry gaze of the lightning mage is locked on me from across the room as he stands in front of his open door too. I lock eyes with him and give a convincing stare back, as it seems I've accidentally made quite the aggressive and strong rival to deal with in the upcoming rounds. Our death stare across the 100-meter room holds for about 5 full seconds before the ceiling turns green, and a new announcement rings out in the tone of a woman's voice I've never heard before. "Attention all applicants. Stage 1 written test results have been reviewed by our proctors, and the machine-graded scores have been manually updated to include more creative solutions. There have been a few slight changes. Please review the updated rankings." I can hear and see that the same message is being played inside the room behind me, so even hunters inside their private suites are getting this update too. As the message flashes a few more times, then a display of the updated rankings appears in front of us. My emotionless stare turns into a smile, and Trax's turns to one of disbelief.